So a lot of things have been said about the Friday the 13th movies, but one thing that they've never been accused of is having a strong continuity. So today we're going to try and piece it all together using the information that the movies give us. So we're going to be talking a lot about the movies, we're going to be talking a lot of spoilers, talk about the plots of them from the beginning to end. So if you haven't seen them or you just don't want to know what happens in them, back out now. So we get our first bit of information right off the bat in the opening sequence of the first film. The title card tells us that it's 1958, and a couple of horny camp counselors are murdered. The murderer is Pamela Voorhees, and she's doing this because she blames the counselors for the death of her son, Jason. More on him later. Jason apparently drowned in a lake 1 year prior in 1957 because the camp counselors were off having sex and not watching him. The movie then flashes forward to, quote, the present day, although they never really clarify exactly when that is. Thankfully, in the fourth film, we see Pamela Voorhees' tombstone. We know that the date is 1979. Mrs. Voorhees kills a bunch of people who aren't Kevin Bacon, and one who is, and then manages to get her own head chopped off. Jason's not really in this one at all, unless you count him showing up in the pseudo-dream sequence at the end. The second movie starts off with a short scene killing off the survivor from the first film, but the time frame of this scene is never really established, although it does seem to be a pretty short period of time after the first one because Annie is still getting over the events of the previous film. The rest of the film, however, jumps ahead 5 years. We're told this by Paul doing a campfire retelling of the Jason legend, and also a sheriff noting that there hasn't been any murders in 5 years. That sets these events in 1984, about 3 years ahead of when the film was released. We meet Jason for the first time here, wearing a very fashionable sack on his head. This version of Jason is pretty unformed, and he's pretty uncoordinated, and not very strong. He's about the size and strength of a regular human being here. We don't get Super Jason until the next movie. Since we know that Jason drowned in 1957 and was 11 years old when he drowned, that would make him about 38 years old here. At the end of the film, we sort of get to see Jason's face here, but it's only in one of the film finale dream sequences that all of the early Friday the 13th movies ended with. And he's got a full beard and long, luxurious locks of hair. He takes a machete to the collarbone and manages to escape. So we're now moving on to the third film, which picks up immediately after the events of the second. In the beginning of the film, a news report is discussing the events of the previous film. We move to a vacation cabin somewhere near Crystal Lake, where Jason once again finds a group of vacationing teens that look 30 to kill off. This is the beginning of the Jason that we are all familiar with. He dons the infamous hockey mask here. The first time, he loses all the hair off of his head and face and bulks up to about double his previous size. This Jason is a monster. So at the ending of this one, he takes an axe to the head, and it's a mark or remain on his head and mask, even when he gets an entirely new mask. No reason. After the trademark dream sequence, we leave Jason lying in a barn, police on the scene, and the axe is still in his head. That takes us to the fourth movie, which picks up again immediately after the events of the last film. Police are still on the scene with Jason on the barn, so no time at all between the third and fourth movie. They take Jason to the morgue, where he promptly gets up and heads out for more victims. So that places the second, third, and fourth film all in basically the space of a weekend, so that keeps this movie in 1984. The fourth film came out in 1984, so the film's timeline is officially caught up with the movie schedule. So Jason heads back to the lake to yet another party house full of teens, and he starts killing again. There's also Rob, who's out to find Jason to get revenge for the death of his sister from part 2, and he's apparently been searching for Jason for a while, even though she died like 2 or 3 days ago. Anyway, we get the beginnings of slow Jason here. He still runs once or twice, but Jason mostly takes his time here. So anyhow, and I don't even know what's going on here, but after killing Crispin Glover, Jason meets his final death at the hands of little Corey Feldman, and he's dead for good this time. So when we get to part 5, Jason is dead and in the ground, or possibly cremated, as the small town mayor says, but we know better. We're told that Tommy was 12 years old in the events of the previous films. He's now a teenager. It's never stated in the film, but some external material has suggested that he is being transferred to the Pinehurst Mental Facility because he's turning 18, and that looks about right. So that places this film in the year 1990, about 5 years ahead of its release date. So I guess the robot was still big in small towns in 1990. So this is the first time that we get full-on slow Jason, as he decides that he no longer needs to chase after anyone, and he can just walk towards them. It works for him either way, so what's the difference? It turns out that this Jason is an imposter, and the film ends with the possibility that Tommy might take over the mask. So part 6 is the hardest time frame to map out. There's no time frame given between the events of the last film and this one. Tommy looks like he's older, but age casting was always pretty spotty with these films. Apparently, the original script declares Tommy to be 18 years old, so this film is set in the same year as Part 5, possibly, since it's pretty clear that this film takes place at the start of the summer, since the little kids are just starting off camp, and since Part 5 was at least a few months earlier, and didn't take place in the winter, we're going to go ahead and place this film in the summer of 1991, and the last film to be in either the fall or the summer of 1990. So Jason gets revived from the dead here, and he's now the unkillable death machine that he'll remain for the next handful of films. Crystal Lake has been renamed Forest Green, and the camp is finally in full session with kids and all. Weirdly, there's a segment in this one where all the kids discuss Jason as some sort of legend that they don't really believe in, but at the ending of the last one, we see a number of news articles documenting his various killing sprees, so his antics are pretty much public knowledge, but I guess the parents of this town still pretend he's a legend. It's weird. It's like telling people that Ted Bundy's just a myth. That doesn't make any sense. So, sooner or later, somebody's going to see the news articles. Whatever. Tommy wins again at the ending of this one and manages to chain Jason up at the bottom of the lake until the beginning of the next film. Speaking of that, in the opening sequence of Part 7, we see a calendar on a wall marked October 13th, presumably a Friday. Tina is a young girl vacationing with her family somewhere in Forest Green. It's pretty possible that this intro scene takes place later in the same year as Part 6, so let's say still 91. Tina uses her mind bullets to accidentally kill her dad, and we cut to 10 years later. The 10 years later thing is never specified in the movie, but multiple sources seem to agree that this is the time frame, including the director himself, so that's what we're going to go ahead and go with. That makes the film set in 2001, even though it was released in 1988. I guess we can presume that since it's all in a small town, perhaps the way they dressed in musical taste hadn't caught up with the rest of the world yet. I don't know. But one thing's for sure, somewhere in that 10 years, they went back to the name Crystal Lake. Regardless, the film ends with Jason and the best face he's ever had, back at the bottom of the lake, sans mask, in the same exact position that he started out in. So Part 8 is where everything makes even less sense than it did before. The film opens up with Jason still at the bottom of the lake, and some time has passed since Part 7. It's never stated how much time, but let's go with about 2 years, since news of the murders isn't exactly fresh. So that makes this 2003, though it was released in 1989. One thing to point out is that the Jason grabs a mask from one of his victims, and it just so happens to match his old one freaking exactly, with the axe wound and all. I guess this guy's prank he was very dedicated to realism with. Anyway, a couple of things. First, Crystal Lake is about 10 times the size it used to be and apparently empties out into the ocean as a pack of teenagers are taking their senior trip, a cruise ship to New York. Go figure that one out. Oh, and that's the other thing. The teenagers are from Lakeview High, because there was a high school at Camp Crystal Lake this whole time, and no one ever mentioned it. Unless it was built in a 10-year gap. I don't know. Realizing that this is most likely set in 2003, what the fuck is up with these outfits? I guess maybe this girl could be in some sort of heavy metal throwback band or something, but how about this camcorder? I mean, that looks out of date for 1989 even. So the kids end up in an alternate universe, 2003, New York, where 9/11 never happened, I guess, and we're left with the most ridiculous concept in all of the films combined. Apparently, in this New York, they feel the need to flood the sewer system with toxic waste every night at midnight. How much damn toxic waste is there in this city that they need every night to flush sewers with it? So Jason loses his mask to reveal what looks to be like a Halloween mask underneath, and then for the sake of film continuity, the toxic waste washes Jason away, and Rennie hallucinates that Jason transforms back into a small boy, most likely either one of her visions or a side effect of the freaking heroin that a couple of thugs pumped into her a few scenes earlier. Okay, so now that that mess is over, we move on to the even messier Part 9. The opening sequence of Jason Goes to Hell is actually a small masterpiece of misdirection, with the FBI laying siege to Crystal Lake and blowing up Jason once and for all. Since we aren't given a time frame again, it's pretty easy to just assume that this takes place a short time after Part 8. His New York escapades most likely drew attention from the federal officials, and they track him down to the lake and explodorate him. So we're still in 2003, and Jason turns into a body-jumping alien slug. By the end of it, Jason kills the sister that we never knew we had, which is fine because we didn't either, and is reborn fully grown into a new body. I guess if Freddy can be bought by dog pee, this works too. He gets stabbed in the heart with a magic dagger and dragged down to hell while Freddy's claw pulls down his hockey mask, which takes us to Freddy vs. Jason. I know that Jason X was released first, but for the sake of the timeline, Freddy vs. Jason comes first. Now, if we assume that Freddy vs. Jason takes place right after Jason Goes to Hell, then we're actually caught up. It was released in 2003, which matches up with our timeline. Jason is in hell at the beginning, and Freddy manages to break him out to do his bidding. The two of them duke it out, and by the ending of things, Jason has won the battle and is right back in Crystal Lake. So now we actually step back 2 years to 2001 with the release of Jason X, which is actually set after the events of Freddy vs. Jason. Sometime between 2003 and 2010, Jason is captured by the government and imprisoned in some sort of testing facility. During this time, he also regrows a full head of hair. In 2010, he manages to escape, but is cryogenically frozen into the year 2455, in which he is unfrozen and goes on a rampage. I should point out that he kills the ship's pilot, causing the ship to crash through a space station, killing everyone on board, which I believe gives this film the highest body count of the series. Too bad the space station wasn't made of whatever the other ship was made out of, since it only suffers minor damages. Anyway, after a while, Jason is blown to pieces again, but I guess before someone can eat his heart or whatever, nanobots rebuild his body into Uber Jason. This jacked up robo-killer continues his attack before everything gets blown up and Jason falls to the surface of Earth 2, and there we are. So there you have it. As long as you're willing to forgive some technology and fashion that doesn't quite match up the time period, that's how the Jason movies fit together. Sure, lots of things don't make sense, like why Jason didn't switch into another body after Tommy killed him in part 4, but come on, we're lucky that they make as much sense as they do. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. On this week's video, we're doing something a little bit different. That's right, in an effort to constantly keep this channel kind of fresh and do some different things, and also to keep 2020's focus mainly on horror films, we're actually going to be counting down my 10 favorite Friday the 13th clones today. Some of these movies are going to be straight up ripoffs, and other ones are going to simply be inspired from and take some inspiration from. Some of them are going to be pretty bad, starting at number 10. Going all the way down to some fantastic movies, all the way down to number 1. So let's just see how much they actually rip off from their source material and how much they just pay tribute to, and which ones can actually cut the mustard, or the counselors. Coming in at number 10 is sort of an honorable mention, but in 1981 there was an Indonesian ripoff of Friday the 13th called Srigala. I think that's how you pronounce that. If it's not, call me out. Which involves a Jason-like killer bumping off some treasure hunters. I couldn't really find an English version or even one with subtitles, but it's kind of like someone saw Friday the 13th and said, let's do this, but add some speedboat chases, and I don't know, some zombies. It's mainly just very similar to Friday the 13th, with an unseen killer stalking off people at random and killing them. And then sure enough, the killer is revealed to be an older woman, just like an Indonesian Pamela Voorhees. But go figure, there's kung fu involved here. If you're still not convinced that this is a ripoff, well, this is the final scene. I mean, she even wakes up in a hospital afterwards. And I may not have understood it enough to rank it higher, but it definitely belongs on this list. And it was kind of fun to watch, I mean, even though I had no clue what I was watching. So let's move on to number 9. The year 2000 brought us Bloody Murder. And is this a Friday the 13th ripoff? Let's take a look at the cover art. 1 minute in and we meet our killer in a hockey mask and jumpsuit with a chainsaw. It's like Jason, Michael Myers, and Leatherface were the Transformers, and this guy is the GoBots version. He's got this new type of chainsaw that makes noise, but the chain doesn't move. And then 2 minutes later, doubles in size. We get a collection of counselors up at a camp getting ready for the kids to arrive, and a crazy man telling them that they're all doomed, and the mask is brought along by one of the pranksters of the group. Does any of this sound familiar? Dean acts like a dick, but is he a murderer? They actually spend some time with investigating, and I think it wants to invoke a Scream whodunit, but fails pretty miserably. More people get killed, and they even do the fake arresting Billy bit from Scream.
Although it does have this innovative scene where a guy is stabbed through the chest, and then from somewhere off camera, someone throws a kickball at him, I guess. You don't see anyone throw it or anything, and there doesn't seem to be any reason for it because it obviously doesn't do anything. It's just this random ball bouncing by. Also, when our main girl thinks that she's figured out who the murderer is, she has a flashback to the killing of a character that she doesn't even know is dead yet. In fact, she finds his body like 1 minute later, and is surprised. The killer is finally revealed to be Patrick, who is disguised as Trevor Morehouse, but he's actually Nelson Hammond, who was screwed over 20 years ago, and I guess this is his revenge. He's arrested, but apparently Trevor is still out there. There's sequels to this, so I guess it'll be a movie timeline at some point. Moving on to number 8. Back in 2014, we saw the Australian Charlie's Farm. Stop me if you've heard this before, but 4 friends go on a camping trip, including the acting powerhouse that is Tara Reid. They're warned about going up to Charlie's farm by a local guy telling them of doom, because that's required at this point. Then there's a legend of Charlie told while sitting around a campfire, and is this starting to sound familiar? Charlie's dad is Chop Top, and his parents are killed by a vengeful mob, but I guess he just sticks around and kills people. Then, I guess to prove it's either not a Jason clone or is a Jason clone, I don't know, they bring in Kane Hodder playing a regular guy for once. After feels like 6 hours or so, grown-up Charlie finally shows up and starts the violence. And guess what? He's a massive deformed hillbilly, to the surprise of literally no one. His killings aren't particularly gruesome, like Hatchet levels of over the top. And in the final 15 minutes, we get a Charlie versus Kane face-off, but there's one character whose name is in the title. Tara Reid is our last alive, and like the Friday remake, Charlie has an underground lair that he occasionally keeps victims in. And then she escapes but gets killed, and that's it. The movie just it's just over. It just ends. This one's really cliche, and it's kind of not that fun, and there's really nothing new to offer, and except for some great gore bits, it's really not worth watching. It's probably the least inspired by Friday the 13th on this list, although there's definitely inspiration drawn. Number 7 jumps a little more into comedy, because Decapitated came out back in 1989, released by Troma. And within 30 seconds, we see what kind of movie we're getting. Clearly going for comedy. We see a masked killer offing hikers in the woods. A couple books a camping trip through a travel agent, and he recommends a camp with murders in its pasts. And he rounds up his friends with lots of extreme close camera angles. It's fairly amusing, and no one takes it too seriously, although it suffers from some of the actors trying a little too hard to be funny. I have to admit, though, I did love the ridiculous sound effects. Did I mention that the killer skips? More extreme close-ups, and then they tell the legend of Miles to camp, our Jason fill-in, but in a bit that I would have loved if it were a little bit more subtle, we don't get to hear the story. For some reason, there's also a psychotic transvestite, and people start getting killed off, but sort of not, because everyone keeps showing back up alive, and then there's this really weird ADR.
Alright, who's in the best shape here?
Did they record that over the phone? The killer is revealed to be the travel agent from the beginning, and yet all of them combined can't seem to take him out. Even though he's not supernatural at all. Everyone dies in the span of 5 minutes, and Vince is the only survivor, rescued by the transvestite. I remember liking this when I saw it way back in the day, but not so much now. I mean, I guess it's fun for what it is. It's number 7. Coming in at number 6 is one of the more recent entries on this list. It's 2018's You Might Be the Killer, featuring Joss Whedon alums Willow and Topher. Sam here is apparently the last survivor of a camp slasher, and in a flashback we meet the assortment of counselors on the first day of camp, and we get a look at our killer. And well, I don't think that's a hockey mask, but it's close enough. The hook of this film is that when Sam sees the killer, things get a little weird, and the possibility is raised that even though he thinks that he's just a witness to the murders, he may actually be the killer. It's in the title. The flashback scenes tend to play around with the timing of things to make us second guess it, but he seems to think that the mask is actually possessing him. And we get an old-fashioned campfire legend scene, although the campfire is more of a fireplace here. The story plays out, and people start dying left and right, and things look bleaker and bleaker for Sam as it turns out that yes, he's the killer. Possessed by a haunted mask. Pretty soon it's just him and Jamie left, and unfortunately she puts the mask on and takes him out and becomes the new killer, and then we jump ahead 2 years and I guess Sam's undead now. It plays into the whole meta thing with the concept of the final girl, and I guess that the 2 years would be the amount of time needed for a sequel, so Sam would come back for another round. It's not a bad movie, it's actually pretty darn enjoyable, it's just that it actually a little too quickly drops the whole you might be the killer thing, and it's only like a half hour in before it's just like, okay, yeah, you are the killer. Moving on to number 5. Madman was one of the earliest Friday knockoffs since it debuted just 2 years later in 1982, although it didn't get a wide release until '83. It was one of several slasher flicks involving campers in the woods around that time, but I'm singling it out because I've either already talked about the others or am planning to for another series. This one starts with a campfire tale of Madman Mars, who killed his wife and kids, and was then hung, but survived and could still be stalking the woods. And by could, I mean, yeah, he is. Soon enough, the killings begin, and Francine is here, and I think these are supposed to be either teenagers or college kids, but most of them appear to be in their 30s, and this hot tub scene is weird. And it just keeps going on and on. And it's really weird to see Galen Ross basically play a kid after seeing her a few years earlier as a grown woman in Dawn of the Dead. The funniest part here is that the entire middle of this film consists of someone going missing in the woods, someone going to look for that person, discovering their body, and then getting killed. And then this happens like 4 times. They just keep going out there. Our killer's revealed, and true to form, he's a large, deformed hillbilly. And he comes face to face with final girl Betsy, who he impales. But everything catches on fire, but Mars escapes. There's literally no climax here. The final fight lasts 3 seconds, and it totally just ends. I guess they wanted to set up another one, so I guess that this would be a candidate for failure to launch, I guess, but no sequel ever came. But it did have its own theme song, so I guess it had Zach going for it.
You call him the legend, lives beware the madman Mars.
Moving on to number 4, and the ones I think are the good stuff. 2015 saw a different kind of Jason clone with Lumberjack Man, part of the 8 Films to Die For series. So we've got a pretty standard setup. A bunch of kids are heading to summer camp, although with the slight twist that it's a church camp. Michael Madsen is here, but instead of chasing alien hybrids, he's now delivering really important dialogue like this.
You don't know what breakfast is?
Where's the goddamn cereal?
The camp is run by a bad wig, a porn star, and I guess South Park's chef. Our killer is a big guy, of course, wearing a mask with demonic red eyes, and he's equipped with an assortment of edged weapons. He's clearly supernatural, though, as he has the ability to cast illusions to lure in victims. There's this amazing exchange.
Skinny dipping.
I don't think God would like that.
Come on. To be unashamed is to be without sin.
Oh, okay.
Our villain carries around a wagon with giant pancakes on it, and is, of course, bulletproof, but has an unusual weakness of, maple syrup. He gets an animated origin story which has to do with a stolen flapjack recipe, and the demon logger is a ghost, much like Victor Crowley. There's a scene where he kills the camp leader and I guess tears out her implants and throws them at somebody, but the problem is that earlier in the film that character had a nude scene, and she very clearly very obviously did not have any augmentation going on. Pretty soon, all that's left is Faith, Reggie the chef, and Madsen's Shirtcliffe. And they find a huge vat of syrup, and Shirtcliffe says,
Strip down naked, get your clothes off, and douse yourself in the syrup.
I'm sure that'll be necessary, right? She does, and covers herself in syrup, and then maples him to death, mostly by hugging him. Oh, so I guess it was necessary? This one's not that great, but I kind of love it. It's really cheesy and silly. It's definitely maybe a little bit more comedy than it is a horror film, but it's just, I just thought it was fun. It might not be your cup of tea, but I got a kick out of it. Coming in at number 3 is probably my most unexpected surprise. Twisted Nightmare is from 1987, one of the earlier entries on here, and involves a group of friends invited to a camp paradise for the weekend. And this guy's glasses and stash combo rule. Everyone looks very 80s, and Laura here has had a bad previous experience with the camp. Things kick off pretty quick as this massive killer shows up and starts the dirty work. Like Jason, he kills people at the camp at a party, and they disappear for stretches of time without their friends noticing. There's Kane, the groundskeeper, who they really want us to think is the killer, and we find out that several years ago, Laura's brother Matthew, who appears to be possibly mentally handicapped, just kind of caught on fire and disappeared. Our killer is large, can kill with his bare hands, and remains off-screen for a majority of the time. It was filmed on the same ranch as Friday the 13th Part 3, although our killer doesn't wear a mask, but he does have a big blue light that's always right behind him for some reason. And he shrugs off bullets like they were nothing. He's deformed, but I guess can conjure electricity somehow? He does it one time. It's not explained. Never does it again. It's never even mentioned. Just does it. Turns out the killer is Laura's brother, who looks sort of woofy. And hey, Friday fans, does this pitchfork thing look familiar? Turns out that Laura's in on it, and Kane blows up the barn, killing everyone, but like magic, it reforms. This one is pure Jason clone, but you know what this has that Friday the 13th never will? Dean.
Hi.
Where you headed, homeboy?
I'm going up to Big Sur.
You find a ride, asshole.
Y'all can run around the dirt all you want. We're going back to the civilized world.
Bullshit, I'll kick his fucking ass.
You having fun, Dean?
Yeah, sure. Fuck you guys.
You're all a bunch of assholes. We're leaving in the morning. You're an asshole too, Lauren. I never liked your fucking brother either.
Hey, don't ever call me a pussy.
What the hell's going on out here?
Nothing, asshole.
I gotta say real quick also too that before I had done the research for this video, I had never even heard of this movie. I've never even seen this movie really spoken of. But this movie is amazing. It's number 3 on my list for a reason. It's one of the best, worst movies that you will see. I hope I'm not overhyping this, but this movie was phenomenal. Speaking of phenomenal, here comes number 2. 1989's Unmasked Part 25, also known as The Hand of Death and Jackson's Back, is one of the most obvious Jason-inspired films on this list. It's more or less a parody of the killer and starts with that crazy guy warning people, although we're not at a summer camp, we're just in like a regular residential area. Our killer shows up really quickly wearing a hockey mask, of course, and tearing people apart. He even steals the whole impaling a couple having sex with a spear bit. After killing almost everyone, about 20 minutes into the movie, we take a turn. Jackson encounters a blind girl who mistakes him for her blind date, and then...
I can speak.
You can speak.
I've never had anyone to talk to much.
He's then unmasked, part 25, and he's a little bit toxy. and he and Shelley make love. And then they start dating. There's a meta element, as there's an in-universe series of film called The Hand of Death, which features a killer named Jackson, which is supposed to be based on the actual guy. Jackson tries to swear off killing. Well, you can guess how that goes. And then, well, if you ever wondered what Jason's sex life would be like, here's the answer. Things go bad when...
Don't you know what day it is? It's Friday. Friday the 13th.
Or reasonable facsimile. He goes and kills off all of Shelley's jerky friends at a party.
It just all seems so pointless.
It gets more meta at the ending as Jackson realizes that he'd never be allowed to love and continue on, and that Shelley is doomed because that's what's expected of him. And when he discovers she's pregnant, he kills her, only to discover that The Hand of Death Part 26 is coming out soon. This is another one that I feel like a lot of people haven't heard of, but I think is a fantastic film. It's definitely not a straightforward horror movie, but it was definitely a pre-Scream sort of meta, sort of making fun of the movies themselves kind of a movie, and I think it deserves a wider audience, so check it out. So here we go, number 1, probably the film with the most direct inspiration from Friday the 13th is The Final Girls, a movie that not only parodies the Friday films, but slashers in general. But mostly Friday. I mean, listen to this in the opening 30 seconds. So there's this old 80s horror film called Camp Bloodbath, which is basically our knockoff, with a villain named Billy, who's a deformed hillbilly in a mask, of course. 3 years after her mother's death, Max here wrangles up Maybe, Richard, and Alexander Ludwig here, who was in this movie and the same year's Final Girl, a totally unrelated film. And then they go see a re-release of Camp Bloodbath in the theater. The movie shows us Billy's origin, and then there's a fire in the theater which causes our group to go into the screen and into the actual movie. And Max is reunited with her dead mom, who is an actress in the movie. They witness Billy killing, and there's some great meta stuff as the crew experience a flashback to Billy's origin and turn black and white, but both movies take a turn when the film's final girl dies. So the events can't take place the way that they should, and they have to face off against Billy themselves. People die, tropes are dissected, leading to a final battle that'll make you cry and cheer, and unless you're a little bit dead inside, extremely happy. I'm not going to spoil the ending to this one because I really want you to see it if you haven't. If you have seen it, you know how great of an ending it is, and if you haven't seen it, then what are you waiting for? Check it out right now. And there you have it. It's 10 movies that are all somewhat inspired by Friday the 13th. Some a little bit more than others. Some a little bit more blatant. Some used for humorous effect. And other ones just kind of unintentionally humorous. But there's a lot to love on this list. If you're a Friday fan, you should definitely check these out. This is by no means the full extent of movies that are inspired by or knock off the Friday films. There's plenty more. There's a couple other ones that are very obvious that I just couldn't find. There was one called The Memorial Day Killer, which had a killer in a hockey mask. It seemed very obviously to be based on Friday the 13th, kind of similar-ish. And quite a few other ones that I just couldn't track down, but these were the ones I found. So if you know some other ones, let me know down below. Let me know what you thought of these ones. Let me know which one of these are your favorite. Let me know if you've seen Twisted Nightmare, because I've spoken about 6 or 7 other horror fans, and no one has heard of this movie, but you gotta see it. Well, that's about it for this week's video. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know down below. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff. Check out the patrons over here, and I'll see you in a little while for another great video. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. On this episode, we are celebrating today. Today, on this very day, 4 years ago, Movie Timelines uploaded this very, very first video, which was the Friday the 13th horror timelines. And I figured, we gotta do something to celebrate that. I will confess that my original plan for celebrating this was launching a brand new series with a Friday the 13th themed episode, but unfortunately all that footage is on my computer that died. So it's going to be delayed, and I had to come up with this instead. So we are going to be celebrating. We're celebrating 4 years of a channel I started as a silly hobby, but now have close to 20,000 subscribers, and it's growing every day, and I thank every one of you guys. So let's celebrate by talking about the 13 unanswered questions about Friday the 13th. If you've watched this series, you know that there's a lot of things that don't make sense when you watch them all together, so let's talk about them. Number 13. What happened to Paul at the ending of part 2? So let's take a look at what we know. At the ending of the film, Paul and Ginny are both alive and go back to the cabin. We get the scene with Jason smashing through the window, and then we jump to the following morning as Ginny is taken away in an ambulance asking where Paul is. We get some more clues in part 3 as we see a wounded Jason dragging himself away and a news report that calls Ginny a survivor. Not the sole survivor, a survivor. So I think it's debatable, but I think that these things point to Paul being alive and the window smashing scene being a dream sequence. Parts 1 and 3 ended with dream sequences, so that makes sense to me. Jason in the lake wasn't real. Jason's mother in the lake wasn't real. It's very likely that Window Jason is also not real. My evidence for this is that when they first show Jason in part 3, he's crawling away from his confrontation with Ginny. Now, it's possible that he could have gone back to the cabin from here for the window bit, but why wouldn't the movie show him leaving there instead? I think showing Jason here is the movie's way of saying this is the last place that we saw him. Also, when did you ever know Jason leave behind a potential victim? If he knocked down Ginny and him and Paul fought and he killed Paul, why would he not then just kill Ginny? I think the more likely scenario is that Paul went to get help and sent the police back. Plus, the window smash being a dream explains the drastic change in Jason's appearance between that scene and just a few hours later in part 3. Number 12. Speaking of those dream sequences, what was up with those? At the ending of the first film, Alice sees Jason jump up from the lake. Ginny has the window smash bit, which I guess may or may not have been a dream, but Chris seeing Jason's mom pop up definitely was. Keep in mind, she doesn't know about Jason's mother. She didn't see her body in the cabin, and she should not have known what Pamela would look like, or even possibly the fact that she exists. So what was up with these dreams anyway? I think Chris's experience shows that something possibly supernatural is going on. If you take the context of the later films with telekinesis and zombie Jasons and body switching, it's clear that otherworldly elements aren't out of the question. They might seem out of place in the first couple of movies, but when you consider the overall franchise, it's pretty clear that there's other forces at work here. It's clear that whatever is tainting Jason and Pamela is an influence of evil of a sort and manifests in dreams. I'd even go so far as to say that Tina's visions in part 7 are tied into this more so than it being connected to her telekinesis. Possibly her powers make her more sensitive to this as well as Reddy from part 8. Number 11. And hey, since we're talking about Chris from part 3, did Jason rape her? Is Jason a rapist? Let's look at what's happened. She's in the woods alone, sees Jason, he chases her, she blacks out, and then wakes up in her bed the next day. The insinuation is that she went through a trauma and was possibly assaulted, but I think it's pretty clear here. Rape has never been Jason's MO. Looking at all of the films, there's literally dozens of times where he was alone with a female character. If this was a part of his tactics, I think he would have acted on those impulses a little more frequently. Keep in mind, on at least a few occasions, Jason is in a room with a woman wearing either no clothing or next to no clothing, and he doesn't act inappropriate with them. I mean, except for killing them. Most likely, Chris was attacked by Jason trying to kill her, she escaped and made it home, and her memory has blocked that portion. Number 10. And let's go back to part 2 again for a minute, and instead of the end, let's talk about the beginning. How the hell did Jason find Alice? Here's what we know about Jason. He's an idiot. I mean, he's clever when it comes to hunting and hiding and killing and stuff, but he's completely out of it when it comes to societal standards and things that are accomplished. Even if we really reach to say that maybe, just maybe, Steve had files on everyone that Jason found and they had Alice's address in them. So even if we say that, how would Jason even know where that was? This is a guy that grew up in the woods, and it's pre-internet. There's no Google Maps here. What resources does he have finding out where an address is located, and then how the hell does he even get there? He doesn't drive, and I'm guessing he's not taking public transportation. The only real explanation is that he walks. I guess she lives the walkable distance, although I can't really explain how he knows how to find her house. Number 9. And hey, speaking of part 2, Jason's alive, so the question becomes, is Jason's mom aware of this? We know that he drowned in 1957, or at least Pamela thought he did, and I guess he just survived and lived alone in the woods for 20 years? So none of that makes sense, since first of all, why would Jason do that? Presuming he survived a drowning, what reason does he have for not just going home? For him to stay hidden in the woods, he would have to actively avoid people looking for him instead of trying to get home. My first instinct is to think that maybe he wasn't that happy at home, and maybe took this as a reason to get the hell out of there and run away, but that can't be true because of the connection that Jason had to his mother. He was obsessed with her to the point that he kept her head around after she died and swore revenge. And, well, there's my answer. He wasn't swearing revenge. My take is that Jason's relationship with his mother is not as loving as you believe. Pamela clearly wasn't all there and had a tendency towards violence. Who's to say that she was good to Jason before his drowning? It's not a leap to say that he either faked his drowning or almost did for real and then used that opportunity to escape from his mother's grasp. Then, after seeing that his mother was willing to kill for him, his simple mind saw her love and possibly felt guilt or remorse, sparking that revenge drive. Number 8. If we're still talking about those early films, we have to ask one really important question about Part 4. The most important question about Part 4. And that question is what happened to Gordon the dog. As the Jarvis family pet, the last time that we see Gordon is encountering an off-screen Jason. He yelps, and then we see him going out the window, and we never see him again. Now, I think we're supposed to interpret this as Jason killing the dog, and I guess throwing him through the glass, but I mean, look at this. The dog is clearly jumping. I'm sure that it's just that it's easier to train a dog to jump through fake glass than it is to risk hurting an actual dog or building a convincing dog puppet, but I mean, he's jumping. Based on this, it's my official opinion that Gordon survived, ran off into nearby Crystal Lake, shacked up with a local Shar-Pei, and lived a long, prosperous life. Number 7. Oh, hey, since we're talking about Part 4, let's talk about the ending. Jason is killed. He's dead. This is really, really dead. That machete goes so far into his head that there's no question. And then Tommy just starts hacking away even more. So, if his body officially dies, then, as we learn in Part 9, why didn't he switch bodies? I mean, I know that the real answer is that concept wasn't created until Jason Goes to Hell in order to switch up the franchise, but how does it work in the context of this series if you just really, really want to make it work? Well, there's a couple of possibilities. My go-to theory is this. That echo of a heartbeat that the doc heard before he ate Jason's heart was the same lure that Tommy was hearing all throughout the 5th film. The same way that the doc was drawn in the morgue was how Tommy just had to dig up the body. He was answering some sort of call as the evil spirit of Jason chose him to take over. Tommy snapping and shoving the spike through the corpse was him shaking off the call and fighting it. The lightning strike was just a happy coincidence for the big guy to bring him back, a method that he was unable to use in Part 9 because his core body was too far gone, although who knows, possibly if you would have electrified those parts, they could have come back and there'd be Jason parts crawling after people or something. I don't know. Number 6. Hey, that makes us talk about Part 6 for a minute, so let's talk about that ending. And by extension of that, Part 7, because they both end the same way, with Jason chained up at the bottom of the lake. In part 6, before he's there, he wipes out a bunch of police officers. Both killing sprees were very public, so why did law enforcement just leave their perpetrator out there in the water? I mean, you'd have to assume that there'd be an investigation, and even if you wanted to say that Tina didn't tell anybody about Jason's involvement or what happened to him, there's no way you could say that for part 6. That finale was witnessed by a whole camp of kids, and my first inclination is to say that the police blamed Tommy for the killings based on his record, but you've got to figure that a dozen eyewitnesses would probably clear him, so that's kind of out. So my answer is not too complicated, but I think that after all of the previous events, I think that the surrounding law enforcement are fully on board with the notion of Jason's refusal to stay dead and just realize it's better to just leave things be, I suppose. Number 5. And since I mentioned part 7, we need to talk about the fact that Jason's mask was cracked in half at the ending of it. It was the same mask he picked up back in part 3 and lasted all the way until then. I don't know how Tommy got his hands on it though. You'd think that after part 4 it'd be in an evidence locker somewhere, and I'm pretty sure that the one in the drawer at the ending of part 5 is more metaphorical than it was the actual mask. So when Tommy has the mask at the beginning of part 6, he'd have to obtain it from somewhere. So let's just, I guess, assume that he either broke into the police station to retrieve it, or possibly had a friend on a force that was able to get it for him somehow. But what the hell is up with part 8? So the mask is destroyed, right? But this guy on a boat just happens to have a hockey mask to scare his girlfriend, and it just happens to fit our guy? And it just happens to have a slash in the forehead in the exact spot the original one had? The only way, and I mean the only way, that this makes sense is if Jason's legend was extremely well known to the point that he was actually marketed. Like, replicas of his mask were sold in stores, although you'd think if that were true, there'd be a bit more of a fuss around the lake being his final resting place. Number 4, and if we're talking about part 8, we have to talk about one other thing: Jason's teleportation powers. There's at least 2 or 3 instances of us seeing Jason in one place, watching a character run away from him, and then suddenly Mr. V appearing in front of him somehow. You can't say he just knows the territory better than his opponents, because I'm pretty sure that he's never been to New York Hoover before. Hate to say it, but I don't think I could even come up with a silly cover-up for this one. The only suggestion that I have is that since Jason returned from the dead, he had several supernatural abilities that he could access. So why didn't he use them more frequently? Well, he's an idiot. I guess he just couldn't use them properly and did it more instinctually. That's all I got. Number 3. Okay, so this is a minor one, but let's look at Jason X for a minute. That's all I really want to look at it for. This one's less of a question and more of something that bugs me. So, near the ending of the movie, KM is given an upgrade, and she has this badass gun, and it's able to blow Jason's legs and head off with a single shot. So the question is, where was this gun earlier? Why wouldn't the mercenaries, the trained professionals, use this weapon against Jason? Let's just ignore the fact that Jason seems to know his way around a ship that he's never been on, that this team has been living on. Did they just forget that they had this thing? I don't have an answer for this one because it's just dumb. But I'm sure that there's some Jason X fans out there that'll fill the plot hole for me in the comments, so let's hear it. Number 2. So this is a general series question, but who exactly is Jason trying to kill? Sometimes it's just anyone, and other times it's pretty specific. It seems like in the earlier films, it's really just whoever is on his territory. Like if you're in the camp, you're dead. I guess he's open to revenge, as Alice's death tells us? That doesn't really explain why he got on a ship heading out of Camp Crystal Lake to kill kids, though. And then, once off that boat, why he continued to chase those specific kids, ignoring all the people around him. In part 9, he definitely has some sort of agenda since he's trying to get reborn, so that one's kind of obvious, but what is it that he's trying to achieve in the early ones? Someone makes a statement at one point about the children of Crystal Lake, like Jason specifically hunts the children that are from that part of his territory, I guess to give him more of a Freddy thing going on, but all the kids in the earlier films aren't actually from there. Most of them are just visiting the lake. My take on it changes as the films go on, because I think that in the earlier films it really is just a territorial thing, but I think in the later films it's more, I guess, more of an obsession thing. He'll kill anyone that he encounters, but he defaults to that person until they're dead. The reason why he's so specific in chasing particular teens, even when there's other people around, is simply because he hasn't killed them yet. Once he had killed the people he was specifically after, he would have gone on back to more of a more generalized killing spree. And now, number 1. Which Friday the 13th is the best one? Well, I don't have an answer for you that right here, but I do have an answer for you coming up in a new series that I'm launching. It was supposed to be the video that launched today, but instead it's going to be launching in the near future whenever I get those files up and running. But it's a new series called Dead Last. Me and a panel of people will be helping to rate all of the movies. We're going to be giving the entire series a ranking, adding them up, and figuring out which Friday is best. We're going to be doing this with other series in the future, maybe not even just specific franchise. We might even be branching into other directors and maybe even some genres to find out which one is the best and which one is ranked dead last. And the series will be called Dead Last. So look for the first episode of that in the near future, where we'll be ranking the Friday the 13th movies to find out which one is best. Well, that's it. Those are the questions that I have for you. Hopefully you've liked my answers down below. And let me know what you thought of them. Give me some comments. Let me know if you disagree with any of the answers that I've had. Let me know any other questions that you have about the series. Of course, do the liking and subscribing thing and help me celebrate 4 years of this series and this channel. And check out the new shirts we have up on the store. There's several different shirts now, including a Friday the 13th shirt, which has the timeline on the back. So make sure you check that out. And please check out my Patreon page over here. These guys are great and they help keep this channel going. And they've been helping it keep going for 4 years. I still can't believe that that's how long this has been happening. But anyhow, thanks for sticking with me through the whole thing. And I'll see you very, very shortly for another great video. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a happy birthday.
I just want to wish a happy 4-year anniversary on this day, May 30th, 2020, to Movie Timelines. It's been a great 4 years, 4 years ago being 2014, of course. It's been so great that this 4-year anniversary that's landed today in 2017 has been so great. It's been 4 years of great timelines. So here's to another 4-year anniversary, 4 years from now, in the great year of 2007.
Hey, just wanted to wish a happy anniversary and thank you for everything you do. I'm one of your patrons, so thank you very much for everything you do. I love your channel. Binge watch it all the time, and I don't really watch or binge watch anything, so appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll make this quick because Chucky obviously needs some help. Happy anniversary, Josh. I love the channel. Learned so much from Movie Timelines. I can't wait for more years to come. You do a lot of hard work, and it is appreciated. Happy anniversary, buddy. Take care. Bye.
Happy 4th anniversary to Movie Timelines from over here in Scotland.
Hey, I wanted to make this quick little video to wish you happy 4 years on YouTube. I've been watching your videos for a couple of years. I've loved them, and I can't wait to see your future ones. See you later.
Happy anniversary! 4 years. Yay!
Happy 4-year anniversary to Movie Timelines from me, Freddy. My continuity is airtight.
Hello. I wanted to wish a very, very happy
4th, huh? Just 1 minute. I need to finish this up. So, very, very happy. Not cool, man. Not cool. Happy 4th anniversary movie timelines. Here's to many more.
And welcome to this, the very first episode of Dead Last, the new series that was supposed to debut back in June for the anniversary, but some technical difficulties led to it being delayed, and we had to reshoot it, and there's a whole bunch of things that made it so that people just obviously wanted to push this back a little bit further. So here we are at the second go-around, and this is the series where we rank horror franchises from Dead Last all the way down to the very best. And to kick it all off, we're doing the series that I started my channel off with. We're doing the Friday the 13th series. I have a special guest on my lap in the Lord Scotty. And I actually have some other special guests to help me rank these movies. So let me introduce you to them. We have the Movie Timeline's wife. We have Christy down here in the corner. Christy, if you don't know, is my wife, and also a costume designer for movies and television. She just did Westworld, which was pretty cool, right?
I worked on Westworld. I was not the costume designer.
Yeah, but still, it's pretty exciting stuff. We also have mask designer and makeup man Mikey Rotella up there. Mikey is actually currently, after the quarantine ending, Mikey's working on The Walking Dead. Is that correct?
Yeah, Walking Dead right now. Season 11.
What? Jeez.
11 seasons of that show.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on.
And we also have Derek Reynolds, who is the host of Halloween Shindig and the Shindig Radio podcast, which you got to check out.
iTunes, or you can listen to it right from the site at halloweenshindig.com.
So what we've done is all four of us have ranked the Friday the 13th movies, including the 10 regular entries, Freddy vs. Jason, and the remake. So 12 movies in total. We've ranked them from dead last to first, and I've also gotten several of my patrons, and they have given me their rankings from dead last down to first. And what we do is we take those movies and we give them a score. If you've ranked it dead last, it's 12 points. If you rank it first, it's 1 point. The movie with the lowest number of points is the best, and the movie with the highest number of points is, of course, dead last. So, in this episode, the lowest possible score that you could have here would be 11 points. So the highest possible score that you could have is 132 points. So, knowing that, kicking off our list, in dead last place, with 114 points, which is a pretty high number of points. Friday the 13th, Part 9, Jason Goes to Hell. This is what was interesting. This movie's ranked dead last, yet only 2 people ranked it dead last. It's just its overall numbers were lower, and some of the other movies that were ranked dead last more had higher scores to kind of balance it out a little bit more. The highest score that this one had was a 9. 3 people gave it 9th place. I was one of the people that actually gave it 9th place, and Derek, you actually were also one of the people that gave it 9th place.
I was going to say, I think, did I rank that high? But I guess I did.
Yeah. Me and you ranked it higher than most other people. Mikey and Christy both gave it 10th place. So, obviously rather low in there, but there were some other movies that they thought were worse. I know for me, I ranked this a little higher than some of the other ones just because, not because I think it's a good movie, because I don't think it's in any way, shape, or form a good movie. But by the point that you got to the 9th movie, I at least appreciated that they did something really different, that they tried something that was out of the box. It was something that you hadn't seen before, to kind of give it a little variation other than just like kids go to a cabin in the woods and get hacked up by a killer again. I feel like I sound like I'm praising it, but I'm not.
It's hard to praise that movie, man, and especially it's not just a bad movie; it's a bad Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah.
But I love Creighton Duke, and Creighton Duke almost saves Jason Goes to Hell for me. I pretty much hate everything about that movie except for Creighton Duke, and there's awesome gore from K&B, but it's lame because you're not seeing Jason do it.
Well, Christy can't think of Creighton Duke because whenever she thinks of Creighton Duke, she just thinks about a little girl eating a hot dog in a pink tent. And I will also say that I'll give this movie a slightly higher points just for this scene. And I don't know why I love this as much as I do, but where the scene where the main guy, I want to call him Ryan because that's who he is on the TV show, but when he is handcuffed and he like jumps over the handcuffs. That's
a slick move.
I think the biggest mistake was not having Jason through the entire movie. You know, we've talked about that before, where that just, you know, showing what everyone else sees in the mirror would have been a better choice than, you know, showing the character he's supposed to be in glimpses of Jason once in a while. Because you have one of the coolest looking Jasons, I think, in the whole franchise. You know, that's debatable for some people, but for me, you know, I think it's up there. You know, it's got great gore. You know, it's got one of my favorite kills in the uncut version with that tent scene with the, you know, the signpost and all that stuff. Is brutal, you know. So I mean, it's cool. You know, I just think the whole thing kind of just falls apart, like, you know, over the course of the movie. You know, even the demon stuff and everything is cool, but it's sort of, you're already kind of checked out by that point in the movie, and it can't really save itself, even if there's cool little demon worms running around. I don't know. It just doesn't do it.
Christy, how do you feel?
I think that somehow making it that you be able to see more Jason would fix the movie. I think Mikey fixed the movie.
Where are you?
And she's in a parrot sanctuary.
Are you in a chicken coop? Oh,
no, those are parrots.
You're being stalked.
I know.
No, they're all just staring at me.
That's crazy.
It's really scary. It's actually not.
Tippy Hedren over here.
I know. I actually, the funny thing is I think, again, to defend my 9 rating, I actually feel like I gave this movie a slightly higher ranking just for the first 10 minutes alone, which I think is one of the best, like, introductions to a horror movie, because, like, that whole, like, playing with your expectations of, like, oh, is he behind a mirror now? And then that whole tidbit is great, and up until they blow Jason up, and obviously the movie goes in a different direction, but that first 10-15 minute sequence is just great. All right, so that takes us to number 11. Number 11 with 112 points. So again, there was only 2 points distinguishing this movie and the dead last Jason Goes to Hell, is Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Sorry. So 4 people voted this one dead last, and I was included in those 4 because this is the one that I dread watching the most out of all of them. Really? Yeah, it is. I hate it. And its highest score was 8th place. 3 people gave it 8th place. Derek, you were one of them, and Christy, you were also one of them as well too. And Mikey, you gave it 9th place, so a little bit higher than that. But obviously, you guys liked this one a little bit more than me. Christy, how do you feel about Jason Takes Manhattan?
It's ridiculous. I don't know how they got from Camp Crystal Lake to New York on a boat, but they did.
Yeah, well, you know, now magically the lake is connected to the ocean.
Yeah, but I mean,
tributary.
It's so bad that it was entertaining.
Mikey, how do you feel? Because you ranked this a little lower than Christy did.
It's definitely, I think, the weakest of the straight sequels. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know, because I don't even know if Jason Goes to Hell is an actual sequel. It's just so out of there and weird. But Manhattan, you could basically cut like 75% of the movie out and still have all your best scenes and just watch like a 15-minute little, you know, montage of the cool stuff. There's nothing good in the movie. It's like, you know, it's kids getting on boats in some weird foggy, you know, Vancouver town. Like, it's like, what are we watching here? I don't like any of these kids. You know, there's There's some fun, goofy on the boat disco nonsense. There's some great shots of Kane Hodder actually in Times Square, which is the money shot of the whole movie, if you ask me. Other than that, though, I mean, you don't have much. Worst Jason face reveal of all time. Completely confusing, conceptual, like abstract.
What is that
ending? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't get it. You know what I mean?
It looks like
it's a cheap
Halloween mask. It's so weird.
But then right after they show you the dumbest version of Jason without the mask ever, right when you're thinking, oh, well, I can't get any worse than that, he transforms, like, I don't know, figuratively maybe into a child? I don't know what happens.
It's a confusing thing.
I have actually justified that, as much as I hate this movie, but again, my whole concept of trying to justify continuity, I have justified that in that the only person that sees that is her name Rennie? What the main character girl of that movie? She had been having visions of Jason as the kid, and also she was like forcibly drugged on like heroin or ketamine or whatever they pumped into her.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah. So, and she was the only one that physically saw Jason as a child. So in my mind, in my continuity mind, that whole concept of Jason as a child exists only in her head.
This list was so hard to put together, honestly. I think it's the most solid franchise in horror in terms of sequels, how entertaining they are, how well they kept making a film that kind of worked. And at least for me, the first 8 Paramount 80s Fridays they're their own thing. And I definitely think that Takes Manhattan is the worst of those. But that's why I give it an 8. I mean, everything after Takes Manhattan is just kind of like a mishmash of how bad do you think this really is versus something else. But I definitely think the Paramount movies all are better.
And so now we're at number 10. With 101 points is the remake. The Friday the 13th remake from 2009. 3 people voted this dead last. Mikey and Christy were 2 of those 3. The highest score that it got, somebody gave this 6th place. Derek, you ranked it 10th, and I ranked it 11th, so it was pretty close to being dead last for me. 3 people actually voted this a 7, which is actually where this one kind of came in. This one was kind of funny because it's like people either hated this one or thought it was mediocre. Nobody really thought it was that great, but some people thought it was, I guess, better than the rest. But a lot of people, 3 people, thought that it was the absolute worst. Mikey, why did you give this one dead last?
I think the things I might like about it are also some of the things I don't like about it. Like, for instance, trying to jam the first 3 movies into one movie is almost kind of cool because you sort of see this progression of the Jason character, but at the same time, it's like you don't do any real one of those movies justice, and you just sort of like blast through them as quick as you can to get to Jason action. There's no real development of it, honestly, and the gore is mediocre. I feel like if you're giving me, a Millennium slasher movie, or you're at least going to give me some really cool gore and some awesome kills and some stuff I've never seen before. You barely reveal a Jason at the end of the day. As much as he looked cool, I just, you don't get enough of it, really, to me.
Christy, you also gave it dead last. What about the remake for you stuck out as being worse than the others?
I don't see the point of it. I don't think it was needed. And it was really boring. It was really boring. I don't even really remember it, to be honest with you.
In terms of me ranking it higher, like I said, these rankings for me could change on a dime and day to day, honestly. And if you tell me that somebody's like, this is the worst Friday the 13th, I would say absolutely. I think you get more Friday the 13th in Friday the 13th Part 2 than you do in this remake. It's over and done with. They're like, you killed my son, and then it's moving on, which I didn't really like. But it's a dude in a hockey mask eventually, killing people in the woods, and you're not getting that with some other Friday the 13th movie. So if you want to see a guy in a mask killing people in the woods, I think the remake is giving you more of that than Jason X at any rate.
I've seen this movie 3 times. I saw it the first time that I saw it, like when it came out, like on video. I did not go to the theater for this one. I watched it in order to do my Friday the 13th timeline back when I started the channel. That was only the second time I watched it. And then watching it with Christy for this video was the 3rd time I've seen this movie. And that was just a month ago. And right now, I mean, Mikey, you're talking about the kids and the characters. I can't even think of any of them. I can't even picture any of them in my head. Like, I don't know anybody who was in this movie.
That's why it's so easy to rank, because I can't remember any of those people, so I know they suck. I can't remember any of the kills, so that wasn't good. Like,
Well, then that takes us to number 9. Actually, number 9 had one of the... We're going into the big jump in points now. Here's an interesting thing, and this is going to be for, like, basically just to let you know that the difference in points between number 9 and number 5 is only 16 points. So these next bunch of entries are all really close in points. But number 9 with 86 points is Jason X. Jason X, one person had ranked dead last, and that person was Derek. Its highest score. Are you ready for this? Somebody ranked it as their 3rd favorite Friday the 13th movie. So, what? From 3rd to 12th. I had this ranked very low. I had it as 10th place. Christy had it very low as well in 11th place. And Mikey, you had this ranked out of us, the highest. You had it ranked as 8th place. Interesting thing about this movie, the scores were literally all over the place. Somebody had it as 3rd place. Somebody had it as 4th place. Somebody had it as 5th place. Somebody had it as 6th place. It had, I think, with the exception of 1st and 2nd place, it had an entry in every single slot. So this movie is very divisive. But Derek, you really didn't like this one. What is it about Jason X?
It is just the absolute last thing I want in a Friday the 13th movie. I do not want to see this man in space. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to watch a Sci-Fi Channel movie. I don't want to see him battle people with lasers. I don't want to see him interacting with technology. It's the furthest thing to me from what I love about Friday the 13th. And while I don't think it's a terrible movie, and I don't think there's some enjoyables, like, I get it. I get why somebody might say this is better than 8. This is better than Jason Goes to Hell. This is better than the remake. I get it, but for me, it's the furthest thing from what I want.
Christy, you gave this really low too. This was your 2nd to last. So what about Jason X really stuck out to you as being bad?
I mean, you know, watching these movies, part of the fun about them is that they don't always make sense.
Don't always.
They can be silly.
Never. They never make sense.
Jason going to space, I like, it is just so ridiculous. It doesn't feel like a Jason movie to me. It doesn't feel like anything I want to watch. And Derek, like, hit the nail on the head with, like, Sci-Fi Channel, because that's what it felt like. It's like, what is this? Why is this? Why would you even think of this?
You're telling me that your idea of a Friday the 13th movie is not a robot straddling Jason and saying "giddy up"? Is that what you're saying?
Not at all.
Jason Goes to Space. Like, I don't. That's all you have to say. I don't want to see it. I don't. It wasn't far enough out there that he went to New York. I mean, like, that was far enough. I don't think he needed to travel to space. Like,
send them everywhere.
It's a victim of its own, like, escalation. Like, that's the problem, is you can't, once you go to Manhattan and hell and, you know, where else do you go? And that's one of the reasons why I actually give it a pass, because it's like a lot of other franchises, like, what the hell else are you going to do? And, you know, Hellraiser did it and Leprechaun did it. And, like, it's like, all right, well, let's go check out space now and see what that's all about. At that point, if you're on the 10th movie and it's that ridiculous. It's like, okay, I'm on board. I let's just do it. Like, all bets are off. Let's see what's up. You get me, Jason in space. You give me some David Cronenberg in the middle.
What is he doing? What is Cronenberg doing there?
I don't know. They're trying to get points wherever they can. You know what I mean? And with me,
People
it totally
think this
works.
is legit. It's got David Cronenberg in it. It's gonna be okay.
It works for me. And then he just starts mowing through all these kids. And it does feel goofy, but there are some cool kills that you're never gonna get. In
there are.
on Campground. You know what I'm saying? Or even in Manhattan.
The liquid nitrogen scene will always go down as being probably one of the best kills of the series.
That's a good kill, man.
And this is all before he becomes Uber Jason, which is already now that you've made it this far in the movie. It's like, okay, you can, if you can handle this, let's see if you can handle this curveball and how ridiculous this is. And I'm like,
it's so
okay,
much.
here we go. This is ridiculous, but I mean, it's bad. It is bad. But it's still Kane Hodder. I love Kane Hodder. You know what I mean? I feel like, he does a great job. Uber Jason, as ridiculous it is fun. Some of the throwback things they have to even the rest of the series, like the sleeping bag kill, are my favorite parts of the movie, And even that little hologram, that hologram scene with the sleeping bag is more Friday the 13th than some of the stuff in like 6 or 7 of the movies. You know what I mean?
Remake. You know what I mean? Like, that's a great scene. I like that scene. It's one of the coolest scenes in Jason X.
Well, I'm excited to talk about this next one because this next one for me is actually one that's controversial. But at number 8, and this one was another one that was all over the place with its rankings, with 83 points, so 3 points ahead of Jason X, was Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning. So no one gave this one dead last. No one said that this was their dead last movie. The highest score that it got was second place. Somebody liked this as their second favorite. Of the 4 of us, Derek, you had it ranked the highest. You had it in 5th place. Me, Mikey, and Christy all had it ranked at 6th place. I just want to start off by saying that I think this is a much better Friday the 13th movie than people give it credit for. I think because it's not actually Jason, people get all up in arms and they hate it because, it's not Jason, it's just an ambulance driver. It's just like, okay, so cut that part out of the movie, and it's an awesome Jason movie. Like, it's actually an excellent Friday the 13th movie.
I'm with you, man. I think it's a solid Friday the 13th. Roy kills so many people, more people than Jason at that point. The gore is great. It has a totally coked out 80s feel to it. Reggie the Reckless.
Reggie the Reckless is
I love this movie. I love
steals the movie. And Spider/Demon/whatever you want to call Miguel Nunez in this one. How could you not love a movie that features the great, great sounds of ooh baby, ooh baby, ooh baby, ooh baby, ooh baby.
It's the most believable relationship in cinema history because he's taking his shit in an outhouse and his girlfriend's just hanging out outside singing with him. I mean, that's love.
Christy, how do you feel about Part 5?
And it doesn't bother me. I know it bothers a lot of people that it's not actually Jason, but that part doesn't bother me. I agree with Derek where it feels more like a Jason movie, even though it isn't Jason.
That's my favorite Tommy Jarvis, you know what I mean? In the whole series, basically, even more than Corey Feldman. I think that guy's great. I don't know. I think it's one of your best straightforward Friday movies as far as kills and just Jason-y action. Then, of course, it not being Jason is a problem. I don't necessarily like the idea of it being Roy, but I really wish they would have run with that ending, though, with Tommy Jarvis. Like, that, I mean, that would have been awesome.
I hate that he kung fu fights everybody in this movie except the dude he should kung fu fight. Like, I want to see him karate kick and punch Jason or Roy, but he doesn't. He just beats up on other kids and some hillbillies. But I love it. I love Tommy Jarvis just psycho freaking out on everybody and just so scared of Jason and his memory that he's just keyed up and just punching everything. Love it.
I hate those hillbillies though. Oh man.
With the dirt bike.
Yeah, Christy, that should be a reminder for you. This is the one with the hillbillies.
Oh my God, I just want to know where all the dirt. Where's why is she so dirty? There's no dirt around her. There are a lot of good moments in that one.
Oh, yeah, Violet's all pop locking and
Oh yeah.
Here's some good weird dance. Like 2 Fridays in a row, you get some weird, goofy dancing. I approve.
Good kids, good soundtrack. I mean, yeah.
Overall, a very, I believe, it's too low on this list. It's too low. I think that it should be a little higher.
I totally agree.
But apparently, it's out of our hands. All right, so then that'll take us on to number 7. Number 7 is another movie that I feel is a little bit too low on this list. But number 7, with 71 points, is Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. So one person ranked this at dead last. One person said that this was their least favorite Friday movie. The highest score that it got, 2 people ranked it as third place. I was one of them. Mikey, you had this ranked in 5th place. Derek, you had it 6th place, and Christy, you actually had this out of the 4 of us. You had this ranked at the lowest. You had this ranked at number 9. So what was it about this one, the one with the telekinetic girl that you did not like?
Telekinetic girl. I just thought it was a poorly made movie, like in general. Like I don't know if they ran out of money. I don't know what happened, but
they did.
Even the thing that I remember most about it was at the end when her dad came out and he still looked the same.
But that actually was studio interference, because there's actually like really crappy YouTube footage of the original bit. He was supposed to come out. They had a version of him that was like a skeleton, and then there was another version where he was just like rotted and he kind of looked like a zombie or whatever like that. But the studio complained and said that that they didn't understand what was happening, and they didn't get that it was supposed to be her dad. So they made him reshoot it with just the actor looking like himself.
I would kill, and I'm sure a lot of other fans would kill to see that uncut director's cut that's out there somewhere, and it's still a really violent movie with a lot of great kills and stuff like that. I don't know about the telekinesis and everything like that. It's kind of a goofball story out of left field, trying to somehow, pull something new into the franchise somehow. Like, how do we get this guy out of this lake? I don't really get it, but I can forgive because of how much I love that Jason, how much I love Kane Hodder. I love all the kills. It's like super opportunistic. Anything he picks up just becomes a weapon for the whole movie. And then it's just awesome effect after awesome effect, awesome stunt after awesome stunt. And then the reveal of his face is one of the greatest in the whole franchise for me.
So amazing. I do feel the need to defend my number 3 ranking here, and I guess to explain it a little bit, because I will say that this was my first Friday movie. This was the first one that I can recall seeing, and I've seen it multiple times. I will admit that after rewatching it, like, I definitely think I get it. I get why people don't like it as much, because it's a slower pace. It is a little bit boring until it gets to the telekinetic battle at the ending and everything like that. It was kind of fun to see Jason finally face off against somebody that could actually give as good as they got.
This is a movie I'd like to rank higher, because I actually love Part 7, but when I watched the whole series and the kind of, you let that sort of Friday vibe kind of just wash over you. It's not my favorite Jason, but I think he's the best looking Jason in this. He's imposing. He's like soaking wet the whole time. His spine is exposed. His mask is all cracked. I would like to put this a little bit higher, but I do. I pull back and I put the first 5 ahead of it. But after the first 5, this is my favorite.
Okay, so then that brings us to number 6. And here we go. For the first time ever, we have a tie. 2 movies both got 70 points. I want to point out that these 2 movies got 70 points and New Blood got 71 points. So each one of these movies were basically just 1 point away from the next score up. So, tied at 70 points, Freddy vs. Jason and Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D. So in the case of a tiebreaker, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go to our official tiebreaker for this episode, which is my good friend Jeremy Beitler, who just directed a film called Crossover, which you can check out, I believe, on YouTube. But let's go to him for the winner.
Ooh, a tiebreaker, huh? Okay, between Part 3 or Jason vs. Freddy, I'm going to go with Part 3. And here's why. yes, Jason versus Freddy, it looks really cool. They finally meet up. But man, I was bored to tears. Seriously, almost the whole film. Toward the end it gets good. But mostly it felt like a Nightmare on Elm Street film, not a Friday film. So I go with part 3. Jason gets his iconic mask. And some cheesy fun if you ignore the 3D shots.
So that makes part 6 with 70 points, Freddy versus Jason. No, well, believe it or not, I think you'll be surprised here. No one ranked this movie dead last. 2 people did vote it in 11th place, and I'm looking at them on this screen right now. Derek and Mikey, you guys both gave it 11th place. Its highest score was that 3 people voted it as their number as number 4, and both Christy and I were 2 of those. So obviously, on this panel, we have some very contrasting opinions of this movie. And in terms of talking about the Jason aspect of it, I don't know, the Jason in the cornfield sequence will always forever maybe be one of probably the best Jason sequences that might have ever been put on film. And that stands out as being so strong to me. And oddly enough, even though this feels more like a Nightmare on Elm Street movie in general, like the tone of the film feels more Nightmare, it's Jason's movie. He kills like 90% of the people in the movie. Like, he's the one that kills everybody. Mikey, I know.
mean, maybe in the fact that maybe because he's not as bad as Freddy, he can kind of come out on top. But as far as fans of Jason making this movie, I don't think there are many in the writer's room, considering doesn't really follow much of Jason's past. And at least to me, I thought it was really annoying that he was afraid of water. I thought that was like this, really, like if you got to find a weakness, like you're like really searching for one.
So I'm actually gonna defend the Jason and water thing, because I think like just plain as you watch it in the movie, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. But I can rationalize it in the essence of the only time that you ever see Jason afraid of the water. Like, they never show Jason afraid of the water in the actual film. The only time you see him is in his deep subconscious. And I've kind of like intended that to be like, look, he's not actually afraid of the water. It's just Jason found the one thing that's in his mind and his memory as the thing that's actually been like something that has hurt him. And like that childlike aspect of Jason that's still there was hurt by water. He drowned. He died. And that, I think there's that subconscious memory of that. I got it from that point. Do I think it totally works? No. But I can rationalize it, I guess, in my head.
Yeah, you're right. That scene in the cornfields, the coolest scene they're giving you in that movie. And Jason does, he's on fire. And he's throwing a flaming machete, and he's slashing this kid, slashing that kid. I mean, it's the coolest thing the movie offers. But again, it's so slick. I don't like the whole concept of putting them together to fight.
And I love that cornfield scene also. I think it might be the standalone only scene in the whole movie that I actually enjoy, except the fact that the climax of that scene is a CG machete through the neck or something. Like some CG thing comes through the fat kid's neck. And I'm like,
yeah,
that's how you're going to end this scene? CG fire and machetes flying around.
Well, Christy, you gave it a higher ranking. So what is about this one that you really liked?
I did not expect to like it. Probably out of all of the movies I had, maybe besides Jason Goes to Space, I had like the lowest expectations for, and I found it entertaining. I thought it was fun. It made me interested in Freddy, which may be also a sign that it's more of a Freddy movie than a Jason movie. But I just thought it was entertaining. It was different, and crossovers are normally not something I'd ever want to watch. I just don't think that they're needed ever for any type of movie, but this one worked for me. I don't know. It was fun.
All right, so then the other part of that tiebreaker then, also at 70 points, making it number 5, then is Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D.
This one, the lowest score that it had was 9th place, so its lowest score was still pretty decent. It had one person give it 2nd place, and that was Derek. I gave it 8th place, Mikey gave it 4th, and Christy gave it 7th. Personally, I enjoy it, but after watching part 1 and part 2, especially when you watch them all within a time frame, with the exception of introducing the hockey mask, I really just felt like I was watching the same movie that I'd already just watched twice. Derek, you obviously loved this one a lot more than that. Why is this one so high for you?
Typically, this is a movie that I've just I don't really care about Friday the 13th, so part 3, sort of the way you were saying, but what you just said was when you watch them all in a row, which is what I did the other night just to kind of, put them all fresh in my mind, and I watched 1, 2, 3 right in a row, and I was surprised by how much more I actually liked part 3 than the other 2 movies. And it's something about Jason. This is my favorite Jason. I love the way he looks in this. He's this awkward, like deformed, strange, like all his movements and his mannerisms are weird. He's discombobulated. He's not like, he's threatening, but in like a scary, I don't know what this thing is or what it's gonna do way. And his whole fight with Chris at the end, I absolutely love, and I think it's a lot better than the similar scene from the other 2 movies. I mean, I love that theme, the hot ice theme. The 3D is a little, it's distractingly annoying, which is a thing I used to not like about it. Like, they're putting dumb stuff in your face the whole movie. But yeah, I don't know what it was. I was just really feeling part 3 the other night. I was like, man, I gotta at least, I gotta bump it ahead of 2 at any rate. But I get it if somebody doesn't really care for it.
Well, Christy, this was one that in terms of talking about caring for it, that you did not care for as much as the others. Although you had it ranked decently, you had it somewhere in the middle. You had it as number 7. What about 7? What about 7? Do you recall as either liking or not liking?
Which one is this?
This is the one with where they go into town and there's like the gang people that follow them into town and everything.
Oh yeah, you know what? Honestly, this one was so forgettable to me. Obviously. No, I didn't like the. Yeah, no, this one was really boring to me.
But Mikey, obviously, this one is one that you like, because you had it ranked as 4th place, pretty close to its official ranking. So, what about this one? Is it for you that you like?
I do like his face off with some of the characters, and even though a lot of those, they have to always add those extra characters, bikers, punks, random hillbillies. Like, there's got to be some of that. But it does it in, I guess, a subtle enough way where it's like you're not rolling your eyes and like hating every second of it. I love Shelley. I love that character. He's one of my favorite kids. I think 3 has some of my favorite kids, just in the fact that they're all pretty believable. And then the ultimate, scare ending, I think is kind of genius by flipping it with Pamela. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, that's cool. But it has literally my favorite sequence in any Friday the 13th movie, which is right before his mom comes out for that quick gag, when she wakes up in the boat and looks up at the house, and he is in the window, and he looks the way he looks with the blood on his face, and he's just like smiling and going at the window. It's horrifying. It's the most horrifying thing in a Friday the 13th movie. And then he comes down and he busts through the door and he's just coming at her.
All the movies too have these little snapshots, these iconic images that you remember because they were in Fangoria, or they were like part of the Fangoria like trading card series or something like that. And that axe in the head with the
dude, I love it.
It might be the like quintessential image of Jason, and it's maybe it was a play at the 3D thing at the time, and maybe it worked so much better at the time in the theater with the glasses on. But yeah, I still watch that, and I just that scene is so awesome.
All right, so now we move on to the top 4, and here we go. Another big shock here. We have another tie. 4th place and 3rd place is also a tie. And just to show you our jump in points here, Part 6 and fifth place and sixth place were tied at 70 points. Third place and fourth place are tied with 45 points each. So there's a pretty big jump, and obviously these movies both got a lot of really good low ratings here. But they are the original Friday the 13th, the classic one that kicked it all off, and Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, both at 45 points. Once again, I'm going to the tiebreaker, and let's ask Jeremy which of these two that he feels is the better Friday the 13th movie.
Oh, so tiebreaker. Okay. Well, this one is easy for me. So you got Part 1. Yes, started the franchise. And then Jason Lives. Look, I know Part 1 started the franchise, but not my cup of tea. Kind of boring, really doesn't go anywhere, and mom pops up out of nowhere and is the killer. Anyway, it has some moments, but now, Jason Lives. Come on, zombie Jason. It's where it all starts going crazy. The lightning strike, just everything. And also, I really dug the humor. So, there you go. Jason Lives.
Which means number 4 is the original Friday the 13th with 45 points. Great ranking. It had its lowest score. Somebody did rank it in 10th place. Somebody had it ranked in 10th place. Its highest score that it got, 3 people ranked it as the number 1 movie. Mikey, Christy, and Derek, all 3 of you guys ranked it as the number 1 on this
You're
list.
the only 3, though?
You were the only 3, yes, yeah.
That's weird.
I actually ranked it 7th place. Because I'm not a fan of the original. I know that you kind of have to take a look at it historically, but when you're not looking at it historically, it's a boring movie. Not a lot happens. It takes way too long to get going. You have this sort of murder mystery, and then you're gonna say, "Who done it? Who done it? Who done it?" Oh, this lady. Wait, you've never met her before.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird.
I felt cheated and robbed by that, and it just always knocks it down. I think it is a very well-made movie. I don't think it's a bad movie. I think it's hard to call it a bad movie. It's just in terms of a Friday the 13th movie, I just don't find it as interesting as I found some of the others. So it just ranks a little lower to me.
I mean, I rank it number 1 for its historical value, I guess you could say. I mean, it starts the whole thing off. I like that it's his mom. I don't know if I'm like alone in that. And I feel like, isn't it like one of the first slasher films like ever?
There was definitely slasher movies that came before it.
What really sticks with me about the first movie is that atmosphere that it creates. It has this really wooden Northeast camp vibe to it that the other movies, even 2, completely just like falls to the wayside in a way that's kind of sad, I think. It's such a rich, scary location and such a cool horror location, and nothing captures it quite like the first movie. But not that withstanding, I love Pamela. I love that whole sequence after she's revealed. She's great. She plays it so crazy and so unnerving. But Alice is kind of a letdown. So mostly it's just, I think it's an important movie in the terms of horror and in terms of slash, and I think it has the most atmosphere for me, and I love that atmosphere, that camp.
I just think like that is the most important part of Jason's history. You know what I mean? I loved that as a kid because I'm a certain age to go backwards and find out the true origins of Jason, and that was the biggest problem with people, and that was even the biggest confusion with people who had never seen the original. I mean, even use it in the Scream movie, that whole joke as like, oh, no, it wasn't Jason, wasn't the killer, that whole thing. I mean, I like the idea of like, what if this never got a franchise? Like, what if there wasn't a part 2 or a part 3? You go back and you see this movie and it fits perfectly in line with all these other kind of cool, late 70s, early 80s vibe movies where it's like, man, that was weird. What was that one about? Oh, is this lady kills everybody on Friday the 13th because of her son? And I have a connection to it that made the nostalgia factor even heavier because my dad knew Harry Manfredini and he sang in the original movie. So, Harry did the score. So that was always a big thing. I remember being a little kid and knowing that my father worked on this movie, but I wasn't allowed to watch it, and then I was seeing commercials about, part 7 or part 8, and I knew what Jason was, and I finally saw those movies, but I eventually had to go back and see the original, and then that's kind of cool, for our generation is to have Jason and his whole history, it's just cool.
Then that takes us on to number 3 then, which would be the other part of this tie. At also 45 points is Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives. The lowest rank that this one got, somebody ranked this number 11. So somebody really does not like this movie. The highest score that it got, 3 different people ranked this as their number 1. And I was one of them. Christy, you had this ranked fairly high as well, too. You had this in 3rd place. And Mikey and Derek, you guys both had this in 7th place. I know I had this ranked as my number 1 because for me, this will always kind of be my quintessential Friday movie. I just really think that it is a Friday the 13th movie. It's just about Jason killing kids in the woods. But I think that they took a concept 6 movies in, and just by adding that kind of oddball sense of humor aspect to it, and the fact that it didn't take itself overly seriously, but then it still kind of did.
Isn't this the first time he's like supernatural?
Yep.
Isn't this when they dig him up and he gets
debatable
computed?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that part. That was my favorite part, that they switched it into that realm. I like the Tommy stuff, the impact that Jason's made on him.
I totally agree with everything you're saying about Part 6. And I think it's necessary after, fan reaction to Part 5 to kind of go in this direction with it. To me, it feels like Diet Friday the 13th. Like, it's everything you like about Friday the 13th, but palatable and fun and kind of, it's like a Friday the 13th greatest hits. Like, I don't know what's going on in 6, but 6 doesn't really do it for me. I get why it's so popular. I'm not surprised that it's ranked that high on this list. Everybody really seems to like Part 6, but it's just a Friday that just kind of, I like it, but I don't know.
The biggest problem I have with Part 6 is the departure from comic relief into almost borderline parody. And this is my huge problem with horror in general. Like, I always thought it was fun to laugh at the unintentional camp of horror movies, especially slasher movies. But when you start like specifically purposefully injecting it, it sort of undid the entire genre for me over time, because that's what horror movies became. It was like, and we got to throw this in, and where it's no longer comic relief from how gnarly everything else is with the gore and horror of it, but it's just sort of this kind of like, well, this is all sort of goofy, right? I mean, we're all just kind of giggling at this, right? And as far as Jason, he looks kind of cool. The hockey mask is okay, but he's a little bit goofy with his gloves and his
like the
goofy
belt.
little utility belt. Yeah.
He honestly looks way too clean for having just gotten out of a grave, right? Like, all that shit looks new. It looks like he just bought it at REI and he's just stomping around through the grave. It's like, dude, didn't you just come out of a grave? Like, I don't know.
I'm going to pause for a second. Chris, is she okay?
Yeah, this is her contribution to the
Oh, okay.
Jason?
session. She just ran this over. Maybe who is this? Oh, it's Stella Bibu? Oh, it's her. It's a self-portrait.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Okay, here we are now, the final 2. So number 2, with no more ties here. Actually, number 2 by nature, with 40 points, is Friday the 13th Part 2. That's right, the original sequel, the lowest score that it got. Somebody ranked it number 7. That was the lowest that it got. Was 7th place. The highest score that it got, somebody did rank it as number 1. There did have a number 1 in there. I ranked it number 5. Christy, you ranked it 5th as well. Mikey, you ranked it number 2, which is where it's slotted. And Derek, you had it ranked number 3.
Like, now that we're talking about it, I feel like I should have ranked it higher.
Yeah.
Because I don't like it. I mean, besides the beginning, I don't like the beginning when he goes
With Alice, when he goes back and gets Alice.
Yeah, that felt kind of weird.
Well, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, there's no way to logically parse how that happens.
But I don't remember the girl's name, but I did like the final girl. They just kind of sort of like mentioned, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, at the bar where she's just like, yeah, I'm a psychology major. And then at the ending, like, she knows to act like his mom. You know what I mean? I liked how it wasn't just like in your face.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot to love. There's a lot to love in there. I mean, you got the guy. I know I'm gonna mess his name up, but is it Ted? Is Ted the guy that decides to stick around at the bar and ends up saving his own life just because he didn't feel like leaving the bar?
Yeah. I honestly think it's a much more solid horror film that's much better made than the original. Like I said, Ginny's a great final girl. Her battle with Jason's great. I like Jason's look with the burlap sack, as completely lifted as that element is, and many elements in this movie are kind of lifted from other horror movies, maybe making it so successful in its presentation. But I mean, I love part 2. If it's your favorite Friday, I totally get it.
Yeah, I think the reason 1 and 2 are so high on my list is a nostalgia thing, but also, you know, I think they need to be kind of recognized because I think they're good horror movies. And if they didn't have all this Jason behind them, if let's say, again, you know, not to keep bringing this up, but let's say 2 was the last Friday the 13th. I mean, they would be this perfect little pair of movies, but it's just really real. It's a real horror movie. You know, I think it's really scary. They go, you know, pretty heavy with some elements like her urinating under the bed and stuff like that. That used to scare the shit out of me. And then the visual of Pamela Voorhees' head is pretty gnarly, you know, and you always kind of remember that. And then, of course, the vision of his altar to her later in the movie is like, you know, that's pretty awesome. Just straight horror goodness, you know.
Speaking of being up there on the list, we are now at number 1. So the number 1 movie, I guess by process of elimination, you should be able to figure this out. But it actually won by a pretty strong margin. It actually only had 23 points, so it's a pretty low ranking. Pretty low number to be hitting. And that movie is Friday the 13th, Part 4, The Final Chapter. The lowest rank that this movie had was 4th place. 2 people ranked it as 4th place. Derek, you were one of those 2. The highest rank that it had, 4 people ranked it in 1st place. None of us ranked it 1st place, but 4 people did rank it at 1st. I ranked it as 2nd place. Krista, you also had it ranked as 2nd place, and Mike, you had it ranked as 3rd. So all 4 of us thought very highly of this movie. So none of us ranked it anywhere out of a 4. And obviously, this is a very well-loved movie because nobody on this list gave it higher than 4th place. So obviously, there's a lot to love here. Derek, you gave this one a 4, which...
I can't believe I ranked this the lowest out of everybody. I love Friday the 13th Part 4. And I'm the lowest guy at 4th place. That's crazy. It's got great gore. You got Corey Feldman, Crispin Glover. The kids are great. It really, I mean, you could argue, I think, that Part 3 really is the first, like, Friday the 13th movie moving forward. And this just kind of amps that vibe up 100% and gives you what I think everybody really wants in a Friday the 13th movie. But to me, it takes it a bit out of the woods. It puts it in these houses. But again, if this is your favorite Friday the 13th movie, I totally understand because this movie rules.
I want to slightly correct you there, though, because you said as a plus for this movie that it has Crispin Glover. But I think what you meant to say was it has Crispin Glover dancing. I think that's what you had meant to say.
I can completely understand it as a number 1. I feel like most people that are fans of this whole franchise are fans of this sort of an 80s vibe of slasher movies and stuff, and I think this is the one that really brings it into the 80s. And I know they're all technically 80s, but there's something about early 80s movies that feel a little late 70s, and then all of a sudden mid 80s it just becomes 80s. And I love that, and I love the return of Savini. You have some of the best, you know, makeup effects in in the whole franchise. I love Tommy Jarvis, that character.
So let me interject here because I need to ask this question, and I know that this is the second time that we've had to shoot this video, and I asked this in the first time we did it because to me this is an important question. And Rob gets killed in the basement of the house, and as Jason is stabbing him to death, he is screaming, "He's killing me! He's killing me!" Now my question to you guys is that silly or is it really disturbing? Because I am completely creeped out by that.
I'm with you, man. I think that's a weird thing to say, but it makes sense. Like, I feel like it's what I would say if somebody was. I'd be like, he's stabbing me. Like, I would just be very obvious about it. So I do think it's creepy. It freaks me out.
I think it's one of those things where, like, you kind of chuckle at the beginning because it's so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And you're like, but it is terrifying. I did want to bring up, I thought one of the most interesting things that we talked about when we talked about it the first time, and Mikey, I know you mentioned it, was just how much everybody liked the introduction of Tommy as the character and how he's in the masks and cool things like that. I don't know. I like that part of the conversation.
I mean, that was me pretty much. You know what I mean? Like I think a whole generation of kids saw themselves in Tommy Jarvis' shoes. You know, they were like, oh man, he's like making masks and he's reading Fangoria magazine and he's into
I'd say he's,
you know what I mean?
Making masks. He's got like a fully functioning fiberglass underskull for an animatronic. Like, what kid is producing this level of quality special effects? It's like completely unrealistic. I love it. I'm not complaining about it.
And I think one thing we got to talk about when we talk about this movie too is the fact that it was supposed to be the final chapter, and I will always love the fact that they took your villain, they took a machete, they jammed it into his face and then have him fall onto the machete, pushing it even further into his face. It was the best way to just be like, look, he's dead. He's dead. Well, so that's our list. Let's recap that really quick here. So first place, number 1, part 4, the final chapter. Very, very deserving of that spot. Number 2, part 2. Baghead Jason taking number 2. Part 3, number 3 and 4 were a tie, but ultimately Friday the 13th, part 6, Jason Lives took the 3rd place spot, whereas the original film took the 4th place spot. We had another tie again. That was the tiebreaker was given, and number 5 ended up being Friday the 13th, part 3 in 3D, and number 6 was Freddy vs. Jason. Number 7 was number 7, Friday the 13th, part 7 took spot 7. Number 8 was Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning. Number 9, Jason X. Number 10, The Remake. Number 11, Jason Takes Manhattan. And finally, in dead last, Jason Goes to Hell. That's the list. If you agree with it or don't agree with it, I want to hear about it. You can put the answers down below in the comments of what you thought and which you think is the best or which ones you think would be dead last. If you completely disagree and you want to have a hand in future episodes that you can kind of give your ranking, just go to patreon.com/movietimelines, become a patron of the channel, because the patrons are allowed to vote and contribute to the dead last rankings. So you can do so. I do want to thank my guests. I want to thank Christy. I want to thank Mikey, and I want to thank Derek for helping us out here with giving us your lists as well, and for giving us your insights as to where these movies are. And we'll hopefully see you guys in some future installments. I know you'll be a part of our next installment, which will be the ranking of the the ranking of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. A video that we've actually already shot, so there won't be any delays, guys. That one will actually be coming out, so it's in the can. But I want to thank you guys. So let me know down below, give them the comments, do the whole liking, subscribing, do all that good stuff. Check out the patrons here. These patrons do contribute to the channel, and even if they didn't give a ranking, they have contributed and helped this channel keep going. And that's about it. Thank you very much for watching this video, and we'll see you very shortly for another one. Thanks, guys.
Friday the 13th. So you might be saying, hey, didn't he do this already? And the answer is yes. I covered the Friday series in my very first timeline video 5 years ago today. Problem is, the green screen sucks. The sound is terrible. Script is mediocre. My performance is... well, okay, I was actually pretty good. But the truth is that I hate watching it, and I think it's lacking some of the insights that my more recent stuff has. So I'm revisiting it, so let's see if this series' continuity holds up, and also my previous timeline. So we go all the way back to 1980 with the original Friday the 13th, directed by Sean S. Cunningham, who had previously come off of directing a few family-friendly comedies, and the film kicks off back in 1958 at the now iconic Camp Crystal Lake, as a pair of camp counselors are murdered. We then jump to what it says is Friday, June 13th in the present day, which does line up with where those dates fell in 1980, so that's potentially our year. Bouncing ahead 22 years from the intro. And hold on a minute, have I really seen this movie like 20 times and never noticed Irwin Keyes before? Ralph sets the mold for Harbinger characters.
It's got a death curse.
And this trucker tells us that a little boy drowned there in 57, 1 year before the intro scene, and that there were a bunch of fires in 62. We meet our crew at the camp, including Boss Steve, Plucky Alice, and Val McKee. And the killing begins, and Jesus Christ, I am watching this on a 60-inch TV in 1080p, and Kevin's bacon is just staring at me. That night, a storm moves in, as does our killer, picking off the crew one by one, including the now famous bacon skewer. Pretty soon, Alice is the final girl and is confronted by the film's main suspect, or a character that we've never seen or even heard of up until this point, Pamela Voorhees, played by film legend Betsy Palmer. After some tussling, Alice gets the upper hand and manages to cut off Pamela's head, much to the chagrin of her surprisingly manly hands. And just when you think that it's all over and done, the drowned boy Jason pops up out of the lake to drag her down. But it's all a dream. Or is it? Well, a sequel was rushed into production, and a little less than a year later, 1981 gave us Friday the 13th Part 2, which starts off with Alice still suffering some PTSD from her ordeal. She finds Pam Pam's head in the fridge and is quickly killed off by Jason. Seeing as how the head isn't completely rotted away, we have to assume that this is a short time after. Next, we meet our new group of counselors, and we find out that they're at Camp Packanack, that's also on Crystal Lake, but it's not Camp Crystal Lake. And when Paul tells the story of Jason and says that Alice disappeared 2 months later after the events of the first film. So our prologue was just 2 months later, so like August of 80. And then he says that that was 5 years ago, which would place this film in 1985 then, earlier in the year, since they're getting ready for the summer camp season. Ralph is back, but not for long, as it appears that there's another killer on the loose, although where the hell does he come from? We don't see anyone pass on this side, so Jason's on the other side of this tree already, and Ralph just, I guess, doesn't see him. A portion of them head into town while several stay behind, and the killings begin, including the infamous wheelchair chop and the old double impalement. And Jason is revealed for the first time in this series outside of a dream, and he's sporting a bag head and overalls, looking vaguely like he would dread sundown or something. Should note that he's smaller than you would expect as well, as he's only slightly smaller than Paul here, and pretty soon Ginny is the only one left. And there's this whole rat sequence, and I guess some people think that this is the rat peeing and not Ginny. I mean, how much pee do you think that a rat has in it, people? Plus, I don't think enough people think about the notion that Ginny is now running around for the whole rest of the movie in pee-soaked pants. She finds Jason's cabin, which seems awful close to the camp, so it sure seems weird that no one has noticed it before, and Pammy's head is there. They get the drop on the big guy, burying a machete into his shoulder, but he bursts through the window with his mangled face and long flowing tresses, but it seems like that may have been a dream. As the next morning, Ginny is okay, but Paul is missing, a situation that I discussed in my Unanswered Questions video. A third entry came out the following year in 1982 with the simply titled Friday the 13th Part 3, which was released in 3D to cash in on the 3D craze at the time, and picks up immediately after the last one left off, with Jason crawling away, which would possibly reinforce that the ending of the last one was a dream. We then get that awesome disco score, and a news report telling us that Ginny was taken to the hospital today. So we're set the day after Part 2, so we're still in 1985. We see Jason in the overalls for a second among laundry, insinuating that this is where he got his change of clothes for the movie, which I believe is the only time in the series that his outfit changes are explained. We meet our new group of teens, including Discount Tommy Chong and Goofball Shelley, and this group ain't counselors, they're just going to party at Higgins Haven, old vacation house of Chris here, who was last here 2 years ago. They go to a store and every single magazine here is from 1982, which I guess is possible, but only if we place the first film back in 1977, but June didn't have a Friday the 13th then, and it's not possible that it's only 2 years later since the last film had multiple people say that there was a 5-year difference between it and the first film. So just chalk it up to a small town store that's in the middle of nowhere really, and has old magazines in stock. Jason kicks things off by taking out a biker gang, and Chris remembers a previous encounter with Jason in the woods 2 years ago, which would have been 1983 then, and Shelley says what a large portion of the internet apparently thinks.
Being a jerk is better than being a nothing.
No, not really. Really not really. Jason makes his first appearance in the iconic hockey mask, and it's crazy to think that for a series that's so intertwined with the image of that mask that it doesn't even show up until a full hour into the third movie. There's a Fangoria magazine that shows up that's dated from 1981, which I'm assuming was just brought at that same store with the outdated issues. And soon, Chris is our final girl, and she has an extended face-off with Jason, who reveals his face, and he's somehow lost his curly locks and shaved his head, and his face is mildly different, but I guess sometime over the last day or two, he shaved? It's also possible that the ending of Part 2 is just a dream, and since that was the only place that we saw his face, it's not an accurate representation of what he looked like, and it's just Ginny's dream distortion of it, and this is his actual look. Chris also has a dream involving zombie Pamela, but is ultimately rescued by police, leaving Jason's dead body in the barn. 2 years later, in 1984, the series ended with Friday the 13th, the final chapter, which again picks up immediately after the last one left off, just a little later in the evening, so this is still early 85 as the series almost catches up to its time jump. Of course, Jason's not dead and wakes up to start killing people, and we meet the Jarvis family, including Teddy Duchamp, and there's a new group of teens headed up to the cabin for a party, and Willard's here, as is Hilly, and they drive by a small cemetery that has a pretty illuminating tombstone. First of all, we see that Pamela was killed in 1979, changing the date for the first movie, even though June 13th wasn't on a Friday that year, but it's pretty likely that the films just exist in a universe in which it was. That actually shifts our 5-year jump for parts 2, 3, and 4 to 1984, which actually makes this film in real time. The other thing to note here is that Pam was only 49 years old when she died, which is younger than I thought she would have been, although Betsy Palmer was only 53 years old when they shot the first film. They meet backpacker Rob, and then it happens. The dance scene to end all dance scenes. I don't have a joke for that. I mean, what What could I even say that wouldn't be upstaged just by showing it? Killings begin with Jason popping up from the lake at one point, the lake that he willingly went into to ambush someone because he's not afraid of the water, and then killing Crispin and, well, everyone else. But then Rob throws things into disarray as he's looking for his sister Sandra, who was the girl from the double impalement in part 2, but that doesn't make sense. Let's say she died on Friday. That means that Ginny being taken away in the ambulance was the next morning on Saturday. The events of part 3 take place over 2 days, so Saturday and Sunday, and ending on Monday morning. That means that this one picks up on late Monday, and the bulk of this film takes place on Tuesday. So that means that Rob found out that his sister was killed, found all these articles about a killer that he just found out about like 2 days ago, and then came up here and has been searching around. I mean, I guess it's possible, but he makes it sound like his sister was killed a long time ago and not like 4 days ago. Gordon the dog makes his great escape. He lives. I don't care what you think. Gordon lives. And seriously, look at all these articles. I mean, there's a newspaper retrospective on the cafe owners from part 3. That was 3 days ago in this universe, and yet the article is all yellowed. Rob has his "he's killing me" moment, and soon it's just Tommy and Trish left, and they unmask Jason, who has a bit of a different look again, but not drastically different than the last film, and Tommy gives the big guy the old machete headache, chopping him up for good measures. Although it's pretty clear that he's been pretty traumatized by the events, and that's it. Jason's dead, and that was the final chapter. Except, of course, that it wasn't, and literally less than 1 year later, this series continued in 1985 with Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, which kicks off with young Tommy returning in what is ultimately revealed to be a dream. And quite a while has passed, as Tommy is much older now, and John Shepard was actually 24 years old at the time of shooting, but Tommy is probably supposed to be younger. He was transferred to Pinehurst, a facility for troubled teens, and we're told that he was 12 in the previous film. And there's some confusing paperwork here that shows treatments ranging back to 1982, and there's some dates that appear to possibly show 1976 or 78 on it, and the latest date that I see is 7/85. But we're not looking at a complete record here, so it's possible that the more recent treatments aren't included here, like they're on the next page or something. It's also possible that Tommy was under medication before the incident, seeing as how he seemed somewhat hyperactive, so it's possible that he was seeing a doctor for quite a while, and it's also possible that these dates are wrong, considering the sheer number of misspellings here. I mean, it says decoders twice. We meet Dudley before that bicycle shop guy got to him, and the group of kids at the house, including another Voorhees of the Debbie Sue variety, and the dirty hillbillies that live nearby. Why are they so dirty? When one of the kids is murdered, one of the ambulance drivers gets this look. I mean, that's suspicious, right? They even gave him like a little spooky tone. And then someone is killing people, and Tommy has upgraded his bad attitude. They state that Jason was cremated, and then the scene that Wolfie's Just Fine wrote a whole damn song about happens, and we meet Reggie's brother Demon, played by the amazing Miguel Nunez, who really should have had a bigger career. Like, he's done really well for himself, and he's been in a lot of things, but I always felt like he should have been bigger. And I mean, listen to this sweet, sweet singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby.
Hey, baby, hey, baby.
Ooh, baby, ooh, baby. Plus, I quote the great Micah Rotella when I say get yourself a woman who sings to you while you're in the outhouse pooping out some enchiladas. There's a quick flash of this calendar that doesn't show a year, but we can see that it's apparently October, and the dates line up with those of 1985. But again, we're in a world where dates don't line up with ours, because if they did, then only 1 year has passed since the last film, and Tommy didn't have that strong of a growth spurt. Pretty much everyone is killed off, including the robot, and Jason finally shows up wearing a new outfit and mask with blue stripes instead of red. Also, it should be pointed out that this is the first film in which Jason just walks everywhere instead of running after people, and Reggie unleashes the canary cry. Tommy and Jason face off, leading to an impalement and the revelation that the killer is Roy, the ambulance driver. We end in the hospital with Tommy seemingly taking up the mask, and almost every site I searched listed this as being 5 years later and giving Tommy's age as 17, but there's nothing in the film to denote this, and I couldn't find an official source for that information. But there's nothing in here to refute that either, so that's what we're going to roll with, placing this film in 1989. Another year passes, and in 1986, we get the return of the real deal with Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives. Tommy is back, recast into Freddy, along with Horseshack, and somehow they have Jason's mask. They've escaped from an institution, so Tommy's still not well, but clearly didn't go full Jason, so obviously some time has passed since the last film. They go to Jason's grave and dig him up, and a bolt of lightning restores him to life, rotted out face and all, and Tommy ends up in jail. The sheriff says that the family was attacked years ago, but not how many, but also says that Crystal Lake was renamed Forest Green, somewhere in that 5-year gap between 4 and 5. So, the original script of the film gives Tommy's age as 18 years old. So if we're assuming that he was 17 in the last one, this is 1 year later, making it now 1990, 4 years ahead of the release date. And it's in the early part of the summer, since kids are arriving at the camp. The first time that we actually see children there. So if Part 5 was in October, this is actually more like 6 months later or so. And here's a fun fact. The actor playing Jason in the paintball scene is different than the rest of the film because it was the first thing that they shot, and between casting and shooting, the actor gained quite a bit of weight, which is why Jason looks a little chunky right here. They didn't like how it looked in the dailies, so the actor was fired and replaced with CJ Graham. I should also point out that the lightning blast seems to have restored Jason's outfit as well, even giving him new gloves, so that's some tricky lightning. And they say it's Friday the 13th, and there was one in both April and July of 1990, although I think we've already established that this universe's calendar doesn't match up with ours. And eventually, everyone is killed off, leaving only Tommy and Megan to deal with Mr. V. Tommy manages to chain Jason to the bottom of the lake, and he takes an outboard motor to the neck, and Tommy leaves the series. So, two things are possible here. Either the motor to the neck was enough to actually kill Jason for once, or being stuck and drowned kills him, because I have no clue why, if he's not actually dead, he doesn't just lift the chain from around his neck. To anyone in my last video who defended Jason saying that he's not an idiot, just know that he's not smart enough to figure out how to do this. Even though his box office was dropping, they kept pumping him out, and 2 years later, in 1988, the series continued with Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, which is where our timeline goes completely wonky. This one starts with Jason still in the bottom of the lake, now sporting a different outfit, so someone was nice enough to swim down there and give him a change of clothes, which was nice, and then shows us young Tina, and this is important since it shows us the lake first, and then Tina. So the opening scene is definitely after the first film. It's October 13th now, so this part is probably a few months after the last one, and the opening is set in 1990. We don't know Tina's age, but the actress was 9 at the time of filming, although that's not official or anything, and she apparently has some Jean Grey in her, and accidentally kills her dad. The film then jumps, and Tina is quite a bit older now, although they never say exactly how much time has passed, and Lar Park Lincoln was 26 at the time, but she's obviously playing younger. They go back to the old house, and the area has been switched back to being called Crystal Lake, so I guess the Forest Green name just didn't stick, and Bernie's here looking very alive for now. There's a group of kids across the way, and Tina's trying to control her powers. Now, again, several online sources, including the official Friday the 13th site, gives Tina's ages as 10 and 17, even though director John Carl Buechler has stated Jason was underwater for 10 years or more. But in the interest of keeping the time gap down a bit, let's roll with the 7-year gap, which actually places this one in 1997, almost a decade after the film was released. Nothing really looks very 90s here, but it's a remote country town, so styles are a bit behind, right?
So he goes, let me see your ID. So I go, well, I left it at home. And he goes, you have to go and get it. So I go, okay, and I go.
Tina accidentally resurrects Jason, and she sees him, but oddly, even though they've made it clear that Jason's exploits have been widely reported on, and, I mean, you'd figure that he'd be infamous in that area, she isn't able to identify him. Remake Tom is here, and there's a calendar on the wall that's pretty impossible to make out, but I can at least see the month, and it says May, so we're set in the May of 97 then. Jason starts the killing, including the infamous sleeping bag scene, and here's where I point out that this is the first appearance of Kane Hodder in the role, giving us an angrier, more aggressive Jason than we've seen before.
Eddie, where are you going?
To take a cold shower. I got a date with the soap on a rope.
What? Is this some sort of technique that I'm unaware of? Where's that soap gonna go, Eddie?
He wipes out all the partiers, soon leaving only Tina and Nick left, and I hate that his eyes are clearly covered here, like what's in front of his eyes. I guess Tina hates them too because she just destroys his mask, unveiling my favorite Jason face, and eventually Tina uses her powers to raise up her astonishingly unrotted dad to pull Jason back down under the lake. Even though the series was not as profitable as it once was, another entry appeared 1 year later with 1989's Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, which starts with shots of New York and a big Batman logo in Times Square, which would have been appropriate for 1989, but not 1997, when we're assuming that this movie would take place, unless it's advertising Batman and Robin, I guess. We're back on the lake, although for the first time we see people with a boat on it besides a little raft or something. And then this guy talks about Jason, saying he drowned around 30 years ago, although at this point it would have been around 40 years, and he also talks as if he didn't just kill a bunch of people, so some time has passed between the last film and this one. The big guy is brought back to life, and Boat Dude happens to have an exact replica of Jason's mask, and Kane is back, becoming the first actor to play Jason twice. There's a graduating class of the teen from a school on Crystal Lake, the first we've heard of a large school there, and there's a full yacht on the lake. Having a graduating class means that it's like May or June, so we'd probably be 1 year after the last film then, so 1998. Jason gets on their ship, and look at this, did you ever realize that Crystal Lake was this big, and that it's linked to an ocean? Everything looks 80s, from the clothes to this camcorder, but again, a small town, I guess small town that has a yacht. Rennie here has visions of a young, undeformed Jason, and Lady Deathstrike is here, and Jason starts killing everyone, including the captain with the back of the knife and not the blade somehow. And soon there's just a couple of kids left, but in the beginning there were a whole bunch of people, so is the insinuation that Jason killed all of these people? I know it's off screen and all, but that's one of the higher body counts in one of these things. They try to fix the boat.
He's a son of a captain, for Christ's sakes.
Yes, the genetic trait of, being a captain.
A few of them escape the boat, and over an hour into the movie called Jason Takes Manhattan, they finally arrive in New York City. After some random encounters on the street of a surprisingly Vancouverish city, mostly in back alleyways and such, they end up in Times Square, and The Horror Show is out, but that also came out in 1989 in our universe, but I guess 1998 in this one. Jason fights his future self, and they all end up in the sewer, and the mask comes off, revealing this Halloween mask. And then there's the nightly flushing of the New York sewers with toxic waste, and that's totally a real thing that happens. Yep, All you viewers that live out in the country, you should know that all big cities run big rivers of toxic waste in their sewers every single night. It changes Jason back to a child, or does it? Watch my unanswered questions video for more info on that. For one last time glitch, Black and Blue is at the Minskoff Theater, which ran there in 1989, but again, in this universe, it ran there in 1998, which is this one would have to be set, or else the first film would have to be set in the early 70s, and 2 through 4 would be pre-80s, which makes even less sense, so deal with it. By this point, the movies were duds at the box office, so they decided to end the series again with Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, released 4 years later in 1993 from New Line Cinema, picking up the property from Paramount. This one begins with a woman in a cabin at Crystal Lake looking all victim-y, and she's attacked by Jason, a returning Kane Hodder, who looks pretty different, wearing a new outfit and some hair growth, and the mask is now embedded into his face. It's revealed to be an FBI ambush, and they blow Jason up into pieces, and now there's no time frame given here, but my speculation is this: Jason's fairly public exploits in New York are what tipped law enforcement off to finally take the big guy out. They've tracked him back to Crystal Lake, where he went after his defeat in the sewers, and the toxic waste is distorted his face, melting the mask into his flesh as you see here. I believe that this is actually not too long after those events, possibly later into the same year, so probably still in 1998, now only 5 years ahead of the release date.
Good shooting, Mahoney. Now clean up all this shit, huh?
Why did you say that directly into the camera? Am I Mahoney? Did I kill Jason?
Kane makes an unmasked cameo, and the evil in Jason's heart compels the coroner to eat it and become Mr. Voorhees. We meet bounty hunter Duke Creighton.
Well, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress, sticking a hot dog through a donut.
Okay.
He tells us that no one has seen the true Jason Voorhees and that he switches bodies, although we've never seen him switch bodies before, so how does Duke know that that's even possible? Wilma is here, as is Curious Goods' favorite employee, and Jace jumps from body to body, killing his half-sister? Apparently, Jason's dad had a daughter with another woman besides Pamela, and she's the only way his original body can be reborn. At the old Voorhees house, a location that we haven't been to before, for some reason, like why did Jason never come here instead of just living in that old shack? Or did he come here sometimes and the shack was just like a little vacation home? Regardless, the freaking Necronomicon is here, which kind of opens up a bunch of questions that someone really ought to answer in a video of some sort that would answer questions like this in the near future or something. Then, I know that everyone hates on this movie, but how do you not love this little handcuff jump? Jessica here gets what sort of looks like a Kandarian dagger, and weirdly, while possessing the body of Randy, Jason is able to talk in complete sentences, which is confusing because why didn't he use this tactic earlier? It seems like this could have helped him at some point. A little mini demon Jason thing scuttles past Fluffy's box and rebirths himself back into a full-size body somehow and has a final face-off, killing Duke, and I'm pretty sure that Steven here goes head-to-head with JV for the longest that we've seen any character go. And eventually, Jessica magic stabs him because, as you know, Friday the 13th is a movie series about magical daggers, and giant demon hands drag him down to hell. There's then a quick tease as Freddy's glove pulls down the mask, although fans wouldn't get to see that matchup for like 10 more years.
In the meantime, they went back on their whole Final Friday thing again, although it took 9 years until 2002's Jason X. There's now some sort of research facility on Crystal Lake, and they have Jason captive, and he has way more hair than we're used to, so sometime between 1998 and here, he is restored from hell, and Dr. Decker is here, and he says that Jason regenerates tissue, and the big dude gets loose and gets locked into a cryo chamber with Rowan here, and in the future, a group of people discover the old lab. KM here says that the cryo chamber was from 2010, so that's when our opening most likely takes place, and they say that they've been asleep for 4.55 centuries, so 455 years, which would make it 2465 then. And Rowan is restored, but they tell her it's 2455, which is odd because KM was very specific with saying that she's been asleep for 4.55 century, and like, she's a computer, and that's a pretty exact number, but that would mean that she was asleep since 2000, which wouldn't make sense because she also said that the cryo unit was built in 2010, so she's wrong on one of those things. But then the professor repeats the 455 year thing, so everyone is really committed to being wrong. We get a peek at Jason's face, and it's definitely less corpsey than we've seen recently, and he wakes up and starts doing what Jason be doing. Rowan says that they tried executing Jason for the first time in 2008, so he was captured sometime before that, and that kind of nails down that whole 2010-2000 thing. The cryo unit was built in 2010, and it has been 4.45 centuries instead, and it is 2455. He works his way through most of the crew, and eventually they upgrade KM to fight him, and she pulls out a gun that everyone, I guess, just forgot that they had on board, and blows Jason's arm, leg, and then head off. Seriously, there's like nothing left of his head. But since he's on a nanobot machine, it puts him back together, I guess even rebuilding his brain. They make him into Uber Jason because that's how healing works, right? Because that's what Friday the 13th is all about, right? Magic daggers and nanobots.
Oh, this sucks on so many levels!
Yeah, I kind of agree. They trick Jason by showing him Crystal Lake from 1980, and the ship blows up, and Jason is catapulted down to Earth 2, burning up in the atmosphere possibly, and the last time we'll see Kane Hodder in the role as far as the movies go. A year later, in 2003, we go back in time, and we finally get what the final Friday promised with Freddy vs. Jason. In the beginning, we find Jason still in hell, where he's been for quite a while now, and Freddy recruits him and restores him to life, because I guess that's something that Freddy can do now. We meet Destiny's other child, Ginger Snaps, and Rachel from Undeclared, and Jason kicks it off, and Jack Chipper's son is here, and we get the standout cornfield party scene, which gives us the mass slaughter that we've never really gotten in a Friday film. Jay shows up without Silent Bob. I mean, this is Jay, right? And then Scott Farkas pops in, and Deputy Stubbs reminds us that Jason drowned in 1957 at 11 years old, and then he gets put to sleep and sent to the Dream Realm, where he and Freddy battle it out. We get flashes to the day that Jason died, hinting at an idea from an unused script that Freddy was a camp counselor at Crystal Lake that molested Jason. Really glad that they didn't go with that one. And we eventually get the knockdown drag-out battle that we'd been promised for a few decades. This big sign for a new development in Crystal Lake promises houses in spring of 2004, which leads me to say that this is in real time, and the events of the film take place in 2003, and Jason has been stuck in hell for 5 years, and after a brutal battle which causes Jason to lose a bunch of fingers that I guess grow back at some point because he has them back in Jason X, and their big brawl concludes with Freddy getting his own damn arm shoved through him and Jason collapsing into a lake. Laurie chops off Fred's head, but we see Jason walking with it the next morning, so we have to assume that Jason is captured sometime between this film and 2008, leading into the events of Jason X, and that's the last official time that we see him in this version of the timeline. 6 years later, since everything else was being remade, it was Jason's turn. So in 2009, we saw Friday the 13th, rebooting the entire series and giving us a fresh start, headed up by Michael Bay. So expect explosions. The film starts off with this handy date of June 13th, 1980, and why can't every movie do this, damn it? And we're back at Crystal Lake, and we get a recap of Jason's mother being killed, although in this version, Jason isn't actually a young boy when it happens. We then go to present day, so possibly 09, and one of the characters says that the camp was closed down around 20 years ago, so this was set in 2000? Normally, this would be because of one of the time glitches, but they're the ones that said 1980, and then 20 years. So they're the ones that are giving us the weird date. We see Jason's shack, and when he appears, he's back in the sack and up and running again. We then jump to 6 weeks later, and another group of kids, including Blaze being Blaze, head up to the woods. And one of the Winchesters is here, and this license plate expires in November of 08. So it would appear that it is actually 08 here, and actually about 28 years after the intro then, not 20, unless I guess that guy was just rounding down. Clay here is looking for his sister, one of the campers from the earlier part of the movie, and Jason finds the hockey mask and puts it on. So we've basically condensed the first, second, and third movies into the first 45 minutes of this one now, and he pretty much wipes everyone out. But it's revealed that he didn't kill Willow after all, and kept her captive because she looked like his mom. He even has underground tunnels where we see Franklin's wheelchair, and sorry, I seem to be mixing this up with the Chainsaw series, or wait, were they? They save her, but Caitlin Snow dies, leading to a final confrontation in which Jason is strangled and then stabbed with his own machete, and they dump him in a lake, giving a brief look at his face. But he pops back up again, although a sequel is pretty much a lost cause at this point, stuck in legal nightmares. So even though it's not an official entry, a lot of people have requested to include the fan film Never Hike Alone from 2017 in the timeline. It starts with a streamer on a smartphone, which would put us in present times, and Kyle here hikes into Crystal Lake, and he's filming on a GoPro Hero 4, which came out in 2014. So we're at least past that one, which would put us into the time frame of Jason being in cryo-freezing. Kyle says the land around the lake was donated to a wildlife preserve decades ago, and the big fella is here, and not in a deep freeze, so we're clearly out of continuity with, at the very least, Jason X. He finds the camp, and it's pretty intact, which means that with all the forest green stuff, and revitalizing, and those housing plans being built in FVJ, they never tore down the old murder camp, I guess. And he says that the Pamela Voorhees murders were in the 1980s, and he's a little off there, and he sees some of the famous murder locations from the early films. Jason finally attacks, and this guy's a little less bulky, and his mask is missing some of the trademarks, although his face appears to be in the zombie Jason camp. So if this is supposed to be in continuity, perhaps it's set after 8 and is a continuation of the Paramount series, and this is Jason after returning from New York and having gotten a new mask. After some battling, Jason crushes Kyle's head, but it's a dream, and we get to this film's big moment, the return of Tommy Jarvis, played again by Tom Matthews. And it's not a canon entry, so it's not in the official timeline. They made a sequel to that in 2020 called Never Hike in the Snow, in which we see Crystal Lake in the winter for the first damn time in the whole series. I mean, I guess it makes sense since it was supposed to be about summer camps, but you'd think it would have happened sooner. Tommy's back as well, and a computer screen says that it's Tuesday, July 7th, and if that actually lines up, then it's, I guess, 2020, and Pamela's head is here, I guess somehow never recovered in a police investigation after part 2, and I guess not really rotted that much more. But, I guess it's January 13th, 2017, apparently. And I guess it's supposed to be a few months before Never Hike Alone, actually, so both of those are set in 2017. Also keep in mind that there is an immense amount of non-canon, non-film material out there telling more stories about Jason. There are novels, including some young adult style ones, comic books from various publishers, even having a Jason Leatherface crossover at one point, lots and lots of merchandise. the TV show spin-off that has nothing to do with the movies, and several video games, including the recent multiplayer version that was insanely popular. So there's plenty of Jason lore out there to explore that's not necessarily tied to the official version of the movies. So there you have it, the entire Friday the 13th timeline revisited. Yeah, I mean, obviously I had a couple of different conclusions in this one, but ends up in a fairly similar resulting of things. I mean, obviously, any way you slice it, this is a pretty whacked out timeline, particularly once you get to parts 7, 8, and 9, which would have to take place in the future of when they were filmed. So yeah, obviously didn't make sense then, doesn't make sense now, but hopefully this clarifies it a little bit more, and plus I included some things I didn't include the first time around. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Guys, today is 5 years of the channel. I started this 5 years ago for fun. 33,000 some subscribers later. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm having a blast. I hope you guys are enjoying this channel. I have got so many cool things in store for you. Some just a little bit later this week. We've got a brand new series debuting very, very soon. Just a very silly thing that you guys have unknowingly participated in that I hope you enjoy. Please let me know down below what you thought of this timeline and the channel in general, and let me know how long you've been with me. I mean, I know that there's been some people there since the very, very beginning, and I just got to say thank you guys. Thank you very much for all this support. Thank you for 5 years of sticking around and watching these videos, commenting as much as possible. I know that there's quite a few of you guys that I see comment on every video, and I know most of your names, and a lot of you guys are the patrons as well too, and the Zoom calls we do with the patrons are always a blast, and so I'm just really thankful for all of this. So thank you for helping me do it, and I'm glad you're enjoying the channel. But yeah, so check out the Patreon page if you want to be a part of this as well too, on patreon.com/movietimelines, and help keep this channel going for another 5 years and beyond, and we'll see what else we can come up with and different things. And yeah, hope you enjoy it. We'll see you in a couple days for another video. Thanks guys. Bye-bye. Few horror series have as many unanswered questions as the Friday the 13th series. I've already covered 13 of them in my very first video for this series, but the questions kept coming, so I figured it's about time to head back to the lake to see if we could solve the mysteries of Jason Voorhees, like hey, how come kids get killed screaming and people who are like 2 rooms away don't hear them, huh? That's actually not one of the questions, but maybe it should have been. Question number 1. Is Pamela working alone in the first film? So, infamously, Jason doesn't actually appear in the first film, and the killer is his mother, Pamela Voorhees. But is she alone? Where is Jason during this time? Is it possible that he's actually here and partially responsible for some of these killings? There's a couple of things that make me believe that he actually might be. For most of the movie, the killer doesn't stray far from the cabins in the main part of the camp, keeping her eyes on her prey. So, when Steve Christie shows up at the camp's entrance, unplanned and unannounced and on foot, why is it the killer seems to be there, just kinda waiting for him? He recognizes his killer, which would strongly imply that this is actually Pamela here, but what would make her suddenly leave what she was doing around the cabins to wander to the entrance, where she would just happen to come across Steve just strolling up? So you might say that she had just killed and was moving into position and just happened to come across him, but to those people, I say this: Alice is in the cabin and someone pushes or throws Brenda through the window. Now, it's not an aggressive throw, so I guess it's plausible that Pamela did it, but about 30 seconds later, when Alice goes outside, Pamela is pulling up in her car. That would mean that for some reason, Pamela pushed B through the window, ran kind of quietly away and over to her car, which had to be far enough away for Alice not to hear it start or just running idly, get in it and drive over, all in order to what? Kind of mess with Alice? That doesn't really seem plausible or possible. So what I posit is that, like Paul says, Jason is there and he sees his mother killed that night and he even helps her out. I'd say that given the strength needed, he might be responsible for killing Kevin Bacon, and he was the one lurking around the cabins while Pamela was closer to the entrance in order to kill Steve.
Here's what I think. I think, judging from the time frames of how the scenes are portrayed, Pamela is killing Steve at the entrance to the camp. Meanwhile, Jason is actually the one that kills Ned, and then shortly afterwards pushes Brenda's body through the window. And then we finally see Pamela returning from killing Steve driving her car up at that exact moment. So Jason actually is in the first movie.
Question number 2.
Speaking of Pamela, did Siskel and Ebert really harass Betsy Palmer for appearing in the film?
This question is a bit different since it's not really an unanswered question from the film, but it is a crazy story that sounds like an urban legend, but it's actually true. In case you're not familiar, Siskel and Ebert were TV's top movie critics for like 30 years and had a show where they reviewed current releases, and they rather notoriously didn't really care for horror films.
I dread going to these kinds of movies. It really has become the most depressing part of my job as a film critic.
And there we are in total agreement as far as I'm concerned.
They would often try to dissuade people from going to see slasher flicks, although it should be noted they never tried to get the films banned or censored or anything. They would just tell people that they thought they were horrible and that the people that watched them were kind of gross. Siskel in particular hated the original Friday film, even going so far as to spoil the ending in his newspaper review in order to try and keep people from seeing it. And Ebert referred to Part 4 as an immoral and reprehensible piece of trash. But the pinnacle of this seems to be Siskel's initial review of the first film, in which he literally encouraged his readers to write to the head of Paramount and Betsy Palmer to tell them how wrong their participation in the movie was. The article actually gives the address for Paramount Pictures and divulges Betsy's hometown, asking people to send a general letter there in hopes that the Postmaster General would then be able to deliver it. So keep in mind that this was pre-internet and pre-email, so the number of people that would take the time to write the letter, pay for the stamp, and go through the trouble of mailing it, combined with the likelihood of a letter being delivered with an incomplete address, probably meant that Betsy didn't really get that many negative letters. But it's still kind of a dick move to pull on an actress who's most likely just taking a job to pay the bills. Question number 3.
How does Jason shrug off all the damage in the earlier films?
After Part 4 of the series, Jason is turned into an unkillable zombie, but in the first couple of entries, he's still basically human. So how did he manage to operate and survive some of the insane wounds that he's given in Parts 2 through 4? At the end of Part 2, he has a machete buried into this shoulder blade, and it appears to go all the way down towards his chest. If this happened to a person, it would most likely cut through the musculature there and probably make the use of that arm extremely difficult. It'd probably heal after a while, but considering that 2, 3, and 4 occur over just a few days, it seems to be completely healed within 24 hours. In Part 3, he gets a knife jabbed into his lower leg, an injury that would at very least result in a limp, but Jason kind of laughs at it and is full on running in a few seconds. He then gets hung, which seems to have absolutely no effect at all, whereas a normal hanging would result in a broken neck or at least some sort of tissue damage, but I guess due to abnormal neck muscle strength, no damage is done. But then he takes an axe blow directly to the head, and I know that the mask probably absorbed some of the brunt, but you can clearly see that it embedded there. Even if it didn't puncture his skull and destroy his brain, a blow like that would at least result in a massive concussion. But again, less than a day passes and none of those wounds have an effect. Part 4 gives him a claw hammer to the neck, roundabouts the area where the machete struck him, and again, no real lasting effect. He gets electrocuted and survives, and practically gets his head split in two by that machete, and his fingers are still moving like he's trying to get up. Now, I guess it's possible that those are just involuntary muscle twitches as he's dying, or even just Tommy hallucinating, but he shows incredible damage resistance up until this point, so it's not too far-fetched to consider that he's still alive here. So if you add all this up, the only real solution is that he's clearly supernatural, even at this point. Something at the lake is beyond the normal pale, what with the dream factor happening. So, Jason's survival of his childhood drowning also indicates that he's never been normal. I'd like to put forward that he actually has a healing factor, not too unlike Wolverine. They sort of imply this in Jason X as well, and even have his hair starting to regrow and his face looking less skeletal than usual, so I think it makes sense. He may not heal up instantly, but it's quick enough that some of those early wounds aren't enough to hold him back for too long. Question number 4.
Why does Jason even wear a mask?
Seeing Jason without his mask is a bit of a rare sight, but why does he even need one? He clearly doesn't care too much about what people think of him, considering that he literally kills any people that he comes across. Can he still really be self-conscious? He even seems to have some affection for it, since the first time we see him he's in a potato sack, which he probably wasn't wearing the whole time, since we see him in Chris's flashback in part 3, and he has no mask on at all. And he doesn't even seem to like the sack too much, considering when it's removed from him, he doesn't just put it back on again when he wakes up. Instead, he goes maskless for around a day or so until he comes across a hockey mask and apparently falls in love. After putting on the goalie gear, there's no turning back, and can I point out that it's weird that the guys in the mortuary in the beginning of part 4 didn't take the mask off? But to be fair, most of the time, it's just what's closest. When Tommy brings him back in part 6, he throws the mask at him, so Jason just puts it on. When it's destroyed in part 7, he gets a new one in 8, just because the dude on the boat happened to have the same exact mask there, and that's probably the one that stays on him for the rest of the time, which makes me wonder if he doesn't really care about what kind of mask he has on, just so he has one. I mean, if the guy on the boat had a William Shatner mask, he probably would have just thrown that on instead and thrown all of us for a loop. It's pretty clear, though, that he's fully aware of his horrible appearance. I mean, not only does he lift the mask in Part 3 to taunt Chris with his identity, but he does the same thing in Part 8 to scare off the punks, although with how crappy he looked in that one, I'm surprised that they didn't just laugh. But all that adds up to the idea that underneath that towering ball of murder is still a fragile little boy who cares about how he looks. Since it's obvious that he doesn't wear the mask because of how others would judge him, since he never really even gives any time for judging before slashy, he wears it for himself. The big guy hates his own appearance and realizes that he's a monster, so he doesn't just wear it for us. He wears it for himself, which is, I guess, kind of progressive of the dude. Question number 5.
Does Tommy kill Pam at the ending of part 5?
At the end of A New Beginning, after taking care of the psychotic ambulance driver Roy, Tommy is recovering at the local hospital and is haunted by the spirit of Jason. He has a dream in which he murders Pam and then awakes to see Roy's hockey mask in his nearby drawer, which I guess he puts on, and is then seen wielding a large knife about to attack our blonde heroine. But does he actually kill her? We never see her again, and when we next see Tommy, he's still institutionalized, as his friends say that they just broke out of one, and he's seemingly driving her truck. Well, apparently there's one answer in a novelization for Part 6, which states that Tommy didn't kill her, and that Pam was able to talk Tommy down, which is a fair answer, considering that we're meant to see Tommy as the hero in Part 6, and seems far better adjusted than he did in Part 5, so him murdering someone doesn't really fit with that portrayal of him. But I think it actually goes a bit further than that, and I don't even think that the mask and knife are real, and are just a further figment of Tommy's delusion. After all, why would the mask even be in that drawer to begin with? And not only that, but how many hospital rooms have you stayed in that had a kitchen knife nearby? I mean, look at this. This is not standard equipment. If you're in the OR and a doctor comes at you with this thing, he's not taking out your appendix. At least not without taking your intestines along with it. So as much as they wanted to set Tommy up to be the killer moving forward in the series, it seems more likely that Pam's fine, still helping out psychologically challenged people. Somehow, did Pam do anything really? Question number 6. Hey, wasn't Jason cremated? So in Part 5, when the local sheriff thinks the killings are the work of Jason Voorhees, the town mayor says that that's not possible because Jason was cremated and his body is ashes. But how can that be true when we know that his body is buried in a cemetery? Real quick, one thing to establish here is that I think that this is the first that we've seen or heard of a mayor. But he's the mayor of wherever Pinehurst is located, and quite a few people think that it's on Crystal Lake. I do not think this, however, and think that Pinehurst may be somewhat near to Crystal Lake, but not in the immediate area, but more likely a few towns over. Evidence towards this is the sheriff, who's different than the sheriff of the Forest Green / Crystal Lake area in the next film, and he's presumably been in his role for a while, so they're clearly two different police departments and different jurisdictions. It's also clear that this mayor actually believes that Jason has been cremated, since he's quick to bring it up in order to shoot down any theories of him coming back. Given Jason's propensity for being hard to kill, if he actually knew that Jason was somewhere in a grave, he'd probably entertain the notion a little more, or at least not been so immediately dismissive. But if he were the mayor of Crystal Lake, surely he would know that Jason was not cremated and was in a pretty clearly marked grave in the area. So, no, he's not the mayor of Crystal Lake, and Pinehurst is not located there. According to the novelization of Part 3, Pinehurst is actually the name of the county that Crystal Lake is located. Whoever actually is in charge of the Crystal Lake area obviously wanted to dissuade people from treating his gravesite like a tourist spot and simply spread the word that he had been cremated in order to keep people away from the area, and the mayor of the Pinehurst area believed it because there's really no reason not to. And to be honest, there was no reason for Crystal Lake not to actually just cremate the body. I mean, save themselves a bunch of trouble. Just do that. Question number 7. Yeah. About that boat. Oh man, this is a tough one because it shouldn't have an answer, really. The filmmakers themselves say that it's just a mistake and the lake shouldn't really link up to the ocean. Every time we've seen the lake earlier, it's been just that, small town lake. Hell, no one has even been seen like motorboating on it. We've just seen some rafts and stuff, and definitely not a cabin cruiser, and for sure, not a damn yacht. One thing that we establish here, one way or the other, is that Camp Crystal Lake is on the East Coast, most likely in the northern region, probably up near Jersey, like the original shooting location of the first film. There's evidence from some of the other films to support this as well. And the speed in which they get to New York tells us that. So here's the thing, are we sure that this actually is Crystal Lake here? I mean, this part in the beginning is, with the houseboat, but that size boat on the lake isn't the real issue here, it's this one. My first instinct was that the yacht is not actually in Crystal Lake, since they've never concretely said that that's where the ship sails out of, so Crystal Lake is just nearby to the ocean, but they show the houseboat from the intro there, so it's clearly connected somehow. Or is it? Well, I have two answers here, and they're both pretty stupid, but it's clearly a dumb mistake, so it kind of deserves a dumb answer. The first option is that there's a small river that connects Crystal Lake to the ocean harbor. Since we know that the lake really isn't that big, it's probably a small waterway that's not an easy thing to navigate. Then why did the dude in the intro take his boat there? Well, he seemed pretty committed to his Jason scare. I mean, he went out and bought an exact replica mask, including the axe mark, so he risked damaging his boat to navigate it down the tiny river to the lake in order to pull it off. The second answer, which I know sounds ridiculous, but in my mind, that makes it all the better, is that the harbor isn't in Crystal Lake. It's nearby and a completely separate, unconnected body of water that's directly linked to the ocean. So how did Jason and the houseboat get there? Simple. This is the movie in which Jason gains the ability to teleport. I talked about it in my last Unanswered Questions video, and if you take the video game as any sort of canon, we know that Jason can teleport, and this is the movie in which he seemingly gains that ability. Since he could teleport his clothing and murder weapons along with him, it's not that big of a leap to say that he just teleported himself and the whole damn ship to this other body of water in order to continue his reign of terror. See? Told you it was stupid. And now that I think about it some more, the first answer does make more sense, because between this point and the last time we got a good look at the lake, like 10 years or so have passed, and we can see that the area has been built up and renovated. They changed it to Forest Green and back, there's apparently a large high school there now, and just a few years later, as we see in Freddy vs. Jason, there's going to be a big housing plan. So the area has been upgraded. Perhaps to make the Crystal Lake area more desirable, it was dredged out and linked to a nearby body of water to give it ocean access, which would make the housing more desirable, making a more achievable route for that boat to get to the lake in the beginning, with the port that the yacht leaves from being a bay that's always been there but not necessarily connected before. I mean, it takes the boat that Jason's on all night to get over there, so it's not like it has to be a super close body of water even.
There. I did it. Chris!
Yeah?
I did it. I did it. I made the boat leaving Crystal Lake make sense. I answered the question.
That's great. Good job. Really good job.
Question number 8.
Why does Tamara have a biology project due if they've graduated?
This one's not too complicated, but I've seen it posted in a few places, so I feel like it's something to talk about. Tamara, whatever, the 8th film's resident mean girl is told by the biology teacher that she needs to present her biology project, but if they're on a graduation trip, wouldn't she have already completed that by now? So I do think that this is weird, but it's really not that crazy. Graduation trips do occur occasionally before the actual ceremony and before a technical graduation. The obvious answer here is that Tamara got an extension on the project and McCullough told her that she had to turn it in by the time that they got back. It's a little unusual to be asking for an assignment during a boat trip, like why would she have brought that with her even, unless she told him it was completed and that she would give it to him there. If, before the trip, he pressured her to turn it in and she said that she'd give it to him on the boat, it would make sense for him to ask her to turn it in. More than that, though, when she stripped down and filmed him, what does she think she's going to do with the footage? She seems to think that it will ruin him, but she literally has a tape with her throwing herself at him and him objecting the entire time and then promptly leaving. I mean, even without the audio of him saying no, his arms are clearly trying to push her away from him, and he clearly gets up and immediately starts to walk out. I mean, I think that Tamara was supposed to be the conniving bitch girl, but pretty much all of her schemes really suck. Question number 9.
Did Jason survive the ending of Jason X?
So at the ending of the movie, Jason is being carried by Sergeant Brodsky and burns up in the atmosphere, but the very end shows his mask landing in the water of this Earth-like planet. But, knowing what we know about the dude, would that have killed him? I think we all know that the answer is no, because even if we keep in mind his normal regenerative abilities, there's also still the possibility that the nanobots are still at work and could help him repair again. I mean, I assume that they were just a function of the machine and are no longer a part of him, but come on, you're telling me that if they went that way it'd be any more far-fetched than what actually happened so far? His survival is actually documented in non-canon form in a couple of places. First of all, there was Avatar Press's Jason X comic series, which picks up precisely where the movie left off, with Jason landing on the Earth 2 and killing those campers, and he's soon captured and kept in a research facility, and of course he escapes and is eventually shot back into space, and another series in which the top of Jason's head from Jason X is restored by nanobots into a more standard version of Jason, who then fights Jason X. It ends with the X version winning, but taking the piece of his brain back into his own head, okay? And then, interestingly enough, there was also a series of 4 follow-up novels from Black Flame that continued the adventures of Uber Jason, titled The Experiment, Planet of the Beast, Death Moon, and To the Third Power. It takes our upgraded buddy to places like Planet 666 and Moon Camp Americana. And although there's things like cloning technology and super soldiers and stuff, they're pretty standard slasher stuff. But again, none of these things are really canon, and the film version of this chronology has never been officially continued. So I mean, I guess he burned up in that atmosphere. There's no way he could have survived that. So he is definitely dead. Let's all head to Camp Crystal Lake to celebrate. Question number 10.
Is Jason really afraid of the water?
So in Freddy vs. Jason, in the dream world, Freddy discovers that Jason is afraid of water, and his fear is so great that Jason is actually afraid to even cross it in order to get to the Krugs. But considering this is like 11 movies in, does that make any sense? I know lots of Jason fans particularly hate this plot element, but I think it actually does. First, let's take a look at what we know. Jason, as we've seen him before, has no fear of going in water. He pops up from underneath a raft in part 4 to complete a kill, having purposefully entered the water in order to do this. At the ending of part 6, in order to get to Tommy, he willingly walks into the water with no reservations about doing so. In part 7, he goes into the lake in order to attack a skinny dipper, and there's more too, but even just those 3 examples show that Jason has no standard water fear. But here's the thing. Think about where they are. They're in the dream world, Jason's dream world, in his subconscious. This fear of water is just a visual representation of Jason's subconscious memory of the way that he, quote, died. Somewhere, deep in what passes for Jason's brain, he remembers being a helpless little boy. And let's face it, Jason isn't completely helpless against many things. This has clearly been stored away somewhere in his lizard brain and part of his mental makeup, and Freddy happened to dip into it enough to be able to exploit it. I imagine if he had tried this in the real world, it would not have had the same effect, but in terms of a battle in the dream realm surrounded by Jason's subconscious mind, it totally works. Question number 11.
Whose weed is that in the remake?
You know, the remake is pretty divisive in that most fans absolutely hate it, but there's a contingent that love it, and quite a few that just think it's pretty forgettable, and, well, meh. Some of the more contentious elements are the whole Jason taking hostages thing and the underground tunnels, which feels more like a Leatherface plot point than a Jason one, but people often overlook the most bizarre element of all in the remake, and that this Jason could be a weed farmer. The kids in the beginning are there in search of the legendary weed farm in the area and are killed quickly after finding it. And the hillbilly in the machine shop is only killed after offering to sell some weed to our heroes, claiming that he found it. So did he steal it? And is this why Jason kills him? Apparently, a lot of people think that the weed belongs to Jason and he simply barters it, and there's plenty of articles and discussions about it online. So many, in fact, that one of the screenwriters, Mark Swift, said that one of the things that he changed was making it so that people didn't think Jason was a weed farmer. And note the wording that he uses there. People think that Jason was a weed farmer. He doesn't regret making Jason a weed farmer because the weed isn't Jason's, it's Donnie's. Donnie is an employee of a nearby farm, and he's the one that offers to sell the weed and claims that he found it. But he didn't find it, he planted it on Jason's turf, which obviously pisses off Jason. I put forth that Jason was unaware of the herb that was on his land and only found out about it because of the campers finding it in the beginning, tipping him off. When he overhears Donnie offer to sell some and talks about finding it, he now knows that Donnie trespassed on his land, which gave him a death sentence. Plus, can we all agree that if Jason was into smoking pot, that he would be far too chill to go on this killing spree? Question number 12. What about Jason's dad? Who was he? So much has been made about Jason's relationship with his mother, and yet so few movies actually mention his dad, so who was he really? The original film's writer, Victor Miller, has stated that not much thought was put into the father. In fact, in his eyes, Jason should never have become a character in this series, as he considered him definitively dead, and stated that Mr. V probably just left Pamela at some point, possibly due to Jason's deformities. He really wasn't thought much of until the 6th movie, where a scene was written to end the film in which Elias Voorhees visits his son's grave, claiming that he wanted the body secretly buried, giving another possible answer to the cremation question, but wasn't filmed, although it does appear in the novelization. There were also plans to have him appear in both Final Friday and Freddy vs. Jason, both possibly played by Kane Hodder, but neither actually happened, so the character has never actually appeared on film. Elias is discussed in Final Friday, though, as they talk about Jason's family, and since Pamela describes Jason as her only child, that means that Elias is the father of Diane Kimball. And judging from her age, she was probably born after Jason, which would imply that Elias left Pamela for another woman, although none of that is confirmed by the films themselves. He did, however, show up in other media, such as several appearances in comic book form, where he was always portrayed as abusive, and most notably in the Friday the 13th video game. In lore written by Jason Lives director Tom McLaughlin, it's established that Elias isn't even Jason's real dad, but merely his stepfather. Pamela married him in the hopes that he would protect her and Jason, but just ended up abusing them instead, and Pamela then urged young Jason to kill him. Jason's actual father is never revealed, as Pamela was raped by an unknown man. And finally, it should be noted that the uncompleted reboot of the Friday series, the one that was cancelled because the movie Rings bombed, featured a whole section devoted to Elias. He was actually going to be the killer in the first part of the film, only to be killed by Pamela. Maybe someday the character will finally get to the light of day on the screen, but does he really need to be? I mean, part of the allure of Pamela is that she's the source of Jason's crazy, and that single mom defensiveness is a major part of the character, so Jason having an evil dad just seems overkill. But who am I kidding? What part about Jason Voorhees doesn't say overkill? Question number 13. Is Jason a Deadite? So this one comes up like a lot, mainly because of the Necronomicon showing up in the Final Friday at the Voorhees house. The speculation is that Pamela used the book to bring Jason back as a Deadite, and I think that the answer is very clear if you've watched the Evil Dead movies, and no, Jason is not a Deadite. Deadites are very obviously human beings that are possessed by evil spirits taking over their bodies and having fun. The original person is not there, and the demon is all that there is. Jason is Jason, just an enhanced version of him. If he were a Deadite, the demon, I guess, would be represented by this little creature thing that pops out of the body before he's reborn, but it's extremely different than any that we've seen before. Hell, we've seen Deadites with their heads knocked off, and nothing comes out of them to try and inhabit another body. So, in the terms of Deadites as defined by the Evil Dead series, he's not one of those. Final Friday director Adam Marcus confirmed that this is indeed the case, stating that Pamela used the Necronomicon to make a deal with the devil to raise her son, and that Jason is canonically a Deadite. But the Notorum Demondo has nothing to do with the devil, and Deadites can be killed by bodily dismemberment, so I disagree with a portion of what he says, and I think that there's a nice, happy medium here. I think it's extremely probable that Jason is the result of tampering with the book, just in a way that we're not familiar with. I mean, let's face it, it's a pretty big book, and we've only really seen like a page or two read out loud. I'm gonna assume that this whole book doesn't just say Kanda Alamimnar Kadim and Klaatu Barada Nikto over and over and over again. There's other passages in there with who knows what abilities. We know that there's supernatural elements involved from the very beginning, what with the dreams and all, plus Jason's revival and seemingly inhuman healing, so it's very likely that Pamela found the book and used it to revive Jason and unleashed forces that were a little more powerful than she had bargained for. Plus, we now know that if we're in a shared continuity with the Evil Dead universe, some of those whole timeline inconsistencies can be smoothed over by some of Ash's time travel shenanigans. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to go back and redo my timeline video again, and every time there's some sort of weird inconsistency with it, I can just say, oh yeah, Ash time traveled and messed with the past, and this was the resulting divergent timeline. So there's a nice compromise for those that want the Necronomicon appearance to actually mean something, and that those that absolutely, definitively don't want Jason to be a Deadite. Because he's not. He's not one. He's his own thing. He's Jason freaking Voorhees, one of a kind. So there you have it. It's 13 more questions about Jason, Crystal Lake, and the entire Friday the 13th series. I thought there was some pretty interesting stuff in here. I'm sure there's probably 13 more in this series. This series has a lot of things that don't make sense that somebody needs to answer. And that person apparently is always going to be me. If you enjoyed these questions and the answers, let me know down in the comments. If you have any other questions that the series has brought up for you, or if you have any other answers for these questions, or if you just want to call me out on some BS, go ahead and do it down below. I know you will. Also, like the video, subscribe to the channel, do all of that good stuff, but also please be sure to check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/movie timelines. These guys over here are my patrons, and they help keep this channel going, which you can do as well by going there and helping to support the channel. You can help rank Dead Lasts. We do Zoom calls. It's a pretty fun thing to be a part of, so hopefully you'll want to do it. If not, just keep on watching these videos and sharing them out to your friends, and I appreciate it, and I'll see you very, very shortly for another great video. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Hey, look at that. It's Friday the 13th, and it's summertime, and you know what that means. It's time to go to Camp Opal Pond. But beware the legend of Jameson Voorhees, the mad killer who wears an umpire's mask or something. I mean, so yeah, we're checking out 10 more ripoffs of our favorite camp slasher, because there's something like 1,000 of them out there, but here's just 10 of them. There's lots more Friday the 13th to get to the rest of them. Don't you worry. Number 10. 2003 gave us this one called Dark Woods, and it takes place at a camp. And there's a man stalking around, and hey, go figure, he's wearing a hockey mask. But I mean, it's totally different though, because this one is camo colored and not like just a basic white. So it's a completely original concept. He starts killing, and I guess in a twist, he kills teens before they have sex. Again, totally different. And hey, our lead is an artist, but at least her name isn't Alice. And everyone is getting the camp set up for the summer season. And there's an older woman here, and hey, her name is Pam. And there's an old drunk warning people away from the cursed camp. This guy talks, and he has a ponytail.
Welcome to the jungle, bitch.
But this is basically a minor remake of the original Friday, just shot on video without a modicum of style or ability. Still not convinced that this one is a Friday ripoff? Well, how about this? Pamela is the killer's mom. It's kind of just boring and lackluster, and I see some mentions online about how it's a satire of 80s slashers, but I would recommend that those people look up the definition of the word satire. I'm going to do that right now. A literary work holding up human vices and follies to ridicule or scorn. And the only scorn here is for me having chosen to watch this. To make matters worse, the last 5 minutes of this film is actually a direct ripoff of the opening of Friday Part 2. Number 9. In 1988, around the time that Jason was fighting telekinetic girls, we also got The Edge of the Axe, which starts immediately with a white, blank masked killer using an axe. I mean, this isn't a hockey mask, but it's about as close to one that they can get without actually just being one, right? I mean, it's sort of like a weird fusion between Jason and Michael Myers. And then, damn it, why is there always a very visible calendar just hanging around when I'm not doing a timeline video? So we have this little mountain town, much like Crystal Lake, and there's this discount Jim Carrey here, and, of course, a lake. The killings continue, and it's a murder mystery, and they really get the most out of this axe effect. And the film puts enough red herrings in there that pretty much every single person is a suspect. And I'll be honest, I have no clue who the main character is supposed to be. My favorite part of this one is that the young couple are communicating over computer through an early messaging system, and they show the words on the screen, but then they have to have a weird voice read the text out loud, I guess in case you don't like reading.
Gerald, are you home? No access. Gerald Martin's file.
This one is pretty decent. I mean, I liked it. It keeps you guessing, and it's well paced, although the ending is a little out there. And I'm not too sure if it really makes any sense, but it's worth a watch. Number 8. I feel like I'm going to regret this one, but it's kind of obvious that your film was trying to cash in on the Friday name when you call it The 13th Friday from 2017. This one's mostly all about that title and the setting, since it does feature a bunch of college-age kids camping in the woods at a house that's abandoned due to a dark past. But instead of a hockey-masked killer, we have a discount lament configuration and some demon possession going on. And I have to admit that I thought that this was going to be a backyard movie, but there's actually some decent visuals going on here. So the group is cursed, so they have to feed a soul to the Phantasm Ball every month for the next 13 months in order to stay alive. The film then jumps a year, and they're on their final sacrifice, and we mostly follow Allison, who has a lot of regrets about everything, but when they miss their deadline, the ghost demon spirit thing comes after them. So, the title may blatantly rip off Friday the 13th, but the story decides to also knock off a bit of Hellraiser, and The Grudge to go along with it. There's some decent stuff going on here, but it's kind of few and far between. And can I just say how sick I am of the whole character walks backwards into a road only to get hit by a car from out of nowhere because no one saw it until then, and the driver didn't see the person either. And yeah, it was cool in Final Destination and all, but do we really need to see it over and over again? And come on, at least try not to seem like a ripoff. Just try, at the very least. Each segment is basically just a recreation of another film, like this ripoff of Lights Out, but all in all, this one was not as awful as I had expected, but I mean, I had set the bar pretty low, so I don't want to come off like some ringing endorsement or anything. You won't hate yourself after watching it, but you're probably not going to be too happy either. Number 7. 1988 also gave us Cheerleader Camp, which starts off with Jill.
Jill is in this?
Anyway, a bunch of cheerleaders head up to a cheerleading competition at a cheerleader camp.
It's in the title.
And, wait, are they high school or college students? Because this guy's hairline and this guy in general are both in their 30s. Oddly enough, Brent here is Leif Garrett, 70s teen heartthrob and child star. Special K is also here, as is Teen Wolf's Bad Girl, as is Talina from the Gore movies. And so is former Playboy Playmate Terry Weigel, who is also known for, other stuff. Buck Flower's also here, and he may not be totally the Crazy Ralph character, but he sure kind of looks the part. Allison is having some issues, and speaking of issue, what the Sam hell is this?
Her long or you'll go blind. Next is Pam, she comes out with a fam, and will tell you this, she ain't no sham. Next is Ronnie, she acts kinda funny, steal your heart but not your money. Can't forget Teresa, she's got what it takes, putting her on this team was no mistake.
The killings start, and like Friday, they're by an off-screen antagonist, and people go wandering out into the woods to be picked off, and outside of the wooded camp setting, there's not a ton of things to make it a straight-up ripoff, but it's definitely Friday-inspired, and, sad to say, it's kind of dull and a fairly standard slasher for being out so late in the game, and Killer's identity is a little easy to figure out, but it's an okay watch. It's fun. Apparently they planned a sequel with Betsy Russell returning, but it didn't happen, and was altered into a film called Camp Fear that had a few similarities, but it's not really a sequel. Although the outline for that sequel was then taken and made into an actual sequel in 2014 called Cheerleader Camp to the Death by...
Oh, God. Dustin Ferguson. Well, that settles that. There's no need to cover it because it's not really that much of a ripoff in the first place, and I don't want to watch another Ferguson joint, so I'm just going to skip it and... Oh. Oh, okay.
So it starts off with a pretty decent opening theme song, so I can't be mad at that. And a bunch of girls go to cheerleader camp.
I did the title joke already.
The original Jason is here, and there was a horrible accident the year before that killed a bunch of cheerleaders. And this is what happens when you're making a movie about a cheer squad, but don't, well, have the money to cast people with any cheerleading skills. Eventually, a guy in a panda suit starts killing people, I think. I mean, I'm not really paying attention here because it's not even as craptastic as the usual Ferguson flick. I guess because it's based on someone else's script, so his normal rambling, time-killing baloney won't fly? I'm saying something that I usually don't say about a Fergo film, and that I'm not even outraged because I'm just so freaking bored. And this movie's only an hour and 10 minutes, and it feels like 3 hours of nothing happening. Really. Oh, and it just randomly ends with zombies.
I hate it. That goes without saying.
Number 6. 1989 gave us the shot-on-video classic Houseboat Horror, which has campers, of course, and a machete-wielding killer as well. They throw in a familiar sound, and we have a film crew headed up to a lake to make a music video. It's from Australia and is often called one of the worst films ever made down under, and as can be expected, it's set on a houseboat with stellar dialogue.
Well, I can't help liking it.
Yeah, I know, man, but the song really is a bag of shit.
And the killer is apparently getting some sort of revenge, possibly from the quality of this song.
I'd like to take it far away from here. She's young and stupid, she's
I mean, the song says she's young and cool to me and talks about a girl in school, and these guys are like in their 30s.
So
it's kind of painfully slow, and it's revealed that this crazy woman's son was burned on a film set years ago and is now getting revenge, which, yeah, that sounds familiar. When we finally see our killer, he may not be masked, but he's bald and one half of his face is distorted, clearly influenced by Jason, and it even ends with a dream sequence in which the girl wakes up with a policeman nearby. And you know, usually when something is billed as one of the worst things ever, it's usually a good sign that it'll be really silly and fun. But this one's just kind of dull. Number 5. Alright, next up is Body Count.
Nope, not that one.
I'm talking about 1986's Body Count from Ruggero Deodato, which would have come out around the time that Jason Lives was going on, and we have an old campground that was built on an Indian burial ground, and sure enough, teens end up getting stalked and killed by an unseen attacker with a machete. The killer appears to be a woman in an old man mask, maybe, and the killings are witnessed by a young boy. We then jump ahead 15 years, and a group of kids, including Bruce from the Triple B movies, is here. And hey, it's Murdoch. And yep, cabin in the woods, old campgrounds with a curse, and Krug is here too. And our mystery masked killer is back, unless it's not a mask and it's actually an old Indian shaman. There's a character named Sid who's clearly based on Friday 3's Shelley, even scaring other members of the group while wearing spooky masks. And there's this really weird and pretty nonsensical dream sequence livening things up. And this girl who has the same taste in cars as Friday 2's Ginny. They knock off the whole machete through the bottom of the bed trick, and...
Well, this girl was killed here, and the murderer was never found. It was about 12 years ago.
Wait, didn't the title card at the beginning say 15 years? Is he talking about a different murder? Why didn't they show that one?
This one's pretty fun. It's almost good. There's plenty to enjoy, but maybe just not enough. Plus, the big reveal is maybe a little too easy to figure out, but still worth checking out if you dig 80s slashers. Number 4. 2002 gave us an odd entry with The Bagman, directed by Beverly Beaton, who passed away a few years after this film was released. And this one starts with a young, deformed boy being taunted and forced to put a bag on his head and then drowned. Oh, but then for good measures they pee on his dead body. It cuts to 10 years later, and Sue here, who was in a couple of the witchcraft movies and is also the director's daughter, and I'm stating that right up front, since the first scene we get here is a sex scene in which Mom makes sure to get lots of close-ups, and I'm sure that this was an extremely comfortable day on set for everyone, for everyone involved. She accidentally turns on the birder mid-coitus, and her hand keeps coming near it, and they make sure to show the burner several times, but nothing ever happens with it. And then in my new favorite performance of the year...
Well?
Sue?
So anyway, yeah, a guy with a bag on his head starts killing the people from the intro, and...
It's not just the 13th, it's Friday the 13th.
Well, not quite. A ripoff, maybe.
So when I see things like this, I think that there's no way that this is not a parody. But it's not. It's all done excessively straight, which makes it hilarious. All the friends have a party, and the bagman starts killing them off, looking like a Part 2 Jason, but with a hat on and a trench coat. There's a Crazy Ralph-like character as they redo that urban legend that they used for the first urban legend movie, and the novelty of the cheese wears off pretty quick, and outside of the basic setup, it doesn't feel too Friday-ish. It's pretty easy to pass up. Number 3. We get a more sorta direct parody in 2005 with Camp Slaughter, which is also known as Camp Days, which starts off very similar to the original Friday with shots of a lake, and it's in 1981, and a young couple sneaks off to do the biz and are killed. And check out this title shot.
Oh yeah, this belongs on this list.
It bounces to modern times, and a group of kids head to the woods.
Dark woods, scary noises, blood. Have you ever heard of Jason?
Please tell me today is not Friday the 13th.
Definitely self-aware.
Before you can say final girls, the crew is back in 1981, and sure enough, a killer is on the loose, going so far as to recreate the whole belt around the tree kill from Part 5. So, here's a few things about this movie. 1, it's almost 2 hours long. For a shoestring budget horror film, it's extremely drawn out and could stand to have a good half hour chopped off to move things along a bit. Number 2, it's by Alex Pucci, also known as Alex Dove, who is known for making homoerotic horror along the lines of David DeCotto, and it brings a fun subversiveness to dissecting the whole camp slashers and its predilection for guys in half shirts. And 3, it's pretty damn clever. I mean, you know, coming out years before Final Girls, it covers some of the same grounds. And I don't really want to spoil the big twist because it is fun. Although I said that about body count, it's almost good. It's pretty clear that the idea and the talent was there, but the budget couldn't sustain it, and there was some severe need of editing happening. And it's kind of maddening because I really, really wanted to like it, but the real plot of the film doesn't kick in until around the 1 hour mark, and there's a really good flick in here, somewhere, surrounded by a bunch of extra stuff dragging it down. Number 2. One of the earliest knockoffs was 1981's Don't Go in the Woods, which came out after Friday the 13th, but the script existed beforehand, although it was clearly made and released in order to cash in on the more well-known film. Quite a bit of this one's notoriety was that it was one of the infamous Video Nasties, a series of films that the UK banned back in the 80s due to their violent content. It features some lovely scenic cinematography, making the most of its locations, and there's a killer loose in the woods, basically just killing tourists at random. But can it be as bad as they say?
It's Dick.
Well, I mean, kinda.
It doesn't really have a plot per se, just a collection of odd scenes strung together with some random murders thrown in, including little kid death, and our killer is less Jason and more Hills Have Eyes. And you know, this is one that shows up on a lot of mentions of Friday knockoffs, but outside of the time period and the rural setting, and I'm not kidding when I say that there's no plot here, it really is just a chase, kill, chase, sorta over and over again. But hey, the kid does survive, in case you're sensitive to that kind of thing. I was tempted to not include it here since it's not really that similar to Friday the 13th, but it's always mentioned when talking about Jason clones, so I figured I would include it, mainly so I could talk about the 2010 remake, which I guess is supposedly not a remake according to the director, but it's a woods-set horror film about a group of Christian musicians heading out camping to write new songs. And it's a musical.
Coming from the grave. Coming from the grave.
And that director that I mentioned, it's Vincent D'Onofrio. It's not really a remake so much, but it is kind of weird that it has the same title and general setting. And I just had to mention it because it's just really an odd movie. Having characters burst into song amid blood and carnage is kind of strange, and it has its moments, but overall it's just not very good. But it is unique.
No fun, no drum, no come, no world to run.
Number 1. Finally, the one that everyone always brings up when you talk about Friday ripoffs is 1981's The Burning. It seems like a textbook copycat with a summer camp, a deformed killer who's getting revenge because of an earlier incident, and it's pretty much a straight-up clone. But it's not as simple as that. The project was actually underway before Friday came out. It was inspired more by Texas Chainsaw and Halloween than anything else. But that being said, the script was only registered before Friday came out, so you could easily call it a knockoff and that it might not have gone into production had the earlier film had not been a success. It's likely that it was greenlit based on the profitability of summer camp slashers, so its spot on this list is debatable. What's not debatable, though, is its impact, since it was the launching point for Jason Alexander, Holly Hunter, and Fisher Stevens, and of course was one of the first films produced by sexual predator and currently rotting in prison, Harvey Weinstein. Plus, it had a great soundtrack, fantastic effects from Tom Savini, and a great villain in Cropsey, who would never go on to his own series. The fact that there was never a sequel to this one is a bit confusing, as it seems custom-made for a franchise, although I guess the ending would have been a bit hard to move on from, what with Cropsey being pretty definitively killed, but come on. When has that ever stopped a horror villain?
So there you have it. It's 10 more ripoffs or clones or just films that were inspired by Friday the 13th. And there's a pretty big success rate in this one. This one was a little bit more successful than some of the previous ripoff lists. I don't think that there's much in here that is fantastic. I mean, outside of The Burning, but there was quite a few in here that were enjoyable to watch. Very few clunkers in here, although there were some. Let me know down below what you thought of these. Let me know some other Friday the 13th ripoffs that you would like to see on a future list if there are more out there. You don't have to mention Sleepaway Camp on there. I'm not going to have that on a ripoff list just because I already did a whole video on the whole Sleepaway Camp series. So forget that one, but any other Friday the 13th ripoffs that you think I missed, put down below. Let me know of some other ones on there that you want to see. Let me know what you thought of these movies, and if you hated them or loved them or whichever, or just let me know what you thought of the video. Just pop that right down below there. Of course, hit the like button. Of course, hit the subscribe button. And please check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/movietimelines. And you can become a patron like these guys because they are awesome. And I thank them for their patronage. And I thank you for watching this channel and this video. Thanks very much. We'll see you very shortly for another great one. Happy Friday the 13th. Bye-bye. On this week's episode, we're doing something very different. I've never done this before, but I have explored a lot of different aspects of the Friday the 13th film franchise, but there are quite a bit of other forms of media in which it shows up in. I figured it'd be about time to check out one of those with the Friday the 13th comic book series. Now, in the four-color world, it's had a pretty interesting history, and I figured it's time to check it out and see if it actually ties in to the film series.
So even though the Friday film series began in 1980, Jason actually managed to avoid showing up in comic book form for a really long time. I guess you could say that his first appearance was in 1988 in Blackthorn Comics' adaptation of the movie Waxwork. In a deviation from the actual film, that comic version depicts Jason as one of the wax figures in the film that comes to life and kills people. He's even identified as Jason, but looks different since it seems like he has hair here. This is not official though, and it's kind of more of a joke, but still exists as one of the first times that he's been in comic form, outside of something like a parody book such as Mad or something. There was, however, another, earlier unofficial appearance in Samurai Funnies number 2, although it is also unlicensed and not an actual debut. His first officially recognized comic book appearance, though, was, in a very peculiar way, with Satan 6 number 4, released in 1993, 13 years after his first appearance as a boy in the first film. Satan 6 was an odd series from Topps Comics, which used a bunch of random Jack Kirby concepts and just kind of threw them together in something called the Secret City Saga. It was written by Tony Isabella with cartoony art by John Cleary, and Jason is called upon to kill the Six. Since this was around the time of Jason Goes to Hell, that's the version that we get, with the mask embedded in his face, although he's wearing a little different outfit than he would in that movie. And he seems to say, a lot. He's on about 3 pages trying to kill the main characters and then just kind of teleports away. Although, when asked where he was sent, there's a meta joke about not using the comic for a plug, and that's it. That's his whole appearance in what was his comic book debut. Around the same time, Topps released their adaptation of the film Jason Goes to Hell, and was written by Andy Mangels. It mainly tells the same story as the film with a few differences, like apparently they had a news crew there when they killed Jason in the beginning, which seems like an odd thing to have at a covert sting operation. They also show you exactly why Duke was in the cell in the movie, as he was found trying to steal Diana's body from the morgue, and when the evil passes into Robert, it kind of looks like, he's pooping from his mouth into Robert's mouth, sorta. And get this, I know that every time this movie comes up, I talk about how my favorite part is Steven's little handcuff jump, and that's in the comic. They did not leave that awesomeness out. For the most part, though, it's pretty much just an adaptation of the film, so if you hate that movie, this isn't gonna win you over, especially with the basic art stylings going on here. Topps kept it going, and in the October of 1995 released an original series with Jason in it, but this time brought in some help. And about a decade before getting Freddy vs. Jason, we get Jason vs. Leatherface. Written by horror novelist Nancy A. Collins and featuring covers by Simon Bisley, it starts off with Jason chained up in the bottom of the lake, so it's most likely sometime in the gap between part 6 and 7, although there's a bit of artistic license taken with just how many chains are wrapped around the big guy. So, a real estate developer dredges the lake and frees Jason, who sorta looks like his part 9 version with the mask sunken into his face, and he ends up on a train and is taken to Sawyerville and comes face to face with Leatherface, and they duke it out, but then oddly make peace. There's another character who calls himself the Hitchhiker, but I'm assuming he's not the same as from the first film, since that would be a nightmare in terms of the time frame. But Cook is here too, although he looks like a different character as well, so it's either its own continuity or just more of Bubba's weird extended family. It's really odd seeing Jason being, cordial, and we learn that he can spell his name. He has some flashbacks showing us his father being abusive, and here's the weird part. I say that, but this entire series is the weird part. But Jason's dad is killed by Jason's mother, who he calls Doris. Now, this could be a simple mistake, but it could also be a nickname, like it's her middle name or something, and that's what he calls her. I mean, either way, it's a pretty weird mistake.
The series does end with a knockdown, drag-out fight between the two titans, and Jason is seemingly killed, a little too easily, and dumped in a lake. And he wakes up and heads back home. Because of this ending, it's pretty clear that the book is not in continuity, as he is still in that lake at the beginning of Part 7, and it doesn't seem like there's a way to get him back there from here, so this is more like a what-if, branching off from the ending of Part 6. So at this point, Topps Comics let the license lapse, and Jason vanished from the comic shelves for a solid 10 years. Keep in mind that the character was mostly absent from the screen for this period as well, but in 2005, he finally returned to the racks with Avatar Press taking on the franchise. They kicked it off with April 2005's Friday the 13th special, which was written by Evil Ernie and Lady Death creator Brian Pulido, with art by Mike Wolfer, which features a crystal lake with new resorts being planned, and a Jason that looks very similar to his design from Freddy vs. Jason, so continuity-wise, it's possible that this takes place after that film. 2 months ago, this guy says the construction site was demolished, and the two teens said they saw monsters, cementing this as being in FVJ territory and taking place just a few months after it. And the special actually confirms and shows Jason rapid healing from damage a la Wolverine, and has enough strength to hit a man on the head and knock it down through his butt. They followed it up with Friday the 13th Bloodbath a little later that year with the same creative team, and seemingly picks up 6 months after the events of the special, with a new camp called Camp Tomorrow being opened up, which now places us 8 months after FVJ, and no one gives Pulido credit for writing great black characters like Dion here, who says Kim has junk in the trunk, is known for his subtlety. They're at Crystal Lake and reference crazy events happening and a Jason legend, but after the recent events of FVJ and the previous issue in which a helicopter crashed in a lake, how are they still letting people open camps here? Well, it turns out that the whole thing was an elaborate ruse to draw Jason out by a corporation, and he's captured, but gets free, causing chaos and carnage, and ends with him frozen in liquid nitrogen, but thawing out and moving on. At the same time, Avatar also put out Jason X, a single-issue special continuing from the ending of the movie of the same name. We're still in 2455, and we're thrown a big curveball here as we find out that that wasn't actually Earth 2 at the ending of that film, and was Earth 1. Kay here manipulated the Grendel into turning around because she's the last person left on Earth and wants to use Jason to find a way to restore her dying love, using robots to distract and confuse Uber, which is what those people were at the ending of Jason X, the film. She launches him back into space, but his evil takes the guy over and kills Kay, and Jason ends up back in space, and shortly after releases a follow-up with Jason vs. Jason X, a 2-issue series with Mike Wolfer picking up the writing duties as well as the artwork, and a group finds a piece of the Grendel looking for salvage, and somehow, remember when Jason had half of his head blown off in Jason X? Well, I guess that portion of his head is restored by the nanobots. So now, Freddy vs. Jason era looking Jason is here, and he ends up on the same ship that the Uber Jason is on, and they go toe to toe and have a pretty much issue-long fight in which UJ wins by cutting off Classic J's head and then tears it open, pulling out the brain and puts it into his own. He ends up back on Earth, or an Earth-like planet, and just goes back to Crystal Lake, I suppose. The Avatar era ended with 2006 Friday the 13th Fear Book, another one-shot picking up from Bloodbath, with Wolfer again writing, and it picks up where that one left off, with the final girl Violet ending up a captive of the corporation trying to trap Jason, who shows up and just kills everyone there, including Violet, and that was it. That's where their Jason ends. He's post Freddy vs. Jason and pre-Jason X, ready to be taken into custody to set up that film. So at this point, the license changed hands, and just 1 year later, Wildstorm, a division of DC Comics, picked it up and started fresh with a 6-issue limited series from 2006 to 2007 that sets up a familiar scenario.
A bunch of kids are headed to Crystal Lake for a new camp opening. The boss talks about it, mentioning Jason drowning as a kid and Pamela killing people later on, but doesn't mention anything after that. So we may be looking at some sort of continuity reboot or retcon here. And they mention the internet, so we're not set in the past. And then there's a history lesson that changes things quite a bit. They say that Jason drowned in 57 and there was 2 murders in 58, which was the intro to Friday Part 1, but then says a few years later, Steve Christie tried to reopen it and was killed. And then goes on to say that they tried again in 62, so it looks like they're retconning the first film to take place back in the early 60s, most likely to account for Jason's rapid aging, I guess solving the issue of what he was doing all those years from the movies. In the third issue, this guy says that every few years someone picks up Jason's MO and kills some people, and they say that he has a death certificate from when he drowned, so it's likely that in this continuity that the final chapter didn't happen, since they don't talk about it like there's any record of him appearing as an adult, although they also call his hockey mask infamous, so it's clear that his exploits are kind of known, so it's pretty unclear here what's in canon and what isn't. There's some interesting stuff with the lake being haunted by dead children and a native curse on the land that found a living vessel in Jason, but it's ultimately just a Friday the 13th story, and a kinda overlong and typical one at that, with more grating characters than normal. It was 6 issues and ends with everyone dead and Jason headed back into the lake. This run was written by one of the frontrunners of the whole original Marvel Knights run, Jimmy Palmiotti, along with Justin Gray, and had art by Adam Archer. Their next entry was a 2-issue limited series entitled Friday the 13th, Pamela's Tale, which went into the backstory of the infamous Mrs. V. It came out in September and October of 2007 and was written by Mark Andreyko with art by Sean Mall. The story starts at the beginning of the first film, detailing Annie's visit to town, and gives a date of Friday, June 13th, 1980, which contradicts my timeline of the series and defies that tombstone that we see in the 4th film. It's a direct adaptation of the first couple minutes of the film until she gets in that Jeep and we finally see the side of the story, including Pamela herself. She tells her backstory, which starts in 1947 and her marriage to abusive Elias, that she murders before Jason was even born. It's insinuated the cursed nature of the lake affected his birth, and we see in 1957 that the little dude is already up to no good, and his subsequent lake accident. It shows the opening scene of the first film from 1958 and the first killings at the camp, and ends at the ending of the first film, right before her battle with Alice. Wildstorm continued its take with another 2-issue miniseries entitled Friday the 13th, How I Spent My Summer Vacation, which came out in late 2007, immediately after Pamela's Tale in November and December. Written by Jason Aaron, who would very shortly go on to superstardom, with Adam Archer returning for art duties. This one starts off saying 50 years ago, showing right before Jason drowned, and since they had confirmed Jason died in 1957, that places the main story in 2007, which, compared to the main franchise timeline, would place this after Freddy vs. Jason, but before being captured for Jason X, although it's more likely, similar to the earlier limited run, that this is its own continuity. In this one, Jason encounters a young camper who suffers from facial deformities, and that apparently reminds the big guy of himself, so instead of just murdering him, he takes him along with him. The kid ends up sort of enjoying being with him and envies his ability to stand up for himself, and they face off against some soldiers and a crazy sheriff. They have a final face-off on a cliffside with Jason and the sheriff tumbling off and the kid being rescued, and Jason going to visit Mommy's grave. Now, so far, almost all the series haven't been connected to really any of the movies. Most of them are just Jason as a basic lore outside of any specific time frame. The only exceptions being him starting out chained up in the lake in the Jason X comics, but in early 2008 we get one that's directly connected. You see, after the success of Friday vs. Jason, they wanted to move forward with a sequel, and the consensus became that the next logical step would be to open up the universe further by putting the two up against Evil Dead's Ash. That movie, however, never happened, but there was a treatment written by Jeff Katz.
That's about 18 pages long and lays out the entire storyline that would have been the film. Wildstorm decided to go ahead and adapt that treatment into comic book form since they already had the rights to do Friday and Nightmare comics, and teamed up with Dynamite Entertainment, who had the rights to Ash, to put out a 6-issue series called simply Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash. It ran from January of 08 to May of 08 and was scripted by James Kuhark from Katz's Treatment with art by Jason Craig. It starts with a caption saying it's 5 years after the event of Freddy vs. Jason, which would place it in real time 08, since that movie is in late 03, and they're in Crystal Lake. And they're once again going back to the name Forest Green and building a brand new S-Mart. It brings back Laurie and Will from Freddy vs. Jason, and they're promptly killed, and Jason keeps Freddy's head by his mom, and Fred's still in his subconscious, banging his mom. They link it to Jason Goes to Hell by explaining that the Necronomicon is there, like it was in that movie, and Jason has to go get it, and thankfully Ash is here, sent to the Crystal Lake S-Mart to help it out. And he gets the book first, and there's a wild in-store slaughter, which would have been fun to see in live action, and Freddy is restored through the use of the book. They managed to rip off Watchmen with the whole "you can't stop me, I've already done it" bit, and they confirmed the theory that Pamela used the Necronomicon to restore Jason from the dead after drowning, claiming that he is a deadite of sorts. They have a 3-way face-off with everyone trying to kill each other, and Jason gets a shotgun blast to the face, removing his mask and revealing his face, and he gets an arm chopped off, taking a tip from Ash and popping a machete on there. The final fight has Freddy elevated to godlike powers, but they use the book to open a portal and send the evil back, and Jason gets trapped beneath an icy lake. It's a fun read, but it's pretty interesting to watch the artwork decline in quality with each passing issue, assumingly due to deadline rushes. At the same time, from March to April of 08, there was also a 2-issue limited series, still from Wildstorm, called Friday the 13th Badland. This one was written by Ron Mars with artwork by Mike Huddleston, and the 2 stories from 2 separate time periods. One takes place in what the promotional info says is 1750, with the other taking place in modern times. We get the story of a group of trappers taking refuge in the cold winter and taking advantage of and then killing a native woman, as her husband then seeks to take revenge. Mixed with that, the standard tales of a couple of teens up at the lake in a cabin while a familiar face or hockey mask lurks outside. The usual killing happens, but the most interesting aspect here is the establishment of Crystal Lake as a cursed land, a place where bad things always happen, giving a supernatural element to the surrounding area, and some beginning to the backstory of the ghost children shown in the earlier series. Its place within the series is pretty wide open. It's definitely at a post-zombie Jason point, and is most likely just after the How I Spent My Summer Vacation storyline. Just a couple of months later, in June of 08, they did a one-shot called Friday the 13th Abuser and the Abused, written by Joshua Hale Fialkov, with art by Andy B., and it's the story of Maggie here, who's abused and kills her parents, and then the boyfriend that beats her. But then Jason shows up, and they have an extended chase scene in which she reveals she killed them to emulate him and figures that he'd spare her, but he does not. It's pretty quick and simple, and again, it's fairly nebulous with the time frame and could take place at any time, but it makes sense to have it take place right after the last issues. Wildstorm stopped producing regular Friday content at that point, but they didn't return to the franchise until August of 09, when they debuted a sequel to a sequel with Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, The Nightmare Warriors, another 6-issue limited series, once again setting the 3 horror titans against each other. The creative team of Katz, Kuhark, and Craig return and picks up right where the last series left off, only 24 hours later, so we're still in 08, and we're back in the main film continuity. Jason is still in the lake, but some shady Black Ops group retrieves the book, but the Big J wakes up and starts doing what he be doing. His mask is still there, now blown in half, and he's looking a bit worse for wear, and we're now told that it's July 2nd and it is 6 months after the last series. So that means that this is either July of 08, and the first series took place in January of 08, but it could be 09 as well. Maggie Burroughs shows up, last seen in Freddy's Dead, and then we also have Alice and Jacob from The Dream Child appear. The government brings Freddy out of the book, back in human form, and Maggie's sleeping with Neil Gordon from the Dream Warriors, and for some reason they've teamed up with Rennie and Tina. Rennie's the psychic girl from Friday the 13th Part 8, with Tina being the telekinetic from Part 7. Although oddly, they seem not much older than they did in their film appearances, although they'd be at least in their mid-30s by this point. I mean, Neil would have to be in his early 50s at the youngest at this point. To complicate the time frame, Stephen Freeman is there with Stephanie, both last seen in Jason Goes to Hell, and she's now a young girl, and it's mentioned that she encountered Jason as an infant. With Jason Goes to Hell not taking place too long before Freddy vs. Jason, and there being a 5-year gap between that movie and the comic series, she should still be a little kid, which tells me they're placing Part 9 earlier in the time frame than I would have calculated. Turns out they've collected all of those that survived Freddy and Jason in the past to bring them together to destroy them once and for all. But the big fella shows up and kills Steven right away. Luckily, Tommy freaking Jarvis is here as well, and Jacob is also quite a bit older, but with him being born in '89 in universe, he'd be just under 20 here, and he looks about it, so they're right there. Dream Freddy encounters Jason again and talks about their fight last year, but Ash says it's 6 months after the first series in July, which doesn't make sense. It's not a full year, and it's in the same calendar year, so saying last year is odd, unless Ash was just approximating the 6-month thing and the first series was late 08, like December, and this is July of 09, a different year, and still around 6 months or so. Fred uses his book enhancement to restore Jason's humanity, while his human form gets creepy. And here's the worst part. Maggie is evil and has been helping Freddy all along, and we get this lovely panel right here, which I never needed to see. Thank you. She kills Rennie, and they kick off a big war with long-haired pretty boy Jason leading an army of darkness. There's a massacre on the Senate floor, but then Freddy invades the White House, and W is still the president still. So unless this universe had a different election cycle, that makes this 08 then. So this is July 08, and the first series was earlier in 08, and Freddy just has a weird concept of what last year means. There's helicopters on the White House lawn, God Freddy, basically a laundry list of stuff that they wouldn't have done in a movie version due to budget. And then Maggie gets smushed under a tank. Alice gets gloved, but she passes the Dream Master power onto Jacob, who brings on the spirit of the Dream Warriors. And Amanda Kruger and Kincaid is in here, Taryn, the Wizard Master, and Jason and Tommy face off. The mask comes off, and Jason talks, kinda? But Stephanie, his niece, stabs him before Tommy cuts off his head. Then Nancy appears to Neil, and they use the book to open a portal again to suck Freddy in, and the Dream Demons get mad, so they strip Freddy of his powers and Ash shoots him dead. Weirdly, Tina does nothing in the final battle after crushing Maggie with a tank. Big final battle, and the girl with massive telekinesis is just kinda sidebar. At the end of the book though, Jason's body is missing, making it possible for this to still be in continuity with Jason X if he were captured very shortly after this. Strangely, there's an epilogue in which one of the FBI agents gets shot through a portal and ends up in 1964 and ends up signing Freddy's warrant, which is the reason he was let off on a technicality, so I guess time is tampered with here and Fred would go to jail now? I guess we'll never know since this story was not continued. In fact, that would remain the last we'd see of the character in 4-color form, now going on 13 years with no Jason comic books. Out of all the books, it would seem like each company sets its own continuity with few ties to the existing film universe, but they could be interpreted as taking place between the lines of the movies. So there you have it, a whole bunch of comic books that don't really follow a timeline. Some of these were not that great. There was a couple of gems in here of kind of fun reading, but for the most part, they're pretty not essential. The most essential ones are the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash ones. They're a fun time. It's pretty interesting to think of what could have been with those movies. The artwork is, depending upon the issue, either great or very, very spotty. So know that when you're going in. It's a little iffy. But yeah, these were a fun read. There was some good stuff in here, but there were some definite clunkers as well. If you've ever checked these out, or if you like the Friday comics, or if this interested you, please let me know down below in that comment there, and click like on the video if you enjoyed it. Also, hit subscribe. We'll probably be doing some of these other comic book retrospectives for the other series. I know that there's some good Hellraiser books out there, and there was some cool Nightmare comics, so we'll be checking those out as well in the future. So let me know what you want me to check out on this particular focus for it and see. But yeah, also please check out the Patreon page. These guys are my patrons, and they help keep this channel going, and you could do that as well too by going to patreon.com/movietimelines and help supporting the channel. Or you could just keep on watching the videos, and I'll see you very shortly for another great one. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye-bye. Well, what do you know? It's Friday the 13th, and I figured what better way to celebrate that than to further explore the world of Friday ripoffs and knockoffs. Now, I've already done 2 full videos full of movies influenced by the slasher great. So for this one, I wanted to focus on movies that had a broader inspiration. Movies that took an overall feel or tone. So, if these ones aren't exactly direct duplicates, that's why. But let's check them out and realize that they may not be exactly but they are. I have no idea what that means. I wrote it, but I have no idea. Number 10. Back in 1982, Friday Mania was running wild, brother, and another one of the films that popped up in its wake was The Forest, which was written and directed by Don Jones, who actually passed away just last year in 2021, and starts in a familiar manner, with a couple of hikers out in the woods as an unseen stalker watches on. He gets a bit stabby, and then we're in Los Angeles and 2 couples are going camping, but the guys get delayed. But they get there eventually and are accompanied by this killer tune.
People do disappear, but where do they hide? In the dark side of the forest.
And our POV creeper seems to have flashbacks to when he was a little boy talking to his sister, and there's a mysterious mother ghost here looking for her children. There's also a guy who is definitely not wearing a wig under a ball cap here, and he attacks, killing Teddy, and multiple people see the ghost kids. So they're the real deal. They're actually the guy's kids' ghosts. And Evil Daddy, I guess, eats his victims, and I suppose this is definitely a twist on the theme, although the setup is pure Friday. It really switches gears by introducing cannibalism and the supernatural into the mix. Like, in the flashbacks, the crazy guy's wife was cheating on him, but while she was doing it, she just popped the kids into the closet. And after a whole middle section that strays from the formula, it steers back into stalker territory for the finale with some fun silliness.
What's the matter with you, man? Are you crazy? Crazy? Of course I am. We're all crazy.
And ultimately, the Friday comparisons are fairly superficial, and it's certainly kind of its own thing. But it's also kind of dull, and is basically just like 4 people wandering on the woods for 90 minutes, and sometimes sitting in a cave. Number 9. Here's another one from the 80s, and it's the gloriously titled Satan's Blade, and was directed by I. Scott Castillo Jr., and it remains his only credit. It begins with a bank robbery, and I guess this is an indication of how long it took to release. The calendar
on the wall says that it's November of 1981, and the film takes place over a short amount of time, so I'm assuming that that's when this was shot, but it didn't get released until October of 1985, although IMDb states that it was 1984. But either way, there was a several-year gap between filming and release then. The robbers are revealed to be two women, and one double-crosses the other and shoots her, although when she moves her hand, there is no bullet wound visible at all. But then, she's also killed by someone unseen, and there's a legend up in the hills about a mountain man who wanders and kills, and a group heads for a winter camp getaway. The legend has the guy protecting his lands, killing anyone who trespasses on his territory, which that sounds pretty familiar. And they also say that he lives in the lake, which also sounds familiar. But there's a twist in that he was gifted a special knife from the dark gods with which to kill. There's a guy that looks like he shops at Ralph's R Us, and he tries to give them fair warning. And there's some drama, like this girl tries to seduce this married guy because, why wouldn't she? Yes, Discount Arnie from Christine sure is a hunk. There's lots of visible boom mic in this one, and things take a very long time to happen, but the killer finally starts going into action in standard POV and gloved hand view. And after nothing happening for quite a while, a whole bunch of killing occurs in like a 5-minute period. All in all, the similarities are just in the base setup with the campers in the woods and the legend of the guy in the lake. The execution, again, is pretty different, and like The Forest, I can see why people refer to it as a Friday knockoff, but it's not really a direct clone, although it does kind of take the whole final shot as the fabled killer erupting from the lake bit. And you know, while watching this movie, I had a pretty crazy revelation. I realized that most likely, I am probably the only person on the planet at this exact moment that is watching Satan's Blade. Number 8. Let's hit up a more modern take on things with Don't F in the Woods. And seriously, that could just be an alternate title for the Friday series anyway. It begins as you'd expect, with a couple camping, and they do not listen to the title of the movie, and end up getting attacked by some sort of creature. A core of pretty grating characters then all decide to go on a camping trip together, including adult star Nadia White, who just keeps showing up in really low budget horror films and was in one of the Death Escort Service movies, and it's one of those classic horror movie group of friends who constantly argue with each other and then start being stalked by the monster, who seems to be attracted specifically to those that are doing the deed. It even goes after those that are self-medicating, and I suppose because it's not really a slasher stalker and instead definitely a monster movie, that its place on this list is a little tenuous, but let's face it, it's a bunch of kids camping in the woods while being stalked by an unseen murderer that seems to particularly punish those who had just been intimate, so it fits. This was made on a budget of $10,000, and apparently the monster suit only cost $180 to make, and yeah, it's not great, but it's not terrible either. They got their $180 worth, and all things considered, it's fine. I feel like if the characters were even remotely likable, then this could have been very entertaining, but as it is, you're mostly rooting for the creature. All said and done, this one's barely an hour long, but there's another 10 minutes of credits and outtakes attached, so I mean, it's not like it's a big time commitment. And there's also a post-credit sequence setting up a sequel that does appear to be on its way. Number 7. Here's another classic, and it's 1989's Moonstalker, which starts with an axe murderer in an RV, and then there's a family camping out in the woods, and they're interrupted by an old man talking about his son Bernie, but Pop seems to have a dark side, or at least an axe. It seems Bernie got sick and put into a hospital in the city, but it also seems like he's locked up in Pop's RV, and he's wearing a sort of a sack over his head. Pop sets him loose, so we have a sack-headed silent killer loose in the woods, hunting down campers. So yeah, this belongs on this list. He gets to work killing the family, but the daughter escapes. But then, to slam home the Friday comparisons, there's a nearby camp where they're training new counselors. He soon sheds the sack though and heads into the grounds, and he hears his mother's voice in his head, of course. And it's kind of weird because the whole opening sequence with the family just kind of ends, and then it just becomes this whole other movie about the campers. Even with the shift in the look of the killer, it feels like they had these two separate movies and then somehow stitched them together, but that's not the case. But it sure seems like it, because then they retell the Bernie legend, but it's different coming from this guy. Like in this version, he had an old shack he lives in, so of course they try to find it, but then to be weirder, they introduce the cop that's hunting our killer down at the 1 hour and 10 minute mark. So yeah, this one's weird, but it's entertaining. It definitely feels like a solid 80s slasher, although there's some dull patches in the middle. But it's just funny how much this movie keeps deciding to switch itself up. One quick thing to note is that I really liked the score here. And it really stood out, and it turns out that this was the very first work for composer Douglas Pipes, who would then go on to do a bunch of movies for films like Monster House, Trick or Treat, and Krampus. Number 6. Let's go back to a more modern entry with 2012's Bloody Bloody Bible Camp that already pulls some Friday comparisons with setting the opening in the late 70s at a camp. But it's a Bible camp, and there's an unseen killer on the prowl, systematically murdering the whole crew, and then bounces to 1984, and Reggie's here with a new group heading up to a Bible camp. And although it's supposed to be the 80s, there sure is a lot of modern looking products on the stands. The locals talk about the legend of the camp and Sister Mary Chopper, who was the masked villain 7 years earlier, and Dwayne here survived, and so did Millie here, and they're told to stay away or they'll be doomed, of course, and they even give Reg a musical number.
And all the girls will learn to cook and keep house for the clan, to be a loyal ranger rat to a loyal ranger man.
They do all the expected summer camp stuff, and it takes a very long time for anything to happen. Like, they do cut away to the killer occasionally, but she's not really doing anything, just being creepy. And meanwhile, it's just the kids at the camp in wacky situations, and sometimes humor works, and the others it falls completely flat. At times, it feels a bit like a trauma movie that's just not willing to go the distance, but Sister Chopper finally shows up and starts chopping, and there's a fun cameo from Reggie's actual wife, Gigi Bannister, and it's pretty entertaining, even if it just takes too long to get going. Again, it's not a carbon copy Friday ripoff, and more inspired by it with its basic structure and all that, but the influence is absolutely there. There's also a less fun cameo from Ron Jeremy playing Jesus, which I'm sure was amusing at the time, but now, with hindsight, seeing a guy being indicted on over 30 counts of sexual assault playing a religious figure is a little gross. Number 5. We've got another classic coming up with 1983's The Prey, and if you've walked into a video store anytime in the 1980s, you'll remember this box art. The opening music is very Friday-esque, and is set in 1980, giving us an older couple killed while camping. And this one was directed by Edwin Brown for Essex Productions, which was a studio that specialized in adult entertainment. And Edwin's other body of work is pretty much all films of that nature. Then, go figure, we have a group of young folk on a camping trip together, some of them in what was apparently an 80s wardrobe staple, the football jersey with just numbers on it. And kids...
First you play it real cool. Snuggle up in the old sleeping bag, and then slip it right to her.
Don't take dating advice from this guy. In the meantime, you'll get some footage of a snake eating something, and
other wildlife. There's a lot of wildlife footage in this one. And like Friday, you get the backstory of the local legend told by campfire. And then we get some flashbacks, and here's an interesting tidbit. This stuff only exists in the extended version of the film. This whole backstory, which includes several adult film actors and was not shot by Edwin Brown and was instead done by an uncredited director at the behest of Essex in order to include more nudity. This very lengthy sequence tells of a group of locals burning down a gypsy camp and one escaped named Leo. And here's the kicker. They never show Leo in the flashback. They only talk about him. It's pretty strange. It soon becomes clear that someone's out there in the woods watching them, and they start the violence, and it's a pretty large burnt guy. And then the film just hits this lull, this big draggy part in the middle, but it does finally kick in during the last 15 minutes as Leo gets in some pretty inspired kills. And for extra Friday inspiration, it's a very large deformed guy who's bald and has an asymmetric face. Interestingly enough, Leo is played by Carol Struckian of Addams Family Lurch fame, and yeah, this one definitely takes more inspiration from the Fridays, but overall it's pretty skippable, and the implications of the end are pretty gross. Number 4. Now we head to 2014's Camp Dread, which gives us Eric Roberts. Yay! And grown-up Jamie Lloyd as the town sheriff, and Roberts is a horror movie director who is forced to do a reality show set at a summer camp, but he actually intends to use it as a remake of one of his summer films called Summer Camp. The show contestants are a bunch of kids that think that they're there for some sort of outreach program, and of course the camp is on a lake, and this is one of those reality shows that only exist in the movies where there's no crew, and it's just a bunch of cameras mounted up in a bunch of places. Now, that sort of thing works in something like Big Brother where there's like 4 rooms, but this is an entire camp. How many cameras do they have mounted up there? I do not want to edit that. Sure enough, someone is killing them, and OG Angela is here as one of the original stars of the original summer camp film, and I think it's kinda implied that Felissa's character is sort of based on Adrienne King because she didn't return to the series because of issues with a stalker, and unfortunately, pretty much every character is mind-numbingly obnoxious. And there's some reality show stuff with Julian saying that he has a team that's supposed to eliminate the people and pretend to kill them when they're off the show. Robert keeps looking pretty suspicious, and yeah, in execution, this one feels very little like a Friday film, but again, the structure and setup is absolutely there. And I assume that having Felissa Rose, the idea was that the 80s film may have been Sleepaway Camp, but it feels more Friday to me, like there's a rope from around a tree kill and everything. The killer reveal is pretty underwhelming and guaranteed to make you root for absolutely no one. And if you checked this out for Danielle Harris, who's prominently featured on the poster art and second build, you'll be sad to know that she's literally in one scene and then only shows up again in the final 5 minutes for one last round of stupidity. Number 3. On a previous episode of Friday the 13th Ripoffs, I talked about Bloody Murder, which featured Trevor Morehouse, our killer, who wore a hockey mask and a Michael Myers jumpsuit. A couple of people also mentioned the sequel, Bloody Murder 2: Closing Camp, which came out in 2003 and featured this as the cover, so clearly they were still going for the Friday-inspired theme, although the opening sequence actually gives us a pretty different looking killer. We then have our standard setup at a summer camp at the beginning of a season and a new group of campers, so we are going for the Friday thing, and Tiffany Shepis is here. And it's revealed that one of the campers had a boyfriend named Jason who was killed there 5 years ago, and by Trevor Morehouse, and was the guy who died at the very ending of that movie, meaning that we're 5 years after the first film. And they do the whole telling the legend of the killer by campfire trope, and they all decide to play Bloody Murder. There's a fake Trevor who is wearing the hockey mask, and this one is directed by Rob Spira, who of course also gave us the classic Leprechaun in the Hood, so I expect trashy quality. And you know, with a wife as a costume designer, you pick up subtle clues, like if you want to have a character who's obnoxiously egotistical, you could make that pretty clear in a dialogue and have her character play out through interactions with others. Or you could just give her a t-shirt that says, "I heart me." But then the real Trevor shows up and is not ready to tend the goal and is wearing a blank white mask and overalls. And wait a second, in the first movie he did not wear this outfit, and Tracy dreamt about him in this one instead. So she clearly knows something. So she's either the killer or the filmmakers just didn't care about continuity. Wonder which one it is. This one actually follows the Friday formula more than the first one and is actually a slightly improved product, even if they made the killers look less derivative of its source material. If you are a Tiffany Shepis fan, then this is definitely the movie for you, since she's naked in pretty much every other scene that she's in, and oddly, every entry on the IMDb trivia page for the movie is about her nude scenes. Then, if you thought that switching up the costume meant it wasn't a Jason ripoff anymore and just having counselors at a camp doesn't mean anything, they go with the whole crazy parental unit out for revenge finale. Number 2. Here's one that I'm actually kind of hesitant to include here, but it's 1982's Alone in the Dark. This one's actually the directorial debut of Jack Shoulder, who gave us Nightmare 2 and The Hidden, and starts off strong with Bela Lugosi and Dr. Loomis. And we're at a psychiatric hospital, and since this is New Line and Robert Shea co-wrote it, Lynn Shea gets a part. Curly's here too, and here's the reason for this being on the list, as thin as that reason may be. There's an inmate named John Skagg who goes by the nickname of the Bleeder. And when the group of them decide that the new doctor has somehow killed the old doctor that quit, they plan to kill him. Pleasance shows what a good doctor he is once again, like when an insane man asks him for a match, he gives it to him and then is pretty surprised when that inmate sets something on fire. There's a pretty solid musical interlude, and when there's a massive power outage, they all escape, and here's where that reason comes back in. The Bleeder steals a mask, a hockey mask, and starts killing with garden instruments. Now, here's the tricky part. Friday 3, the first entry with the hockey mask, came out in August of '82. And this came out just a few months later, in November of the same year. It's pretty likely that both films were in production around the same time, so it's hard to just straight out call Alone in the Dark a Jason clone because of that. It's possible that they had gotten word about the Voorhees face gear of choice and decided to match it, but at the time, no one was really sure that it was going to become such an integral part of the character. That being said, I think it's more likely that this was just a coincidence, especially considering that it's really the only similarity between the two films, and I should add, it's pretty great. Number 1. Let's finish with our most clear ripoff, Camp Death 3 in 2D from 2019. It starts with telling us that 3 summers ago, on Friday the 13th in 1979, at a camp in New Jersey, this bald, deformed guy in a mask killed a bunch of people, and later they have decided to reopen the camp as rehabilitation center for the criminally insane. I think it's supposed to be a comedy, but the humor mainly seems to consist of, hey, there's a guy in a wheelchair, wouldn't it be funny if he fell out of it? Or I know, what if a guy in a wheelchair had to go up steps? The other jokes are kind of inexplicable, like potato salad level inexplicable. That there's a Ralph-like character, and look, there's a squirrel, and it bites this guy. Is that a joke? What's the punchline? Then there's the chef character, she's just standing here and the boss just repeatedly yells at her to get back to work. Is this a joke? Is it a reference to something I'm unaware of? I'm so confused. Then I dare you to explain what's going on in this scene.
Okay. I'd like each of you to come on up and introduce yourselves.
I also want to point out that there's at least 2 characters whose entire comedic premise is, are you ready for this? Are you ready to laugh? They swear a lot. They say the F word a whole bunch. That's funny, right? Oh, just kills me. Just kill me. A killer shows up looking pretty much like the Trevor Morehouse outfit, actually, and they make some direct references.
Now, I don't want to scare anyone, but I do want to give it to you straight about Johan.
The killer here is named Johan, and his mother killed a bunch of people until a girl cut her head off, and then Johan showed up to kill more. The girl from the beginning of the movie apparently went missing, and yeah, this is basically, you remember those terrible parody movies from the 2000s, like Epic Movie and Date Movie and stuff, where it was barely jokes and more like just, hey, remember this scene from, I don't know, X-Men or something? Well, here's that scene again, except someone gets hit on the head during it. That's this whole movie. It's just the exact formula and scenarios from a Friday movie with extremely terrible attempts at comedy strewn throughout. Comic gems like a policeman with a whole bunch of badges. Get it? He has like a lot of badges. That's a joke, right?
I'm gonna get going with your dead friend. Peace, pussies.
Get it? Because a policeman wouldn't normally say that and swear. But he did. He's a policeman and he swore. That's the joke. This is, without a doubt, one of the most painful experiences that I've ever had watching a movie. It's not quite Roller Gator bad or Human Centipede annoying, but it's definitely potato salad level eye roll inducing. Not one time during the entire length of the film did I even crack a smile. Not one joke landed. Not one performance showed a single ounce of comic timing. Nothing was clever nor interesting. Like, there's a whole sequence where they chase the killer on speeder bikes, like Revenge of the Jedi, because that's what that movie was called, and have lightsabers for no reason except, oh hey, remember Star Wars? That's the entire joke and reason to have this in the movie. And I'm quickly realizing that I hate low-budget failed comedies way more than I hate low-budget failed horror. It's just no contest. Meanwhile, I have no clue what this ending even means. It's just like random stream of consciousness. But I hated this movie, every single minute of it, so I guess that's why it's number 1. So there you have it, 10 movies for your Friday the 13th that are sort of based on, knockoff, inspired by, or are parodies of Friday the 13th. If you've seen some of these, let me know. If you enjoy any of these, if you want to defend some of them, you can. Although I didn't really tear apart many of them. A couple of them were a little on the boring side, but the majority of these were pretty solid, except for, of course, the last one, which I'm not a fan of. But quite a few in here that I am a fan of, and some things that you should check out that are very enjoyable. Let me know what you thought of these down below. Let me know if you want to keep on seeing more videos like this that are sort of inspired by Friday, but not full knockoffs or clones. And of course, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you enjoy these videos. Yeah, if you think about it, you want to go to my Patreon page. It's patreon.com/movietimelines. You can help contribute to the channel like these guys, awesome guys over here do. And In the meantime, you can also just keep on watching the video. I certainly appreciate that. And I'll see you very shortly for another great one. Thanks a lot, guys, and bye-bye.
I've now done 2 videos answering questions about the Friday the 13th franchise, but I knew that there were more out there. So I went to you guys and I had you submit the questions that you wanted to see answered. That remained, I guess. Now, as I said, I did 2 previous volumes of this, so feel free to check those out first. And this is probably my final say on the questions for this franchise. Until I rewatch the films and start saying, yeah, but what about that? What about that? What about that? Question number 1. John O'Rose wants to know, how old was Pamela when she had Jason? Good old Pam is a pretty central figure to the whole franchise, even if she only really appears in one film. She's the OG villain, the main antagonist of the entire series, until she's not. Thankfully, we know quite a bit of information about her from the movies, including her age when she died, and we can also use what we know to figure out exactly when she had Jason, and all that. Thanks to the gravestone in part 4, we know that she was born in 1930 and died in 1979, when the first movie takes place. That makes her 49 years old when she lost her head, which makes her character about 4 years younger than Betsy Palmer, the actress who played her. We also know that her son died in 1957, thanks to the opening of the first film. That's set in 1958, and we're told that Jason drowned 1 year prior, so she was 27 years old when he died. But we're also told that he was 11 years old when he was, I guess, murdered by camp counselors who were too busy boning to notice that he was swimming. He wasn't a very good swimmer. So, using that, we know pretty conclusively that he was born in 1946, and Pamela would have been 16 at the time of birth. It's possible, based on birthdays and whatnot, that she could have been 15, but 16 sounds right. Some basis for that can be found in the video game, which has a section called the Pamela tapes that detail her backstory. There, she says that Elias, the man that we've always assumed was the baby daddy, is not, and that Jason's actual father is an unknown man that raped her when she was 16 years old, confirming that age frame. Meanwhile, here's a minor fact. She actually wasn't known as Pamela Voorhees at first and was simply known as Mrs. Voorhees. It wasn't until that tombstone in the 4th film that she was actually given a name, Pamela. Question number 2. Von Weil asks how Jason found Alice in the second movie. All right, so this is actually sort of an addendum, I guess, because I did answer this one in my first Friday questions video, but I wasn't very satisfied with the answer I came up with, and there's actually a better one floating around out there. So this is the more definitive take on it. So, in the beginning of part 2, Alice is recovering from her traumatic experiences in the first film. We find out a bit later on that it takes place just a couple of months after that, so it's a relatively short time after, and one night at her place, the formal final girl is taken out via an ice pick to the head. Of course, we don't see the killer, but considering that they put Mrs. Voorhees' head in the fridge, it really doesn't seem like it'd be anyone other than Jason. But how did he even find her? In my original episode, I stated that he got her address from Steve's files and used that to locate her. And I've seen other theories that it was like simply supernatural means, and I'm even fine with that. As I stated in another video as well, I think that there are definitely supernatural forces at work around the lake, and it's apparent even in the early films, so that works as well. But There's a more suitable answer in the novelization of Part 2, written by Simon Hawke. In it, he details that Alice is actually near the lake to begin with, so that eliminates the whole tracking aspect of it. She was having trouble dealing with her trauma and rented a house near the lake in order to force herself to confront her situation head on. From there, it's pretty easy to figure out what happened. She likely was out and about around the area and good old Baghead saw her and followed her back to the house, which would not have been difficult then since it was close. But now that that's out of the way, can we talk about the head for a second? Dude bought his mom's head with him and I guess covered it because that would be awkward if someone saw him doing that, and then I guess wanted to taunt Alice, so he stuck her head in the fridge. Was his plan to just wait until she opened it and then attacked? Was he just chilling there, like just out of sight, waiting for her to get the munchies? What if Alice wasn't hungry? What if she was fasting? Would he have attacked her anyway? Or was he all like, oh man, she didn't look in the fridge. My whole plan is ruined without her seeing my chilled mom. Guess I'll wait until she grabs OJ in the morning then. Was Alice's entire existence predicated on the action of opening the fridge door? Did I just create a new diet craze? Don't bust open the fridge and grab those cupcakes in there, because you never know if a madman with off-kilter eyeballs is like crouched behind a chair nearby, because I guess he's a super good hider. Question number 3. This next question is from I'm Not Superstitious, but I'm a Little Stitious, and they want to know what's up with Jason changing size so drastically between the second and third films. So, Jason in the second film is not that big a dude, and yet one film later, in Part 3, he looks massive. What accounts for this shift in size? If you take a look at any official listings, Jason is said to be 6'5", although to be honest, he's very infrequently anywhere near that height in the movies. He only reached that stature in Freddy vs. Jason and the remake. The most frequent Jason, Kane Hodder, was pretty tall himself at 6'4", as was Ted White in Part 4, but Part 3 Jason was pretty tall as well at 6'3", but here's where it's a touch tricky. For a portion of Part 2, when played by Steve Daskowitz, Jason was only 5'11", which is definitely one of the shorter forms, but in his big dramatic window crash scene where he's played by Warrington Gillette, he's 6'1", not a whole lot shorter than his Part 3 version, but he's definitely smaller all around, and a good portion of that can be attributed to the extra padding added to Richard Brooker's Part 3 body to make him look even bigger. So what accounts for that size difference? And here's where we get real fan theory, because clearly it was just a casting choice and the editorial decision to make the killer bigger, but we're all about filling in the gaps for fun. So let's have fun. So before I get into this, I need to explain what I think about all of this and things I've said in previous videos. I've made it clear that I think that supernatural forces are afoot, and I think that Jason was restored to life by external means. What if whatever juju is animating Jason in the first place is still going? I've said before that the dude has supernatural abilities, and very clearly at some point he adds teleportation to that roster of talents, but he doesn't use that skill in the earlier films. It's something that he developed further into things. So it's obvious that he's still, what's the best way to say this? Maturing. When he appears in Part 2, he really hasn't unleashed yet. Sure, he killed Alice, but that seems to be the bulk of his murderous whims. Then he just ups and slaughters a whole group of people. Perhaps, like Freddy, he also gains strength from the lives that he takes. Perhaps all the killing in Part 2 is just what he needs to power up, and he's increasing in size and strength throughout the film, which could even explain how he keeps getting bigger with each film. Question number 4. Here's one. Tony Miles is interested in what Jason does in his downtime. This is an interesting one because it's more clear-cut than you'd think, because when you take a look at his spectrum of living, dude does not have downtime. It's kill, 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 almost 24/7. Like, we first meet the guy in part 2, and he's killing right away and spends the whole movie stalking and killing. And keep in mind, parts 2, 3, and 4 all take place over just a couple of days. So what you see him doing on screen is basically what he's doing. There's really no unaccounted for time here. We basically see him for the first time in part 2, and he kills for a few days, and then he's dead a few days later in part 4. He's reanimated in part 6, but by the end of it, he's inactive at the bottom of the lake. Same thing with 7. There's not downtime at all in there. Same thing with 8, really. He's brought back, does his thing, and is killed again at the end. But there is a gap here, and we'll talk about that in a second, but at the ending of part 9, he's sent to hell and not brought back until Freddy vs. Jason. So that leaves only 3 times in his entire history that we know him that he has any free time to kill? That doesn't seem like the right thing to say here. But we have the gap in between parts 8 and 9, since in that one, he's just back at the lake again, and we don't know how long he's been there, but he's not actively killing people. Then there's the second time, which is after he kills Freddy and before he's captured by the military before Jason X. And again, we don't really know how long that gap is. That only leaves part 2, and there's gaps there. There's whatever time there was before he starts killing, before he gets Alice, and the 5 years in between that intro scene and the main bulk of the film. So there is downtime. So what does he do in between? Robot Chicken covered this in a humorous way in a short segment, but I think that he leads a pretty simple life in between, probably spends quite a bit of time hunting and practicing his killing techniques out there in the wild, basically living like a caveman, making little mommy shrines. Although I think in the later films, when he's zombified Jason, he's more likely in a state of inactivity or dormancy, where he just sits and waits. Except, hold on, I think I've discovered a dirty little secret. Turns out that in his downtime, while not murdering teens, our boy Jason Voorhees is a lawyer in Oregon. Now, I'm covering all the specifics so that y'all don't just start coming after poor Jason here, but he looks to be a personal injury lawyer, which is real convenient, right? Oh no, have your loved ones been horribly mutilated by a machete and you're seeking compensation? Contact me and you'll get proper satisfaction. And remember, there's no fee unless Jason Voorhees gets money for you. Question number 5. This next one's a big one, and it's from Cody Only, and he wants to know what was up with Roy in part 5 and how was he able to take so much damage? Man, do some people hate good old Roy Burns, mainly because he's not Jason. But you know what he does like Jason? Take a hit. Over the course of the film, he's really beaten up. He's run over by a whole bulldozer, chainsawed, just a whole bunch of abuse, which is, I mean, it's a lot. Dude takes some damage. So what's the deal? Is he just amped up on adrenaline, or is there something supernatural going on? And I think this is my easiest answer on here yet, because I think the answer is a very clear yes. Let's look at what we know. First off, we know conclusively that there's something extra normal about Jason's existence. The hints at that start all the way in part 3, and I guess even in part 2, with the original ending of Pamela's eyes opening, but that's not really canon, so let's just say 3. But then, fast forward to part 9, we know absolutely now that Jason exists on a spiritual level after death. I know that they didn't quite have that in mind when they were making 5, but retroactively it makes sense, and we can actually see that at work with his essence calling out to Tommy. Much like the coroner was compelled to ingest Jason's being in Part 9, his evil is trying to find a way to live on. Now, without a convenient body part nearby to imbue his actual being, he's resorting to a more coercive method, as we witness very clearly at the end of Part 5. I think it's pretty obvious that the calling the coroner felt, that thing that was making him chow down on heart tartar, also came to Roy. Now, there was no heart, so it wasn't as if Jason completely took him over, as in Part 9, but he still had influence, enough to drive Mr. Burns to don that mask and kill. He thought it was his own idea, unknowingly being led to that decision by Jason's killer instinct. Now, there's actually some external basis for this as well, since the novelization for the movie heavily implies that there is some possession going on, and that Jason's spirit was drawn to Roy because of his revenge boner. Like I said, though, it wasn't a complete takeover, but the ambulance driver still managed to get a few extras out of the arrangement, though, as in having increased strength and durability. So, there, if the main reason you don't like Part 5 is simply because there's no Jason in it, there is. Question number 6. Okay, I'm looking forward to this one, and Marcus Burks asks how Jason got back to the camp after Part 8. First of all, I want to point out that I've covered the ending of Part 8 in a previous question video where I discussed that Jason doesn't actually turn back into a little kid, and that it's simply an effect of the drugs that Rennie was given. It's her hallucination, so keep that in mind. End of 8. Jason is still a regular guy, but with toxic waste on him. He stumbles away, finds his mask, and puts it back on again, but with his melty face, it gushes into his skin. That explains the appearance in Part 9. But then, in the beginning of that movie, he's just magically back at the camp again with no explanation of how he got back from Canada. I mean, it's a pretty big walk. Oh, sorry, New York. So real quick, we have to dispel the notion that it was a huge distance. Crystal Lake in the films is supposed to be in Jersey. It wasn't like that boat was traveling some huge distance, because its main goal was to be a party cruise, heading out into the ocean, turning around, and then coming back to shore in the Big Apple. The lake is supposed to be sort of mid-state. It's only about a 2-hour drive into Manhattan, like 70 miles, and according to a GPS, would take around 22 hours to walk, which, let's face it, is pretty much the way Jason's going. Can't really see him ordering an Uber, especially back in the 80s, or, you know, whenever this one is supposed to take place. He possibly just stomped his way down there and probably created quite a stir, because he looks like that, kind of just strolling through suburbia, heading back home like some sort of psychopathic homing pigeon. But, you know, there is another explanation, sort of, but it goes all the way back to Jason's first comic book appearance. You see, on the page, our boy's debut was in a weird book called Satan's Six, a Jack Kirby creation. In their 4th issue, a demon calls forth someone to oppose them, and it turns out to be Jason himself, since Topps, the company putting the book out, had the rights to the character. He only appears for a couple of panels before they send him away. They don't quite say where they're sending him, but they mention not wanting to plug it. So the joke is that they're banishing him to his next appearance, which just so happened to be an adaptation of the 9th film. So they sent him back to Crystal Lake in the beginning of that movie. Also, it's never said where they grab him from, so I'm saying that they found him in New York, transported him to their location, but then managed to send him back to his home base. So, when someone asks you how Jason got from New York to Crystal Lake, you just tell them it's all Jack Kirby's fault. Question number 7. A user named Jason Dyer and man, does that throw me off because an old boss of mine was named Jason Dyer, asks this next question. What's Creighton Duke's story? Whether you love or hate Jason Goes to Hell, there's one thing that I think most people can agree on, and that's that the character of Creighton Duke steals the show. He's a bit of an enigma and seems to have quite a bit of information on the Voorhees family, setting up the finale by supplying the information necessary to take him out for good. I guess, until the next movie came out. We know that he's a bounty hunter by trade, and when he encounters Jason, he asks him if he remembers him.
Son of a bitch, you remember me?
So it's clear that they had a previous encounter. But when would that have happened? One of the theories floating out there is that Duke was actually Reggie the Reckless, all grown up now and out for revenge. And with the time jump in the series, it's still pretty dumb. There's at best, even with the weird chronology, like 20 years between part 5 and 9, and Creighton's at least 45 or so, while Reggie was 10. That theory seems more like, oh hey, both of these guys are black, so clearly they're the same guy. So no on that one. But on a podcast, Adam Marcus, Part 9's director, stated that the intended backstory was that a teenage Creighton Duke was out on the lake with his girlfriend and Jason came up from the lake and killed her. But, hold up, at the time, Stephen Williams was around 45, so let's roll with that. So the encounter happened, like, say 30 years prior if he's going to be a teenager. The absolute latest that Jason Goes to Hell can happen is around 2003 or so, based upon Freddy vs. Jason. So that means that his previous encounter happened in the mid-70s, before Pamela's attack in the first movie, before Jason established himself as the killer on the lake. But they're saying that's when it happened, and Duke swore revenge and that he would study Jason. But like, where was he all this time? Why show up when they killed him for good in part 9, but not part 4? He seemed real concerned about Jason's evil passing on that time, but not the one prior. So like, as I said in the whole downtime answer, there really wasn't a lot of time that Jason had that was unaccounted for, so that an interaction between the two could take place. And I know that some people theorize that Jason Goes to Hell exists in a separate continuity and isn't actually connected to the previous films, and that's fine, but that's not what we're about here. But sure, that can be an answer. This is a separate universe, and in this one, Jason and Creighton encountered each other before. But let's try a bit harder than that. Really, the only time that there existed for the two to have a prior meeting was that gap in part 2. That missing 5 years between killing Alice and then taking out the new camp. Around that time frame, Duke would have been in his 20s or so. So not a teenager, but still a younger guy. It's probable that this is when he and his girlfriend were out there and she was killed. As to why he didn't show up at the ending of part 4, it's a bit easier. He was still learning, since 2, 3, and 4 all took place over a weekend. Even if Duke's encounter happened right after the Alice killing, it was only a few years after the incident. He may not have had the full information yet. Hell, studying what happened after his death in part 4, what with the seeming possessions of Tommy and Roy, may have been what actually informed him that blowing up Jason would not end his reign of terror. That may be where he actually learned that. Two other things. One is the quick mention that it was intended that Duke survived the events of the film. They were going to make some sort of spin-off for a while detailing his further adventures, as confirmed by Marcus again, but he never appeared and is never mentioned. So his death is up to you, I guess, but I guess that the official answer is that he's alive. But then, what's all this about little girls and donuts? When asked what the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Jason, he says,
"Well, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress, sticking a hot dog through a donut."
And yeah, It doesn't make sense. Screenwriter Dean Lorey actually said that it makes no sense and that he just thought it was a funny line. But what does it mean? Nothing. Duke just clearly liked stirring the pot and causing controversy. He's on TV, being interviewed, and what's more controversial than talking about little girls and sexual innuendo? He's just trying to get a rise out of the interviewer and I guess the audience, and seeing how much people talk about this, mission accomplished, Mr. Duke. Question number 8. I Love the Tallies has another goes to hell question and wants to know how Jason is able to talk through that one guy at the end. So this one is really weird, but here's what happens. Jason body hops through several people during the course of the film. When he does so, he basically acts the same way. Big lumbering killer, stomping around and whacking people, and he's silent as usual. He doesn't talk, much like he does in his usual form. But here, he's able to say full sentences, confusing Jessica and able to throw her off, as she was unable to determine which of the two people in front of her contained Jason. Was it Sheriff Landis or Officer Randy? They both seem pretty normal, so you'd think that neither of them, since they're both talking. And hey, Jason doesn't talk, right? Well, I mean, he can. We see that in the very first movie, in the flashbacks showing a young Jason drowning, calling out for help. But hey, those are images in Pamela's head, not necessarily reality, right? But then, in the much beloved Part 8, because everybody loves Part 8, and I mean everyone, near the end, he screams out, but it's not like he's super verbose, and when he does this, he's way more coherent than we would expect. On the DVD commentary for the scene, Marcus and Lordy both stated that it was an issue and considered altering it, but ultimately couldn't figure out how to make the scene work any other way. So that, I guess, leaves the door open for me to try to determine what happened here. So the first thing that comes to mind is that when Jason takes over the bodies of the people, he does actually retain the abilities to talk. In any of the people he switches to, he's able to speak, but Jason being Jason, he actually prefers not to. He's a man of few words after all. I think it's pretty likely that he's actually unable to speak in his regular body due to the whole corpse and rotting thing, and I contend that him speaking in Part 8 is probably more hallucinations, much like the child thing, but he can speak in someone else's form, as seen here. Why didn't he use the ability before this? I guess he just didn't see the need for subterfuge, or at least understand it. But at this point, his options were running out, and his chances were getting slimmer, so he needed to resort to a better tactic than simply stomping in and killing everything. Question number 9. Venomous has an interesting question, and that's if the Friday the 13th remake takes place in the same universe as the Transformers? Now, if you're unfamiliar with this little ditty online, you're probably going, wait, what? Right about now? But there's a very popular fan theory going around that links the two movies, and they come down to this guy, Trent. This is Travis Van Winkle playing the part of Trent in the remake, and he's also in 2007's Transformers, also from Michael Bay's production company. In that film, he also plays Trent, and he's the ex of Megan Fox's character. He's basically a douchebag in both movies. He's arrogant, a jerk, a jock, and drives the same car in both films. If he is the same character, it would explain why he never reappeared in the Transformers sequels, because he's dead. But that could also be because his character's really not that important, and he's the high school dude, and none of the other Transformer films take place in the high school setting. So I'm not sure why he'd be in them anyway. But he's the same character, right? Same guy, which means that these are connected films taking place in the same universe. So Jason could be fighting Autobots, right? Well, I hate to tell you, but I'm about to burst that bubble. That crossover ain't gonna happen because they are two different douchey jocks named Trent. Because yep, there's more than one of those, like way too many. But you may say that Michael Bay confirmed it and said that they're the same character, but I have searched high and low and can't find any evidence of that anywhere. If that quote exists out there, I'd be glad to be proven wrong because I've already spent way too much time looking for it. But here's my evidence to the contrary. Trent in Transformers is named Trent DeMarco, which we know from the novelization of the film and some other external materials. But, however, in the Friday the 13th remake, most of which takes place in Trent's family cabin up at the lake, in this deleted scene, it's referred to as the Sutton place.
Report of a possible homicide near the lake. Call came in from way over at the Sutton place.
This indicates that Trent's last name is Sutton, not DeMarco, and they are two different people. So, if you were looking for the satisfaction of seeing that character die off, I guess rest easy knowing that instead he has to live in the Transformers universe, which just sounds really tedious and hard to get through, like those movies. Question number 10. Let's cap this off with a question from Billy Rattlesticks, who wants to know, what exactly is Jason? Before discussing what Jason is, let's take a second to talk about what he's not. He's not a simple zombie. Zombies are mindless and eat human flesh or brains and whatnot. They're generally not that strong and certainly not good planners, and our boy is all of those. Also, as I said in the last question set, he's not a Deadite, even though that the 9th film hints at that with the inclusion of the Necronomicon. That book may have been used to bring him back from the dead, but Deadites are demonic entities taking over a human and supplanting their personalities with their own. They're not silent stalking killers, they're devious and malicious things, and they certainly wouldn't take the time to pay tribute to their host's mother. There is absolutely no similarities between his actions and anything from the Evil Dead movies, so you can just mark that one right off. Beyond that, things get a little different because there's two theories of thought. One is that Jason never died as a child, and I guess was just living in the woods for all those years, not going home for some reason. And the other is that Jason did die as a youth and was restored to life by his mother, and him jumping from the lake at the ending of part 1 is him coming back. Because of this, a popular theory is that Jason is a revenant, which is a specific type of spirit. There's someone that has returned from the dead for a purpose, and that's to haunt the living. And this one does make a fair amount of sense, since it can be said that Jason specifically haunts the lake and kills those who enter his area. That kind of explains why he also seems to show no interest in some victims, like when he's in New York. The problem is, though, that definition is pretty damn broad, especially because it literally just says a person who returns as a spirit after death, ghost. Or an animated corpse that is believed to have revived from death to haunt the living. And I mean, that just seems to be too wide of a classification. You could lump Freddy into that description if you want to. You could probably toss Chucky in there too. Why not? He's come back from death to get revenge like 8 times too. And plus, Jason seems to get a bit more ranged with his abilities than that. He's basically indestructible, and according to part 10, has a sort of healing factor like Wolverine, which doesn't really sound as simple as returning spirit. And then, what about part 9, with the body-switching worm creature? That's not really a thing that seems conducive to the other examples. I mean, Eric Draven from The Crow is given as another prominent example of a revenant, and you don't see him being reborn from a dead relative's vagina, now do ya? Unless that was in the scrapped Momoa reboot or something. So, yeah, I guess we can call him a revenant, but I feel like we can get more specific, like way more specific, because Jason is something that the world has never seen before. His type of supernatural being has never existed and will most likely never be repeated. He's one of a kind. He's Jason goddamn Voorhees, and he is a special, special boy. So there you have it, 10 of your questions answered, hopefully to your liking. I hope you liked those answers that I gave. Thank you guys very much for sending those answers in. I kind of like doing this. I'm sure we'll do some more of it in the future where I ask you guys to give me the questions and me answer them. It's kind of more fun that way. It's a little harder, but I do enjoy it. It's kind of neat. Let me know down below in the comments what you thought of these answers and maybe what other questions you have. I don't plan to do another Friday questions, but you never know. If I get some really good ones, I'm sure that I'll be doing another volume at some point. If you liked this video, please hit that like button. If you enjoy what you see on the channel, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell to get notified when new videos are released. And if you want to, please go to patreon.com/movietimelines, where you can help support this channel like these guys do. They're my patrons. They're awesome. I thank them for helping to support this channel, and I thank you guys for watching and giving me these questions. And I'll see you very shortly for another great video. Thanks a lot, guys, and bye-bye. On this episode of Dead Last, I'm trying something new. Way back in the very first episode, we did a ranking of the Friday the 13th franchise. But keep in mind, back then, first of all, I had less patrons. And second, none of them really knew what I was going to do. So I didn't get a ton of participation. That first episode was based on a mere 12 rankings, and that included mine and my 3 guests. And since then, my patron list has increased quite a bit, and time has gone on, and I'll admit, even my own opinions on the films have changed a bit. So it's time for a redo. I took the core 10 films of the series, I included the 2009 remake, and of course, Freddy vs. Jason, and I sent that list off to my patrons, and these guys answered the call, which was a much wider scope than the first time around. I also asked you guys, the YouTube audience, to send in your rankings, and at the ending of this episode, we're going to compare that list to ours and see how it differs. But for the patron rankings, I got a total of 44 entries, including mine, so that means that the best score that a movie can have would be 44 points, and the lowest score, worst possible score, would be a whopping 528 points. But before we get into that, I want to say that the purpose of this show is to highlight different opinions and to show that people have a variety of views on different films. It's important for me to say that there's no right or wrong when you're talking about the movies you like. If a movie you love is dead last, or one that you hate is in first place, it's not that everyone else is wrong or that you're wrong. It's just that you have a different opinion, and I can't stress enough that when it comes to talking about movies that you like, that's not a bad thing. But yeah, okay, enough lecture. Let's get on to the ranking, because I know you want to know what's in dead last this time around. And I guess I should say that the last time around, Jason Goes to Hell took this honor. So let's see if that holds up. Because coming in at dead last with a strong 440 points is Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes the Booze Cruise. This one got named as dead last 18 times, which I'll tell you now is double the amount of the next highest dead last votes. So yeah, a bit of dislike here, but it was actually voted in first place one time as well. So I had this one in 10th place, and look, when it comes to this series, believe it or not, but there's not that many of them that I don't enjoy watching, and I really actually enjoy watching this one. Yes, I am fully aware that it kind of sucks. I know that it's Jason on a boat and they're promising you New York. I know that it's one of the absolute crappiest Jason face makeups in the entire series. I know that so much of it doesn't make sense in terms of character decisions and logic, but you know what? It's still kind of fun to watch in its silliness, and yeah, I get that you're expecting New York and only getting a cruise ship, but either way, it's the first time in the entire series that you're not just stuck with Jason walking around the woods and stuff. Out of the 7 movies before this, only 1 doesn't take place just in the surroundings of Crystal Lake, and that one might as well for how similar the setting is, so it's fun to see Jason on a damn boat. And let's face it, this movie's been out for over 30 years. We all know that he's on that boat. Everyone and their mothers know that the New York portion is only a tiny fraction of the movie, so being all butthurt about that plot point doesn't really make sense anymore. That being said, I guess I get why people rank it so low, because no matter how you slice it, it's just a pretty bad movie, but I still just find it a bunch of fun. The weird teleporting, one of the all-time classic kills with the boxing scene, the completely off-the-wall clothing choices, it's just silly. And it's a silly that I'm sure that some people hate, but it's a silly that I get a kick out of. But yeah, toxic waste sewers and normal kid Jason, there's certainly a fair share of dumb choices. But when I lay out these 12 movies to watch and scope them out and think about the ones that I dread watching, this ain't one of them.
Yo, man, it's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool.
Alright, our number 11 had a fairly big drop down in points, and I'm telling you now, they kinda all are. When the points are this high, there's not a lot of close calls, and this space was previously taken by Jason Takes Manhattan, which dropped down 1, but with 407 points is the 2009 remake of Friday the 13th. It took the dead last spot 7 times, but the best score it got was 3rd place. And here's a minor spoiler, this is the only film on the entire list that didn't get either a 1st or 2nd place vote. And yep, this one is my dead last, and I know that it has fans out there. I know some people put this on their list of good remakes, but this is just a complete and total flatline with me. The best way that I can describe this movie is that it's like hearing one of your favorite songs from one of your favorite musical artists on American Idol. Like, they're singing it pretty well, but it's lacking the passion of the original piece, and the singer clearly doesn't really get what the song is actually about. They're just singing the notes, and those notes are fine, but the whole reason you fell in love with it in the first place is just missing, and it feels empty, and that's what this one is to me. Empty. It does everything that you expect a Friday the 13th movie to do, but where's the spark? Where's anything interesting? I don't care about any of the characters. I don't remember any of the characters. Jason has basically just turned into generic massive villain, and it's not like he was incredibly original in the first place, but he had his quirks that made him him. But then you suddenly have him taking hostages in a Texas Chainsaw lair, and you now have this guy who no longer really feels like Jason. And I get it if you like this one. There's nothing inherently terrible about it. In putting this in dead last, I'm not making a case for it being a bad movie. It's well made. It's fine. But in terms of a Friday the 13th movie, it's not what I want to see. And it's completely unmemorable. That'll take us to our 10th place film, and on the first go around, this is where the remake landed, so we know that something else is here. And with 395 points, we have our previous dead last winner, Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday. This was ranked dead last 9 times, the 2nd highest number, but again, half of what Part 8 got. But it did get 1 second place vote. I actually had this one in 9th place, and for all the scorn that it gets, I kinda love it. It's dumb, and it's terrible, and it has some genuine crap moments, but it's also 9 movies into a series, and it had kinda hit this point of, Jesus, what the hell can we even do here? So they went with body switching worm thing, which clearly just doesn't feel like Jason or Friday the 13th. And that's generally the bulk of the criticism, and that's a completely valid point. This just doesn't feel like it's a part of the series that we've been watching, and it's so far removed from anything that we're comfortable with or expecting from a Jason movie. And again, I totally understand that. As a Jason movie, as a Friday the 13th film, this just doesn't work. But the fact of the matter is that it actually is a part of the series. It's part 9, whether we like it or not. So I usually just go into this one with that in mind and try to enjoy it as a fun, crazy little film, which it is. There's some really enjoyable stuff here. It's got one of the best kills in the entire series with the girl in the tent, and one of the strongest franchise characters with Creighton Duke. The Jason design is pretty cool, what with the melted mask and all, and it was actually great to see John LeMay here as opposed to the small screen as well. So yeah, I like it. You know that I also can't mention this film without calling your attention to one of my favorite little moments, which is Steven jumping over his own handcuffs in order to save his wife. But, of course, there's bad as well. The body switching stuff doesn't totally make sense with everything that had gone before, and the rules don't really add up. Jason has a half-sister now that has never been mentioned before, which is weird, and there's now some supernatural dagger that can kill him. And it's not like, oh hey, you're introducing this element late in the series. They're even introducing it late in the movie. They first bring this thing up like 10 minutes before the movie's over. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's dumb, but it's fun, and I'm glad that it escaped dead last this time around. At number 9, we drop about 50 points, going down to 345 points, and in the first episode, this spot was taken by Jason X, and this time around, it looks like that's the case again. Jason X. This was only ranked dead last one time, but it was also ranked first one time, and opinions were pretty split on this one. I'm not split on this one though, because I've got it in 11th place, and look, I know that this is one that quite a few people enjoy, but I'm just not one of them. Again, we're 10 movies into this series, so they need to do something different, and after part 9 didn't work, they know that they can't do too different again, so they did Jason in Space, and that's strike one for me, because by the time that they did this, they had already lost a space race to the Critters, Pinhead, and even a Leprechaun, so it's not like they were breaking new ground. By this point, a horror sequel in space was a bit of a punchline, so it was already like they didn't know where to take things. But then, keep in mind, Scream was all the rage, so the studio wanted this sort of self-referential humor kind of thing, which the filmmakers didn't really want to do, but had to kind of wedge in there. And needless to say, I don't think that comedy was really their strong suit, because I know for me, the jokes didn't really work. And I guess that's my whole problem with this, is that it's trying to be bad, which is something I never really like. It feels like their whole thing is, oh look, it's Jason in space, isn't that absurd? And yes, it is, but knowing that you know it's absurd and are goofing on it makes it less interesting. I actually would have preferred it if they took this like dead seriously and just went for it and made Jason in space, but tried to pull in the classic feel instead of throwing in wacky characters and groaner lines like the whole
Guys, it's okay, he just wanted his machete back!
Which they thought was funny enough to put in the trailer and makes my entire body cringe up into my butt every time I hear it. I mean, Uber Jason looks cool enough, even if the string of events leading up to it are nonsensical. But one of everyone's favorite parts of the film is the hologram camp scene near the end, but it's just sad to me because it's like, oh hey, remember this? The stuff you liked about this series? We're gonna remind you of that. But it just made me want to go back and watch one of the older ones instead.
Oh, this sucks on so many levels!
We're headed now to our number 8 selection, a spot that was previously held by part 5, but this time around, with 341 points, not a lot less than Jason X, is Freddy vs. Jason, which was number 5 last time, so this dropped quite a bit. This got ranked dead last 4 times and never got number 1, but it was voted in second place once. I had this in 8th place, and yeah, last time I had this in 4th, so it dropped for me this time around. But here's where I talk about a certain something I noticed this time around, and that's that there's a certain contingency of the Friday series that I pretty much only really consider the last 20 minutes or so. It's like the first and second act become just a retread of things we've seen before, and the movies don't really distinguish themselves until that big finale, and this is one of those. And I'll bring this up a few more times as we get further in here. But the whole beginning of this movie feels like a same old nightmare entry. Not even a Jason movie, really. It has way more of a Freddy flavor to it. It doesn't get that Friday vibe until they get back to the camp. There's a couple of Jason-y moments here and there, like clearly the party massacre, but for a good portion of this one, you're stuck watching something on the level of like the later Nightmare movies. But then, there's that finale, and I'm not gonna lie, that finale is freaking fantastic, and I love it. Their showdown is everything that I wanted to see when you first said the words Freddy versus Jason. It does not disappoint in that aspect. But you know what aspect it does disappoint in? Well, kinda everything else. The characters are kinda flat, the story is just a retread of things that we've seen before, and it just takes too long to get to where we want it to be. One of the biggest complaints about it seemed to be giving Jason a previously unmentioned fear of water, although I'll point out that this is only something that seems to be in his subconscious, in his dream world, and could just represent a deep-seated fear instead of something that affects him in the waking realm.
Wait a minute. Freddy died by fire, Jason by water. How can we use that?
In 7th place with 303 points, in a position that was once held by Part 7, which I guess makes sense, Part 7 in 7th place, but this time around, the space goes to Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, which jumps up one spot. People were very split on this one, like very split, and it was ranked dead last twice, but also ranked first once. I like this one a bit more than the consensus because I gave it 5th place, and I really like this one. I think that one of the things that people don't like about it is that it's not really a Jason movie, but come on. Let's face it, for like 99% of the movie, he's Jason. He looks like him. He acts like him. He kills like him. If it weren't for literally one shot of the film showing another face under a mask, you have a Jason movie. And whether or not he's the real deal, Roy is a pretty brutal and effective Jason with some of the gnarliest kills in the whole series. I know that one of the other big critiques of this is that it's very clearly the work of a porn director and feels grimier and sleazier than you would expect, and those people are right. But I mean, what do you expect from a film about a madman slaughtering teens right after they have sex? The concept is sleazy. Why shouldn't the execution be? I'll also stick up for it with the fact that it's the only film in the entire run, out of 12 damn movies, that plays out as an actual mystery. So many Friday films give us an unseen stalker, like, oh, I wonder who the killer could possibly be. And yeah, guess what? It's Jason. Duh. Really, the only two that could be a mystery are Part 1 and this one, and the original film is an unsolvable mystery, because the killer is someone we've never seen before. But here, it's an actual thing. Is it Tommy? Someone else? Well, yeah, it's Roy, and you can kind of figure that out on rewatch and see that it's pretty obvious, but it works. Plus, you are 5 movies into a series, and the last 3 have basically been the same film over and over again, and this one at least switches things up a bit, giving us a different setting and different kinds of characters, so it feels like what you're expecting, but also a touch new.
Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby.
Going into the upper half of the list at number 6 with 297 points is a space that was taken by Part 3 last time, and it's Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, also up 1 space. It had a similar scoring to Part 5 and was ranked dead last twice, but also in the top spot twice. I've got this one in 4th place, and I'll admit that I have a soft spot for it. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe that this was the first one of the Friday films that I saw, or at least it's the first one that I remember seeing. And remember earlier when I said that there's a certain number of these that I pretty much rank on the final act only? Well, this is one of them. There's no way to cover up that the first 2 acts of this film are the same stuff that we've seen like 6 times before. It's just a bunch of teens out on a lake being taken out by Jason one by one until he suddenly switches tactics and just attacks everyone. But this was the first movie to give him someone to go one-on-one with. He's had some good adversaries before, but most of them were opponents who used like strategy and intelligence against him, but giving him someone to fight with telekinesis makes for a really exciting final battle. I get that it's a bit of a drag getting to that final fight, but it has a fun feel to it and easily one of the absolute best look for Jason in the entire series. Definitely the best zombie Jason look, and also the only Jason that I can think of out of any of them that seems to have expressions and emotions. But beyond that, look at this. They included the axe wound and the machete to the side of the face and everything. The mask has the axe notch as well, and also the damage from the outboard motor. So for like the only time ever, there was a focus on continuity. Alright, 5th place now, and the spot that was once held by Freddy vs. Jason, but now, with 233 points, it's the first appearance of the hockey mask, Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D, also up 1 spot. It's the first film on the list to not get any dead last rankings, but did get an 11th place tag, and was ranked in 1st place 1 time. I had this in a similar spot because I put it in 6th place, and there's a lot to love here. As I said, it's the first appearance of the hockey mask, and it's the first time that we get to see the Jason that we're familiar with. It's hard to believe that when you say Friday the 13th, and you think, well, obviously Jason, and you picture him in that mask, in that green shirt, and big hulking body, and to think that you didn't even get that until 3/4 of the way through Part 3, it's pretty wild. But like I've said, this is another one that I'm judging based on the finale, really, because when you're watching these films as a marathon, like I usually do for these rankings, just sort of one after the other, this one basically just repeats everything that the 2 before it did. And it still gives us an unseen stalker killing kids one by the lake, which is weird because we know it's Jason. At this point, we know it's no one but Jason, but they still keep him hidden and all secretive for around 80% of the movie, which seems unnecessary except for maintaining the formula. But this gives you some great moments and some great characters. The gang is a fun addition and is clearly a way to get more victims in there, and of course ones that you want to see killed off in horrible ways. And I think that everyone loves Shelley, even though he's a bit of a dick, but I have the disadvantage of not having a 3D TV or anything, and to be honest, I've never seen this one in 3D, and the things that they do are just so distracting and weird, and like the eyeball popping towards the camera may be great for that, but without it, it looks really wonky. And it also suffers from that weird flashback subplot in which I think we're supposed to think that Jason may be a rapist and then let his victim go, which doesn't really sound like Jason, and I'm not sure what their intentions there were for the character, so I'm glad that it can kind of be brushed off and was never mentioned again. Now let's go to our number 4 movie, and this one came in with 226 points, and it's the original, the classic, Friday the 13th, and it holds its position since it was 4th the last time around as well. It did manage to get 1 dead last ranking, but took the 1st place spot 5 times. And I gave this one 7th place, which I know sounds low, but keep in mind how much I enjoy pretty much all of these movies. This movie at number 7 is higher to me than some of the things that I put in like 3rd in other lists. And one thing that I can't deny is the impact that this movie had on the horror landscape. Slashers had already kind of broken big, but this one took them to a whole other level. Even more so than Halloween, it basically shaped the formula for every kind of mystery, unseen hands, killing in a remote location horror flick for the next decade or so. Now, On the downside, in comparison with the rest of the series, it's a bit on the slower side, with possibly too much of the movie just being about the counselors and what they're doing, and not enough with the stalkings and such. But its worst offense is the finale. The big reveal in the big mystery ends up being someone we've never met, a character that has not only not been introduced, but not even mentioned. It's a cop-out and just doesn't work, and it feels like a cheat. Not that Pamela isn't a great villain. She is, and Betsy Palmer rocks it as a psycho killer. But if they had just, introduced her at the beginning in the town or something, anything to establish who she is, so that it's not so out of the blue, I feel like it could have worked. And what's interesting is that I really think that out of all the major franchises, this one is probably the only one in which the first film isn't roundly considered the best, which is pretty interesting in itself. But the fact of the matter is that it's a very important film, possibly more important than it is actually good. Not that it isn't good, but it simply creates the winning formula, and what would come next would perfect it.
He wasn't a very good swimmer.
Okay, here we go. Top 3 time, and there's nothing but gold left. And coming in at number 3, keeping the same place as it did the last go around, with 177 points, is Jason Lives, Friday the 13th, Part 6. This one also never got a dead last, and its lowest score was 11th place, and it took the top spot a whopping 10 times. And one of those number 1 scores was me, because this is my favorite Friday film. I just love it. I know that the biggest criticism of it is that it leans a little too hard into the humor aspect, and that it feels too clean and sanitized, like the backlash from the sleaze of Part 5 was a little too much, so they went too far in the opposite direction to give us a really commercial version of the franchise. But for me, it still works. It has a nice balance of what I want from this series. But then, and here's maybe what I think is the biggest win for me, is that you're looking at the 6th entry of a series, and it doesn't deviate drastically from the formula, but it changes things up enough to make it feel fresh and new. Making Jason an undead killing machine is just what they needed to spruce up the direction and the character, and it succeeds by giving us a location that we're familiar with in Crystal Lake, but makes it seem new by putting little kids there for the first time. Plus, they give us Tommy Jarvis again, but number 1, make him a more likable character than he was in Part 5, and also cast Tom Matthews, who is great and brings a more heroic persona to him. There are some things about it that I'm not crazy about at all, like the paintball guys are definitely a swing and a miss, but for every crap attempt at humor, there's 2 more that land, like that Bond-style opening. And, I've talked a few times about how most of these movies I have to judge based upon the final act, since the whole opening of the movie tends to just be the same thing over and over, but that's not true here. The acts leading up to the final showdowns don't seem like a repeat of what we've seen before. And that's a pretty big feat.
Wherever the red dot goes, you bang.
Coming in at number 2, getting down to the wire here, but at number 2, with a mere 162 points, staying in the same place as it was last time, we have Friday the 13th, Part 2. Once again, never got a dead last ranking, but the worst score that it got was 9th place, making it the first film on the list to get no double-digit rankings. And it also got the first place spot 8 times. This was pretty close to my scoring because I had this in 3rd place, and this one hits a lot of the right notes for me, but again, absolutely falls into my whole I judged this based on the final act, because let's face it, the entire setup to this one is exactly the same as the first film. It's basically in the same location, they just gave it a different name, with a very similar group of kids, and the same scenario of an unseen stalker coming after them. It's almost a remake of the first movie again, until they shifted near the end by having Jason appear, a character that had previously been established, improving on what they had done previously. There's really no mystery here because
you kind of know that it's going to be Jason, but I suppose that there was a chance that it could have been someone else. But you did have the mystery of what the deal with Jason was, and to be honest, it's still a mystery considering he was dead as a child and his mother thought he was dead, and we did see him as a kid popping out of the lake at Alice, but now he's a full-grown adult, so where was he all this time, and so on and so forth. But as an introduction to Jason, this is really solid. Baghead Jason may not be as iconic as Hockey Mask Jason, but he's still pretty intimidating, and I think people frequently forget how nimble and fast that early Voorhees was. And then there's Ginny, who's one of the most fully formed final girls in the series, and I'm kind of sad that they never brought her back, but then also pretty happy because they'd probably do her like they did Alice and just kill her off really quick. But then there's possibly my favorite series character, Ted. In a series in which partying and getting laid and basically having fun gets you killed, let's hear it for this guy whose life was saved because he wanted to stay at the bar and get drunk and not go back to the camp and get killed like everyone else. Good on you, Ted.
Excuse me, are there any after-hours places around here?
Sure are.
And here we are, our number one movie, and I guess it's no surprise because it was number one the last time around, and people still love this film because with 108 points, it's Friday the 13th, the final chapter, which was the final film of the series. No more were made after this. Like Part 2, it also got no dead lasts or double-digit ranks, and the lowest score it got was a 9th place spot, but took the number one space 15 times, so it's pretty loved. I wasn't one of those number ones though, even though I think it's really great, but I will start off with telling you why I couldn't put it as my number one. And that's because I watched these all in a row, and this fell into my final act only category. Because when you watch these movies one after the other, Part 4 starts off by simply doing what the other ones did. Again, for a solid chunk of the film, it just repeats what had been done 3 times before. Now, granted, it did it better than the others, and it doesn't feel like an exact retread, but it does hit a lot of the same notes, so there's an element of deja vu to it all. So that's the negative, and it's not much, because this is a great slasher flick all around outside of that. Jason looks great, what with Savini coming back to refine his look. The addition of little Tommy Jarvis as an opponent is interesting and feels different, and it features hands down, one of the best villain deaths in all of horror. I don't think there's a moment in any of these movies that makes me squirm as much as seeing him slide down that machete blade with his face at the end here, and that's a pretty big feat. Plus, it's got that classic Rob, he's killing me moment, and I know I've said this before, but it bears repeating. I know that some people find that moment to be a little silly, but there's something disturbing about it to me, that recognition of your own death. It's always haunted me a little, and I love that. So you've got one of the best versions of our villain, some of our best protagonists, the greatest dance scene in film history, and you put all that together and you have the film that deserves to be number one. So there you have it, there's the patron rankings. But for this episode, we went a bit further. I asked you guys out there to send in your rankings to see if things matched up and if we increased the sample size. And that size did increase since I had 111 total, including YouTube, the patrons, and me. That means in this roster, the best score would be 111, and the worst possible score would be 1,332. Holy crap, that's a lot of points. So let's see what's different. In dead last with 1,085 points, instead of Manhattan, it's actually Jason Goes to Hell, which is in line with our original ranking. Out of 111 people, 33 of them ranked it dead last, but it did get 2 second place rankings.
For 11th place with 1,059 points, a pretty close call, is actually Part 8, doing a little better here than in the patron rankings, but it still got 33 dead lasts, the same as Part 9, and was actually ranked in first 3 times. In 10th with 919 points is the 2009 remake, so our bottom 3 remains the same, just in a different order. But this did a bit better here than it did with the patrons, but still got 19 dead lasts and also 3 number 1s. 9th place remains the same because with 890 points, it's Jason X, which had 9th in our first episode, the patron ranking, and the YouTube one, so it's clearly the 9th best of the series. It did get 7 dead lasts though, and also 4 number 1 spots. In 8th at 841 points, no difference here, it's Freddy vs. Jason, which was also ranked dead last 7 times, but never took number 1, although it had 4 number 2 spots. Quick note, with 111 people voting, only 2 movies got 0 number 1 votes, and they were Jason Goes to Hell and this one. In 7 with 787 points, again, no difference, it's A New Beginning, and just like the 2 before it, was ranked dead last 7 times, but was ranked first twice. Coming in at 6th, again, no change, raking in 710 points, it's The New Blood, taking 3 dead lasts, but also 3 first places. At number 5, still no change, with 627 points, it's Part 3, which also had 3 dead lasts, but was put in first 4 times. Our number 4 movie is also consistent, and at 583 points we have the original film, and it still only received 1 dead last, but increased its number 1 votes to 7. Here's where we differ a bit, because at number 3, instead of Jason Lives, it's Part 2 with 449 points. This was also ranked in dead last 1 time, but was actually given a top spot 18 times. Our number 2, moving up 1 place from the patron ranks with 390 points, is Part 6, swapping spots with Part 2, and never received a dead last vote. Instead, taking 1 11th place spot and was ranked number 1 34 times. And at number 1, again, matching the main list and our first list with 319 points, it's The Final Chapter. Interestingly, it also got no dead last, but just like Part 6 got 1 11th place nod, but only 33 number 1 spots, 1 less than Jason Lives, but performed better overall, making it the undisputed top Friday the 13th entry. So there you have it, 12 movies, 2 different rankings. Yes, 2 different times. So we now actually have 3 rankings of the Friday series. The original one, the patron one, and the big one with all of YouTube in it. If you disagree with those, I would say to tell me down below what your ranking would be, but you had your chance to send in your ranking. You, as a YouTube watcher, had your chance to send in your voice, and you didn't take it, although you might be watching this 2 years from now and didn't know that I was accepting them. So let me see that in the comments down below. What would you put these in your rankings? And what did you think of this? Hopefully you had a good time and do this, and if you did send in your rankings, you liked it and you had fun doing it. I know I always enjoy seeing people's opinions on why they rank things. I like it when people actually send me a rationale of why they put something where they did. I read every single one. I don't get to respond to every single one, but I read every one. And it's a lot of fun to do. A lot of work, but a lot of fun. If you liked this video, please consider hitting that like button. If you enjoy what you see on the channel, hit subscribe. If you want to check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/movietimelines. If you become a patron, you get to do this every single month. You get to send in a ranking. You can become a patron for like $1 a month. $1 a month. It's pretty chill. You can do this dead last ranking every month. It's a lot of fun. These guys are my patrons, and I thank them all the time. And I thank you guys for just watching and participating. And I'll see you very shortly for another great video. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye-bye. Hey guys, real quick, but it's that time again. I need your input for Dead Last, but not just any Dead Last. No, this is a very special episode. You see, on July 2nd, this channel has its 7th birthday, and I want to celebrate. Since the very first ever video was a Friday the 13th video, I wanted to do something Jason-oriented in order to call back to that. And a while back, a commenter named John Wesley Davison had a great idea. He suggested that we rank all the various looks of Jason Voorhees. So that's what we're doing, and you're all invited. All of YouTube is asked to rank the looks of Jason and send me your list. First off, here's the candidates. Jason number 1 is young Jason as he appeared in the first movie, as portrayed by Ari Lehman. He's like 10 years old, bald, and covered in seaweed. Jason number 2 is Sackhead Jason from Part 2, played by both Warrington Gillette and Steve Dash. He's got that bag on his face and those stylish overalls, and when revealed, long locks of hair and some facial growth. Jason number 3 is Burly Jason from Part 3, the first time that we saw him with the hockey mask. He's played by Richard Booker and has that creepy smile at the end and lost all that Part 2 hair. Jason 4 is the stock model Jason from Part 4 and has that distinct Tom Savini created face. His look is somewhat similar to Part 3 until he's unmasked and is portrayed by Ted White. Jason 5 is of course not really Jason, but Roy Jason from Part 5, but we're counting him. He still has the Jason look, and the mask has those blue stripes, and even though Dick Wyand played Roy while wearing the mask, it was mainly Tom Morga in the role. Jason number 6 is Zombie Jason from Jason Lives, and he's the most corpsey looking out of all of them here, like freshly zombified, and played by CJ Graham, except for like 1 or 2 bits. Jason 7 is Backbone Jason from The New Blood, and he's the most deteriorated of the lot, due to being underwater for like 10 years, and marks the first time that he's played by Kane Hodder. Jason 8 is Pumpkin Face Jason as he terrorizes New York in Part 8 and was again played by Kane Hodder, but sports an entirely new costume and kisser. Jason number 9 is Melt Mask Jason from Jason Goes to Hell, and we don't see his face since his mask is now merged into his head a bit, and this marks the 3rd time that Kane would play him. Jason 10 is the initial look from Jason X, Crew Cut Jason, and he's got more hair than normal and less of a zombie look than you'd expect, and would again be Kane Hodder. Jason 11 is still from Jason X, but it's now Uber Jason, the upgraded version from later in the film. He's more cyborg-oriented and chromy with red eyes. Jason number 12 is Frankenstein Jason from Freddy vs. Jason, and he's somewhat taller than before, has a more streamlined look, and a bit of hair. And once again, we don't see his face, and he's portrayed by Ken Kersinger. And our final entry is Jason 13, Farmer Jason from the 2009 remake, and the part is taken over by Derek Mears, and our guy is now even bigger, and once again, fully human. So there's 13 possibilities. What I need now is for you to write out these 13 looks and rank them, with your favorite being number 1, and your least favorite in dead last, number 13. Now, please don't put your rankings in the comments down below because I won't be able to count those. All you have to do is send me an email at themovietimelinesguy@gmail.com. Make sure it's Movie Timelines Guy. A lot of people send it to Movie Timeline Guy, but it's the Movie Timelines Guy @gmail.com with your ranking, and make sure to include your name and how you'd like to be credited in the video. You have 2 weeks to do this. I'll accept the rankings all the way until Friday, June 16th, and the video will be posted on July 2nd, the channel's 7th birthday. So get those sent in and have your voice heard. So this channel has been around for 7 years now, and since it all kicked off with a Friday the 13th themed video, I thought it was only appropriate to revisit that franchise. But instead of ranking the movies, ranking the various film looks of Jason Voorhees. And I asked you guys to participate, and I got a record number of responses here with 141 rankings sent in, which means that the best possible score would be 141 points, and the worst possible 1,833 points. And a big thank you to whoever sent in their list, because I think it's a lot of fun to have everyone involved, but hot damn, does it make the scores a pain to tally. That's a lot of points. And there were some honorable mentions to a few non-film versions, like the Tom Savini video game version, and of course, who can forget the classic purple NES Jason. But let's get right into our dead last scoring entry here, and with a whopping 1,365 points, we're looking at the non-Jason Roy Jason version. He was ranked dead last 31 times, but was ranked in first once, because we're about to see that pretty much every Jason is someone's favorite Jason. And I've got this guy way higher than a lot of you because I have him all the way up in 6th, and I don't know what to say. I like this look. I think it's really clean, and I'm not sure, but I definitely think that some of the hate for this Jason styling comes from the fact that people don't like that it's not really Jason. But that's not what I rated this on. If this were the actual Jason, it would be a really solid look. There were just 2 movies in a row that the big guy basically had the same style. He wore that same shirt and pant combo, and the mask was basically the same, so this needed a sort of switch up, and I think that the whole jumpsuit look works for him. Plus, the mask with the blue chevrons on it instead of the red, I thought was a nice change up. Again, it made it look different, but not so jarringly different that you don't know what you're looking at. And, you know, this version does something that I don't think he gets credit for. He influenced the way that the character would move from this point on. In the previous 3 movies, Jason ran after you. He was not slow at all. But here, he's suddenly taking his time, fast walking after his victims. And I know that it's supposed to be Dick Wyand under the mask character-wise, but most of the time he was played by Tom Morga. And he may be dead last here, but I don't know. I dig him. Our number 12 Jason is about as far away from that as you can get, and possibly as far away from any of them, because with 1,327 points, it's the original form. Young Jason. He got 20 dead last spots, but was also ranked in first once. And I've got him pretty low, but not this low, because I've got him in 9th. And this one is pretty hard to rank here, because out of all these variations, he's on screen the least. He's up there for about 5 seconds of the entire film, which might account for his low performance here. But I still think that it's a pretty cool design. We never really know if it's a real version or if it's simply Alice's dream, so I guess there's no way to tell if this Jason exists. 2 things that you have to appreciate here. One is that it's the work of Tom Savini, creating this pretty unique look, and it's kind of funny because when you watch behind the scenes interviews, he's constantly referring to him as a mongoloid, which used to be a word that people threw around in reference to people with Down's syndrome, and it's now considered a pretty rude term, and kind of makes me wonder if Tom had actually ever seen someone with Down syndrome, if this is what he thought they looked like. But the other thing to appreciate here is that this defined the look of Jason through the series. This was the starting point for how his face would be shaped and sets the bar. Going down to number 11, and this one is pretty interesting, and with 1,281 points, it's Crew Cut Jason, his look for the first half of Jason X. This version was ranked in dead last 7 times, and the best score he got was 2nd place, which he got 4 times. But this is the only version on this entire list that not a single person voted as their number 1. So Crew Cut Jason is no one's favorite. And I've got him pretty low myself. I put him down in 12th. Not quite my dead last, but kind of close. And I happen to like little variations to the Jason look to switch things up a bit, but even though I like when they switch things up, that doesn't always guarantee that I'm going to like the changes. What I don't like here is the sort of sculpted look to the hockey mask, which I think makes it look too animated and less like a hockey mask. It looks more like a movie prop than an actual piece of sports equipment. I don't necessarily mind the look of the clothing. It's a fairly classic look there, just with the addition of the jacket, which I'm okay with. But the thing that really strikes me as off here is the crew cut. The addition of hair to Jason seems off. And I know that it's patchy, and I know that he's had hair before, like back in part 2, but there's just something about the look of the growth here that makes it look like not cool to me. It just looks off. Okay, our number 10 Jason is one that I was curious about because I know that he has his fans. But with 1,216 points, it's Melt-Face Jason from Jason Goes to Hell. He did get 20 dead lasts, which is a fair amount, and did get 1 first place ranking. And this one took 10th for me because I'm not crazy about this styling and presentation of the character. Like, forget the whole body swap stuff. We're just talking about his actual form here, and it just doesn't work for me. First of all, on a minor note, this isn't the most offensive thing about him, but I hate how vocal this Jason is. And he's like grunting and growling an awful lot. It's just kind of weird with how overly silent he is in most of the movies when he's more of a solid of a being. And here he is all messed up and he's like a chatty Cathy. But what I do like here is the notion that he's worn the mask so long that it is now a part of his face and embedded into his skin. That's a cool idea, but unfortunately, I hate the execution. Like, giving him this weird, lumpy head just looks dopey and not intimidating. And because the mask just, sits on the front of his face and his head is much bigger than it looks goofy. And again, much like the crew cut, he's got this random, tufts of hair. And I know in this instance, it's supposed to be a partial callback to part 2, but because he's bald on top with these couple of long strands coming out of the side, but he looks more like your oddball Uncle Marty with his comb over that he didn't bother to actually comb over. Heading into our single digits now, and our number 9 was a shock to me because this was my initial prediction for dead last, and with 1,165 points, it's Pumpkin Face Jason from part 8, Cruise Control. He's got dead last 19 times, 1 more than Melt-Face, and also got 1 number 1. And this is another one that I have pretty low since he's my 11th place. And here's the deal with this one. I'm going to put this on the table right away. Anything that I say to try to justify liking this one at all doesn't matter. I mean, his overall look is fine, I suppose. His jumpsuit look is decent, although I think that it's a little weird that he's just constantly wet all the time. Like dude, don't forget your towel. But he looks okay. Although this is a minor thing, but the fact that his sleeves are ripped near the elbow always makes it look like he's rolled up his sleeves to me. But anything I could like about this one just goes right out the window once that mask comes off and you see the face that they went with. And it's such a half-assed and uninspired look and has that ridiculous jack-o'-lantern mouth and doesn't work in the tiniest bit. Not only does it look nothing like it did in the last movie, but it just doesn't look like anything at all. Let's go now to our number 8 here, and this was the most split candidate on this list, and with 1,114 points, it's Uber Jason from the second half of Jason X, post-crew cut. He did get 17 dead last votes, but also got number 1 6 times. But this one is my dead last, and yeah, this one is just, it's not for me. I've said before that I do like alterations to the design of Jason. I'm down for tweaking, but this is basically a ground up revamp, but it just doesn't have any of the things that I like about the character. The hockey mask doesn't look like a hockey mask. He himself doesn't have that backwoods bumpkin look. Instead of having this weird asymmetrical face, he's perfectly squared up with these bright red eyes, and it's just not a look that I care for. If you took this general design and showed it to someone, I'm not overly convinced that they'd be able to identify it as Jason and would instead think it was a random killer cyborg robot monster from a Sci-Fi Channel original. And that takes it too far away from the character for my liking. And yeah, just not what I want to see when I picture Jason freaking Voorhees, backwoods hillbilly mutant monster guy. Moving on to our number 7 here, and this one was super close, with only 1 point separating him from Uber J. And with 1,113 points, it's Frankenstein Jason from Freddy vs. Jason. A big drop from Uber. He only got dead last 7 times and only ranked in first 1 time, so people were not as strongly split on him. And I like this guy. I gave him my 6th place spot. First up, he's called Frankenstein Jason because when they were making the movie, they wanted to go for a Frankenstein monster feel for him, like that misunderstood monster vibe. And yeah, I'm not sure that Jason's misunderstood, but whatever. What I liked about this representation is that they had this sort of clean slate in a way. They didn't have to be tied to any continuity, particularly since they start with Jason in hell and he's sort of reborn. So technically they didn't have to adhere to any previous looks. And you have 2 basic looks of Jason: human Jason and then zombie Jason. And I think that certain people like certain versions, and in my opinion, this version is a great cross between the 2. There's enough zombie Jason look happening here, but it's also kind of reminiscent of the human version. It's the best of both worlds. Like, one thing that I'm not crazy about though is the jacket. I think that they went with it to give more of a frank look, but I'm not that into it. At number 6 now, and this one wasn't that close since it dropped about 40 points, and with 1,098 points, it's Farmer Jason from the 2009 remake. He did get 10 dead last nods, but also got 3 number 1 spots. And I gave this guy 8th, and I have to say that for as much as I don't care for the remake itself, I do kind of like this Jason, but I also have issues with it. Like, first up, I'll compliment that it does capture the core of what the character is all about. It's a back to basics with the human version, the backwoods hillbilly styling, and doesn't feel like a weird reinvention or anything. But what I will complain about is that I said back to basics, but this is like basic bitch Jason. It's corporate Jason. It's the character stripped back to its base level, but the most market-friendly version of it. Like, remember when they would have the distressed and worn jeans that were really expensive, and it's like, hey, I'm paying extra to look like I've worn these things in, but when you look at them, you can tell that they were manufactured to look like that? That's what this Jason feels like to me. He looks like what a room full of guys in suits would envision that Jason would look like in order to sell product. Top 5 time, and we're still looking at entries that got over 1,000 points. So that should let you know how all over the place the scoring was here. And with 1,061 points, it's what could be interpreted as the first real appearance of Jason, the Sackhead. This guy did get himself 7 dead lasts, but he was also ranked in first twice. And I gave the old baggy 3rd place myself, and call me crazy, but damn, do I enjoy this Jason. First up, I like the fact that he seems realer than the others. He's not a towering behemoth of a man. He's slightly taller than normal and not that big. In the other movies, Jason's so massive and unstoppable that I wonder why he's bothering with being sneaky. Like, what's the point of being stealthy when you're 8 foot tall and indestructible? But with this guy, you get why he's whittling them down in secret. He's not monstrous enough to take on like 10 people at once like the later Jasons are. So his sneakiness makes more sense. And I'm aware that his baghead style is close to that from the Town to Dreaded Sundown, but I dig the overalls and sack look. It just feels like something a guy out there on his own would put together. Okay, here's the top 4, and this is where things drastically dropped. And I'm not kidding. Number 5 there had 1,011 points, and number 4 goes all the way down to 699 points, more than 300 points less. And it's Burly Jason from Part 3. He did get 3 dead last votes, but was also ranked number 1 17 times. And I have him right where he landed, in 4th. And I had to put this guy up here pretty high because he basically defined what people think about when they think about Jason. It gave him the whole green shirt, bald-headed style, but more importantly, this is the version that gave us the hockey mask. It also increased his size to be a hulking form, like twice the size of Part 2, but besides that, I love this guy's face. It has a realness to it that the others don't. Out of most of the Jason faces, I feel like this is the one that could be a real person. When he's up in that window in the end with that creepy smile and he runs out the door, it's one of the more unsettling moments in the whole series and sticks out in my head as one of the most just afraid of Jason that I get. And yeah, without this Jason, there probably wouldn't be a Jason. This is where every variation of him afterwards builds upon. And it's interesting that it was such a strong reinvention from the previous film. It's so far removed from Sackhead that it's kinda weird, but also neat that it just kinda stuck. No one was like, let's have him look totally different again. It's all just adjustments to this basic look. Top 3 now, the big guns, and we have another big drop down, a full 90 points, and with 594 points, it's the stock model Jason from Part 4, the final chapter. He's the first one on the list to not get a single dead last ranking, and the worst score he got was 11th place, which he only got 1 time, and he took the top spot 10 times. And this guy's my number 2, and it's sort of funny that he's here so close to the Part 3 version because out of all the movies, these two are the most similar to each other. Every movie after this really tweaked the overall design, but here it was like, hey, that Part 3 look is great, so let's keep it going. So why do I have this one as 2nd place over Part 3, which I put in 4th? Well, I called this guy the stock model for a reason. When most people think of Jason, I believe that this guy is the one that pops up in your head. He's big, has the hockey mask, is wearing that green shirt and wearing those brown pants, and this is the most important part. I think in most people's images, he has the axe mark in the mask. He gets the notch in Part 3, but in this one it's there the whole time and has now become a part of his identity and iconography associated with the character. I also feel like his face, revealed by Tom Savini, is what people picture when they think of Jason, at least the human version. He looks less like a real person here and is more monstrous, which I have to say I prefer the reality, but I also really like this design. Only 2 left to go, and our number 2 was another 90-point drop down, and with 507 points, it's the zombie Jason from Part 6, Jason Lives. He also got no dead last votes, and the lowest he went was 12th place, but he did get a full 21 first place rankings. And I've got this guy in 5th place because this is a really cool look, and keep in mind, This was the first time that we got this form of zombified, non-human version of the character. So it's a straight up reinvention, but it still keeps the basics. He's still wearing the same general styling with the green shirt and pants, and of course, the hockey mask is the same. But, of course, he's a zombie now, and those shots of him in the rain with the decaying flesh is awesome. He looks great and very intimidating, and basically what you would think about if you're saying Zombie Jason. But here's what holds this guy back from me, and it's the outfit. He's like horribly decayed and rotted, and yet he's wearing these clothes that don't look much different than what he died in. He just looks too clean and polished, and for some reason the gloves turn me off. That being said, I dig this Jason quite a bit, and I think he sort of set the standard for how the zombie Jason would look and even act, considering that this is the first slow Jason, if you ignore Roy. But this is the first point in which we would see him just walk after his prey. And now our number one, and this wasn't even close. This was as big a blowout as they come, really, since with 390 points, it's Backbone Jason from Part 7, The New Blood. Again, this guy wasn't put in dead last at all, but did get one 11th place vote. But check this out. He was ranked number 1 76 times. That's more than half the rankings, putting him in the top spot. And I was one of those 76 because this guy is the best. Hands down, the coolest Jason. Leave it to a director who's an effects artist to feature the most involved look for the killer in the series. So what makes this guy great? First up, you have a dude who's been under the water for like a decade, and unlike my complaint about the zombie Jason, this shows it. His clothes look tattered and destroyed and just as rotten as him. And he does look rotten. This guy's a full-on zombie, possibly even more corpse-looking than the previous one. But this time around, it's just such a more interesting look. As opposed to just looking like a zombie face, this is a full-on character and moves around, giving our boy way more facial expression than we're used to. Seriously, this type of expressiveness is really unusual for the character, and it's something we haven't seen since his reveal at the ending of Part 3. And I love it. It makes him more than just the stock robotic murderer that we often think of as Jason as. But no, here we see an anger to him. We see his frustration and even confusion. It makes him far more interesting of a character. But, to me, the creme de la creme, the chef's kiss of this design, is the attention to the detail of the past films. Not only are we getting this axe wound at the top of his head from the ending of Part 3, that's kind of to be expected, but we also get this mark on the side of his face from when Tommy hit him with the machete there. But then, take a look at his shoulder. That's from the machete that Ginny hit him with at the ending of Part 2. But then, there's even this bullet hole right here. That's from being shot near the ending of Part 6. And that should really be commended because let's face it, continuity within this series is not what you'd call strong. So, knowing that at least one person out there was like, hey, maybe we should try some of that, goes a long way with me. And yeah, this look is just badass and made Jason far more than we were expecting of him and deserves this number 1 spot. So there you have it, 13 looks of Jason from all of his movies. As I said, there's other versions of him from comic books, video games, and other things out there that exist. So comment below which ones you think are other looks of Jason that are pretty cool. I know I mentioned the NES purple guy, and I know I mentioned the Tom Savini one, but maybe there's some other ones out there that are pretty cool as well. Let me know those as well too. If you participated in this, I want to thank you for sending in your ranking. I appreciate that. This was a lot of fun. I wish I had a little more time to read through them all. This was a lot of entries here, so it's pretty quick going with me just entering in those numbers. A lot of numbers coming in fast and furious.
So I want to thank you for doing that, for participating. This was a lot of fun to do. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, hit the like button. Leave me a comment down below. If you enjoy the channel, hit the subscribe button. And if you want to become one of my Patreon patrons, you can go to patreon.com/movietimelines. I'd appreciate that. But in the meantime, thanks for watching, and we'll see you very shortly for another great video.